IB Nation, welcome to the Irish Breakdown Podcast. Welcome to the Friday free-for-all mailbag. We are 1 week and a day away from Notre Dame football season officially kicking off. I saw in the chat before we even started here, everyone's really pumped and excited, as you should be, because we are close to football season. And let's all take this moment in, because we know that when we get into football season, things go by very quickly. So let's enjoy this while we can. Brian Driscoll, I'm Ryan Roberts. Favorite show of the week. Me and Brian were just talking about it before we started, because it's just so much fun to be able to talk about what you all want to talk about, the community here at irishbreakdown.com.
And I'm not going to lie, it's nice to let y'all do the show prep sometimes.
Absolutely. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Man. That's a great way to put it, is that this show is so much fun because, one, we get to talk about you guys and what you want to talk about. We get to interact with the community here, which is always the best time. And also, we can show up right on time and just get going here and talk about whatever you all want to talk about. So I'm excited for it, man. I really am. This is our last Friday free-for-all mailbag before game week, Brian, which is pretty insane to think about. So let's get going, man. I'm ready.
Yeah, let's do it, dude. I mean, I spoke at a thing last night in Chicago. A bunch of literally their name is like diehard fans in Chicago. That was a lot of fun, man. So it's very interesting to see what people's opinions are of this team. You know, like, and some of them are just like super through the roof, and some of them, I think, I don't know, like maybe they just don't want to get their hearts broken. It's like there was one guy so it was fun. We did like predictions. Everybody had to make their predictions, and so like one guy picked 9-3, and then you had to pick if they're going to beat Ohio State, beat Clemson, and beat USC. Guy had Notre Dame going 2-1 against those three teams, but then still go 9-3. And it's just like, I kind of feel like, I just think there's a lot of people that don't want to get too excited because they don't want to get let down again. And it's been 35 years, but I'm excited. I'm excited about this team. I'm excited about football season, and I'm really, really, really ready to get rocking and rolling, man. So, let's do it, man. Ryan's like, I know, man. Bring up the questions. Let's roll. Let's do it.
Good, man. You're good. We hadn't talked about your speaking engagement last night. So
it was a lot of fun. Yeah. It was. Yeah. It was. I wasn't sure what to expect, and then when I got there, I wasn't even sure if like this is the right place. And as soon as I got out of the car, I heard somebody playing the fight song with bagpipes, and I was like, "Yep, I'm at the right place." It was a lot of fun. Yes. It was really good, man. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome. We're starting off with some super chats. It appears today, which is always fun. Raymond Harton. Raymond, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, guys, do you think this is too much to hope for Charles Jagusau to see some playing time this year? Thank you, and go Irish.
Well, he's definitely going to play, Ryan, right? It's just whether or not he's going to play more than 4 games. And as of right now, it's hard to project that because we don't know how the starters are going to do. You know what I mean? Exactly. Look, if Ryan, we've seen him take a lot of snaps with the second team in the last couple weeks, right? At tackle, at guard. So they're clearly trying to say, hey, look, this guy's not a 5-year guy necessarily. And he's big, he's strong, he's athletic, and he's really talented. But he's still really raw too, right? Like, I mean, technically he's still really raw. And I don't know if, you know, I just don't know where he's going to be by middle of the season. That's the thing, Ryan. With a kid like him, you just don't know when that light goes on and he just turns it up. Because when that happens, you're almost going to have to play him. He's just too big, too strong, too athletic. But I just don't know if that light goes on this year. Does it go on in the offseason? Does it go on next season? I really don't know. But, yeah, I get why people want to see him play. That's the thing, Ryan. What's nice about early in camp is you don't really know if you're right or wrong about recruits after one camp.
Sure.
But you can see early on, like, okay, did I at least not miss on the talent? And that's what I love about this class. I've pointed it out before, Ryan. You and I have talked about it. I've talked about it with other people. Like, athletically, we didn't miss on this class.
Sure.
I really can't think of a single guy that I look at and say, boy, just athletically, he's not what I thought he was going to be. Yeah, he's just not. Talent wise or size wise, he's not what I really thought he was going to be. It's just some guys have a lot of learning to do. Micah Bell is every bit as smooth and explosive as you saw him in January and what we saw in film, but he's just got a lot of learning to do.
Sure.
And same with all the other guys. So that's the encouraging thing. And Jagusau clearly is just, I mean, he's a hit. He's bigger than, I mean, Ryan, you told me this. You tried to prepare me for this. Like,
Yeah.
he's bigger than, like, I know he's listed as 6'6" and 320 and all that, but like, you don't appreciate how big he actually is until you actually stand next to him. I mean, you told me that. I remember you telling me that, like, when you saw him in January, and I was like, yep, that's spot on. He just is. He's just a massive, massive human being.
And it's mostly good weight too, which is like the crazy part about him. It's like he's a
Typical
6'7".
and there's some reshaping, but he's not fat at all. He's just a
No,
big
just a
kid.
big
Yeah.
athlete. Yeah, just a big athlete. I mean, that's really what he is. And I mean, Raymond, to the question, like, yeah, you'll see some of Charles Jagusau this year. To Brian's point, to what scope? I mean, if I think that there's just such a question of as far as what is Notre Dame 100% getting at the guards inside, right? I mean, if there was a player that doesn't step up or there's an injury that happens, I mean, anything could get escalated a little bit, right? As far as like how quickly you see him on a more consistent basis. But regardless, I know that the fan perspective is you want to see the 6'7", 330-pound dude that's probably the most talented player that you signed in the 2023 class.
Right.
Like, that's what you want to see. But I have always been on this wavelength because I ended up having Charles Jagusau as a 5-star. I thought that he was incredible his senior year. But he was still incredible off of being bigger, faster, stronger than everyone he was playing against, not necessarily from a technical perspective. The long term was always going to be better than the short term with Charles Jagusau. There are some 5-stars. Like, I think of this as like Cardinal Tate, Brian. It's like Cardinal Tate, I feel like, is going to be ready to play and also a very good player long term, right? Like, those two realities are pretty close together. Charles Jagusau, I think, could have played early on, but year 2, year 3, like, that's why you're excited about Charles Jagusau. To your point, like, when that light comes on, because when it does, when the athletic upside meets the technical prowess and the mental side of the game, when all those things merge together, he's a chance to be one of the best offensive linemen that Notre Dame has had over the last couple of years. And that's saying a lot considering Notre Dame is offensive line you. So I'm excited about Charles. You're going to see a glimpse of it, I think, this year, Raymond. Might have to wait until 2024, though, to maybe get more of a full scope as far as how good that kid can be.
Yeah, I wanted to get to a couple things. One, Ryan, in response is Nathan Milton. Brian, is that not normal to be right about the talent? It doesn't. I mean, if it wasn't normal to be right about it, I'd been in the wrong line of work. But what I'm saying is you have your projections, but you don't really know until you get them in a Notre Dame uniform and see them going against other Notre Dame players, right? And then also it comes down to, too, sometimes guys just don't put in the work in the offseason. Like I said, I don't know if you ever saw Josh Barajas' film, but Notre Dame flips him from Penn State. He was a really good player, and then he just shows up, and you're like, "That's not the dude that I saw in high school." And that's because the lifting he was doing was the wrong kind of lifting.
Yeah,
and but still, it's just like you see these kids in high school, and they're usually the biggest, strongest, fastest guy on the field, and then you see him at Notre Dame, and you're like, he's just not quite as big as I'd hoped, or not quite like Jaden Greathouse isn't as big as I thought he was going to be. Just because he looks so much bigger than the guys he was going against, still excellent. It's just, just not quite as big. But I also think he's lost a little bit of weight too. That's part of it as well.
Yeah.
But you just see some of these guys, and some of them are bigger. I mean, like Rico Flores was bigger, thicker than I thought he was going to be. Like, just really put together and
little taller too than I thought.
Yeah, he is. And so sometimes you get those pleasant surprises that, like, this guy's actually even maybe a little like Don Schuler was a little bit more fluid than I thought he was going to be, which is a positive because I like the Don I had as a 4-star player. But it's just one of those things, Nathan, where it's just the confirmation on it is really what I'm referring to, is because you don't really know until you see how guys are when they get to Notre Dame. So it was nice. But what was abnormal is just the almost spot on nature that we had as far as evaluating the athleticism, right? Like, yeah, Jeremiah Love's every bit as explosive as we thought. Braylon James is. Rico is. The only unknown that we have right now is Caleb Smith, just because we haven't seen him.
Yeah.
But he so but everything we've been told from the summer was this guy's going to be a hit once he gets right. Like, he came to Notre Dame with the shoulder injury. They tried to work through it, just decided, nah, this isn't going to work. Let's just get it cleaned up quickly. But he did some things before that impressed people. And that doesn't mean they're all going to be great football players, but at least athletically, lengthwise, they all hit.
And that's why scouts in the NFL draft spectrum, that's why they always go to game visits and to practices because they want to see the guys in person, right? Because I mean, you could look at a kid on film and just be like, all right, estimating, right? Of like, I think he looks like he has 34-inch arms, for
Mhm.
instance, right? But then you see him in person, you're like, I think I may have overestimated or
Right.
underestimated
Well,
that arm
an
length, for
example, Ryan,
instance.
you and I, when you sent me, was it a year ago?
Hmm.
2 years ago, you sent me that scouting stuff on Jarrett Patterson, and we were both
Yeah,
like, because you were like, "Dude, look at the arm measurements they have down for Jarrett Patterson," because we were both
small.
caught off by that. Like, they were a lot
Yeah,
shorter than we just thought looking at them than we thought that they were.
yeah,
And, those are different aspects to it. Like, Josh Burnham's a guy that you knew he's long, but you don't realize just how long he is until, like,
you see him.
then that was thing that popped in my head because I'm remembering the conversation you and I had when we sat down at the Syracuse game. Because what I loved about the Syracuse press box is it was super low,
Yep.
so you're like really close to the field. And we both knew that Josh Burnham was long, but to sit there for you to see him, you're like, dude, he is really long. Like, it's not
He
like you
filled
thought he was some
out.
short-armed kid. I mean, we called him a pterodactyl and all that, but then you see it and you're like, dude, this guy is really long, tall, long, all that stuff. And
Yep.
that's really what it boils down to is,
Yep.
and that's what we're referring to is it's because what you have to do in the scouting business, Ryan, is you have to be willing to say, hey, this was my opinion based on what I saw, but I have to allow what I see now that he's at the next level to
Mhm.
determine my evaluation moving forward.
Right.
And so that's the reality of it, is you can't just hold on to, well, hey, I didn't think this guy was that good. So even though he's putting up numbers, I'm still going to tear him down and look for every negative because I don't want to, admit that I'm wrong. Or, hey, I thought this guy's going to be great. He's not great. I missed on this, or I missed on that. I missed on this other thing. And you
Yep.
have to be willing to evaluate them. So when you get them on campus and you see, like, nope, they check out. They are what we hope they would be. You start getting kind of fired up about that. And
And college departments and NFL departments could all save a lot of money too by not having people go to these schools and to these teams to kind of look at these players. But the ability to see a person in person is such an
yeah,
important part of scouting and evaluating. So
yeah.
it's just a great question, though, Nate.
Speaking of that, Ryan, I was
Yep.
talking to Tim Priester about this the other day because I asked him, because Tim's been following Notre Dame. He's been at practice. He's been around a lot longer than I have. I started following the team here in town 2010. I mean, I've said this before. Tim hates it when I say this, but I've been reading Tim Priester and Loose Emoji since I was a little kid. Like in elementary school, and he doesn't like it when I say that, but because we were first talking about Lou, just because Lou's birthday recently passed, and we always kind of reminisce a little bit about Lou. But then we kind of started talking, and I looked at him, and a couple NFL scouts walked by, and I said, "Is it me, or are there a lot more NFL scouts at this year's fall camp than we've had in the past?" And he's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, he goes, now that you mentioned that, like, yeah, I think there has. Like, there's been a group of different teams at almost every practice we've been to. I rarely saw NFL scouts at Notre Dame fall camp practices in the past, rarely.
Yep. Yep.
And we would see them, but just like at every single practice, there's like a 5, 6, 7, 8 guys at least from NFL teams. I don't think that's a coincidence. It's kind of what you and I have said. There's a lot of very intriguing players. Not necessarily guys that are like, "Ooh, this guy's high on my board," but just really intriguing guys that scouts want to get their eyes on. Like, hey, is this Riley Mills kid really as big as they say? What's this estimate kid really look like? What's Joe Alt really look like? What's Blake Fisher really? You know what I mean? Like, they want to see these guys up close and personal. And I mean, we've seen a lot of NFL teams here, Ryan, a lot of them,
Yep.
which I thought was pretty interesting, no doubt.
I think this team, more than a lot in the past, at least in my recollection, kind of look the part a
Yeah,
lot more, than maybe they typically would. So
right.
that's why
More
I'm so
toolsy
excited.
guys, but
Yeah.
maybe not guys that we definitely know for sure what they're going to be, but
Yep.
a lot of tools, a lot of
Agreed.
really impressive tools. Want to go over something here real quick, also, Ryan, from Rob Osgood. He says, "Will Friday's show be pregame show from now on? Will there be a mailbag show?" So, so everybody that's watching, that our schedule is going to be a little different this year because we just don't want to get rid of the mailbag. And so what we're going to do is on Mondays, Ryan is going to have his recruiting hour, and we're kind of still working on the format, but it's going to be a little different. At times, it's going to be a lot like the midweek rundown, where Ryan's going to hit on some different topics. We'll also have guests. We'll also have, co-hosts at different times. Ryan and I will do some of those shows together, but we're going to try to mix it up, keep it fresh, and have some fun. So we'll still keep that Monday recruiting hour. All the start times are going to be 1:00 during the season. Tuesday, Ryan and I are going to kind of take our first deep dive into the opposition, talk about what we see, best players, matchups, just have some fun with that. Wednesday will be my midweek rundown. There'll be an emphasis on the upcoming opponent. What are some storylines? What are some matchups that I like that maybe we didn't talk about the day before? I'll pick different topics, things that I want to see, just different aspects of whatever the week news storylines might be. Probably pick a recruiting topic, maybe a college football topic to talk about. So keep it kind of that midweek rundown type of deal, which is similar to the midweek article that I used to do, the midweek musings. It's sort of a video version of that, of what I used to do. Thursday, we will do our prediction show on Thursday now. So we'll do just sort of we'll kick the show off, and Ryan and I'll give our keys to success, keys to victory for Notre Dame. Then we'll do our predictions for the show, and then Friday's going to stay the mailbag. That's going to be our format. And then, of course, we'll have the post-game shows on Saturday night after the games, and then Sunday night, Vince and I will still do upon further review. So that is going to be our schedule. So 7 days a week, baby, starting on Monday. 7 days a week, you're going to get Irish Breakdown. And then, of course, I'm going to have some – Ryan and I were talking last night. We're going to be I'll be doing, and sometimes Ryan will also be doing some different things with CFB Nation, predicting some of the bigger games of the weekends and some stuff like that. So we got a lot planned for y'all. So if someone says, well, I listen to all the different shows, and we're going to put out so much great content, you're not going to have time to listen to anybody else. That's our plan. That's our goal, right, Ryan? It's just overwhelming with greatness.
Other Notre Dame sites love hearing that. So,
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, and we know some of them listen too. So just be prepared, y'all. Be prepared.
We had another super chat from Fatfish. Thank you so much, Fatfish. Appreciate it. Hey guys, are you ready for some football on what? My question is, do you think or what? I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Let me start it over. Hey guys, are you ready for some football or what? My question is, do you think Jeremiah Love is explosive enough to take over the kick return duties this year?
It's possible. I mean,
Possible.
a couple things are going to factor into it. Number one, Ryan, is the guy that starts the season doing a good job.
Yes.
I don't know if this is who's going to be the primary kick returner, but in the last practice we saw, they did first team and second team, and it was like full kick return. So it was the first time all spring we've actually got to see them actually work on kick returns. And they had Jabron Payne as the up back, which he was at the end of last year, which made sense. Yep. And then it was Devin Ford, and actually Audric Estime was one of the up backs, like the fullback guys, which he was last year as well.
Sure.
So you had actually 3 running backs on the field, and then the second group was Rico Flores as like the other returner, sort of that lead blocker returner, right? And then it was Chris Tyree was the number 2, because Chris Tyree's the number 1 punt returner. Then when they went back to the first group again, it was actually Jadarian Price was there with Jabron Payne. When they went with the 2s, it was Jeremiah Love with Tyree. So Jeremiah's got some guys he's got to pass up a little bit there. He's certainly capable of it. I think the other part of it comes down to, how's Devin Ford doing? And then the second part is, how much work is Jadarian Price getting at running back? I think if they start really ramping Jadarian up, I don't know that they're going to necessarily want to also have him back there returning kicks. They may want him back there returning kicks early if he's not getting as many touches at running back, just to find ways to get him the football. There's a lot of options, man. But look, at this point in time, there's nothing I'm going to tell you Jeremiah Love can't do. Right? Will he do it? That's the only question. And it's not even just about him. It's like some people will say, well, if he's really that good. Look, guys, I'm trying to tell you, they got some dudes at running back this year. They've got some absolute dudes at running back this year. So, but I'm not counting Jeremiah Love away from anything. He's that athletic and explosive. And look, with some guys down, he got a chance in the Jersey scrimmage and went off. So it's like, and that's why I love running. Like, if you're a running back, like, you know what, I may want to sit practice out today. You may want to rethink that.
Yes.
You may want to rethink that, because you can get Wally pipped real quick at the running back depth chart right now, the way that it is, Ryan.
Well, we talked about this just from the recruiting side of things, Brian. I remember we were talking about like all these guys that could return kicks and punts. We talked about even like Micah Bell returning punts, and like Braylon James could return kicks if you wanted him to. And Jaden Greathouse could certainly be a punt returner if you needed him to do that. There's a lot. Rico Flores can return punts if you need him to as well. I mean, there's a lot of options. Folks, this is a little bit of a different Notre Dame team than you have seen in some years past. There's been some years past where you're like, do they have an impact returner that can go back there? Like, there's been some of those years, especially a punt returner. I don't think those years are here anymore. I think it's all gone. So I'm excited whether it's Devin Ford or it ends up being Chris Tyree or Jeremiah Love or Jadarian Price. I mean, there's a lot of good options is the point there, right? Eventually, Jeremiah Love will get his, though. It's a guarantee.
Mhm.
We'll guarantee that because that kid has a very unique skill set that he brings to the table, which everyone should be very excited about. Very excited.
Good. Very good.
Andy Football Nerd with the Super Chat. Thank you so much. Thanks, IB. You're welcome. I'm not sure what you're thanking us for, but I appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, just being here, man. He's ready for the season. I'm ready for the season too. Rob Osgo with a super sticker. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that very, very much. So that's it for the super chats, Ryan. So let's get back up top, man. Let's get rocking and rolling. I love this first name we're starting off with too, man. So some of y'all and your names are I love them. It's great. It's very creative.
This is from Xavier Kilowatts, who says, if Pat Coogan ends up starting, does that mean he beat out Andrew Kristofic also, or would Andrew Kristofic only have been an option on the right side?
It means he beat him out as well, but I think that has more to do with I don't think Andrew Kristofic is physically right this spring. I mean, this fall camp. He hasn't been getting some reps at times, and I just don't think he regressed to the point where all of a sudden he's not in the mix. I don't know this for a fact. I have no. He just when he moves around, he just doesn't look right. But yeah, I mean, look, Ryan, you're going to be. I mean, he started at left guard 8 games in his career. He's an option at left guard if he's one of the 2 best guards. If Rocco beat him out, but he's still the second best guard, they'd have moved him to left guard. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Could still happen for all we know if he is healthy or gets healthy. I mean, I have no idea, but yeah, they even said this, like, look, every guy's an option at both positions if that's what needs be. And guard is look, there are some guys that struggle to switch hands, Ryan. It's not often, and it tends to more so be a tackle problem than a guard problem.
A lot more a tackle, I would say. Yeah.
Because it's just such a unique, the way you line up, the way you get in your stance. It's it can feel very different if you're switching from right to left hand. But usually guys can make that switch. And a veteran like Andrew Kristofic, I mean, he actually has played more in college at left guard than right guard. So if he was one of the 2 best, he'd be playing.
Well, I would say this too, Brian, is that I know it's not a positive for Andrew, but like if you're looking at the positive for Notre Dame, is that if Andrew Kristofic's a backup offensive lineman for you, that's great depth. I mean, it really is. I mean, we're talking about a kid, to your point, that has started 8 football games in his career, could play either guard spot, and could even play offensive tackle in a pinch if there's an emergency that happens. I mean, literally, he was an offensive tackle early on in his career. So no one wants to talk about the depth all the time, right? And they don't want to talk about the guys that are swing players inside on the offensive line. But that's valuable. I mean, literally in 2021, you needed those guys a lot because people were dropping left and right on the offensive line. You need those swing players, guys that can come in and play. And if Andrew Kristofic is your swing player inside, you feel pretty good about that depth. I mean, I feel good about it.
Yeah, agree.
We had Andy Football Nerd who had a question. He said, is the big end position going to be a tell for the defense this year? It seems Nana Safamensa is the run defender, edge setter, and Javonte Jean-Baptiste is the pass rusher. Do one of them have the ability to be effective at both?
What I would tell you, Indy Football Nerd, is I think your observation is correct from what their strengths are.
Yeah.
It's not how they're using them only. Like, they're not only putting Javonte Jean-Baptiste in to rush the passer in passing situations and vice versa. It just so happens that one guy's better at that than the other guy. I think Javonte Jean-Baptiste, I mean, one of the best plays he had in the spring game was an edge set. I mean, he's done that. He wasn't just a pass rusher only at Ohio State. So he'll be able to do both. He just, in this defense, projects to give you a little bit more pass rushing ability than what you had at the position last year, if he can stay healthy. Nana is who he is, right? He can play all downs. He's just a guy that's not going to give you a great, win on the edge consistently. No. So first and second down, that's okay. There's things that you can do. He's just not going to be a guy you're going to have there on third down. So I understand where you're coming from with the tell aspect of it. But I just don't think it's they're not going to only play them in those situations. What it would
Right.
be, Ryan, is if one guy is way better at that than the other, it means teams may look and say, hey, this guy's in the game. Let's run at him a little bit more.
Right.
Hey, this guy's in the game. And when this guy's in the game, we're going to make sure we set our protection away from him because we think our right tackle can handle him by himself, right? Something like that, right? So if Jordan Patel is giving you problems and it's 1st and 10, or 2nd and 8, or maybe you're in a passing situation and their name's in their base defense with Nana and Jordan Patel, and you don't think Nana's a good pass rusher, you may slide away from him just to give yourself a little help on the other side if you're getting your butt kicked by maybe Riley Mills and Jordan Patel a little bit.
Or trade a tight end in the middle of the play so that you
Yeah.
get that, you make now Jordan Patel the strong side end instead of
Right.
vice versa. You know what I mean?
And then you
So,
could do the
yeah.
same thing to the strong side. If Nana's really kicking your butt in the run game, you then say, hey, we when he's in the game, we've got to get our tight end over to that side and help out with a double team. Maybe we can out leverage them, maybe pin and pull, something like that. So it'll impact what the offense has to do as far as what a strength is, but it doesn't give away what Notre Dame's going to do when those guys are in the
Right.
field. But that's a very astute observation, Ryan. I mean, I think it's a very fair thing to question.
I think I would say that it's the niches that each one of those guys bring to the table, but I would say that I think Javonte Jean-Baptiste can bring more of the all-around profile than like Nana would, for instance, right? Like I think that you coined it perfectly, any football fan. Nana is a tough, physical edge setter who's not going to give you a ton in the passing game. I just don't see that that's ever going to be a reality for him, unfortunately. Javonte Jean-Baptiste, I can see him being a valuable pass rusher, but also giving you good work in the run game as well. So I think he presents a more all-around profile than what Nana does.
And I think they complement each other well, Ryan, from the standpoint of you're going to play them both more, meaning you're not going to have one guy most likely dominate the reps unless there's a certain matchup where a team is heavy in the area where he's strong. So I don't know that either one of them are full-time ends, meaning like 50 snap guys, 45, 50 snap guys. And so you don't necessarily need him to be that, because that'd be my only concern with Javonte Jean-Baptiste is if you're playing him 50 snaps a game, he's still a pretty thin lower body guy, right? Like he's a pretty impressive upper body kid, but he's still a little thin on the bottom half, narrow hips, not you don't necessarily want him having to set the edge as a big end 50 times a game, So I think that complement it will help make both of them better, and you can use them in certain ways.
No doubt. Our next question is from Florida Irish. He says, buy or sell? Matt Salerno will have a Pat Ellers-like moment this season and get a touchdown in one of the big 3 games.
That wouldn't shock me at all. I mean, because like when you think about like what Pat Eilers did for that 88 team, he was a complimentary player. He was a guy that, played some receiver. He was a blocker. He'd get in that little, that T formation thing that they did in red zone. And I think he scored against Miami, right? I think Pat Eilers had one of the touchdowns against Miami in 88 out of that alignment. Yeah, I could see Matt Salerno doing that. I wouldn't shock me at all. Look, Matt Salerno is a quality football player. You just need him to be your 5th or 6th guy. That's the reality of it. You can't have him be your guy that gets a bunch of reps against Ohio State, but can he come in and in 10 to 12 snaps make a clutch play? Yeah, I mean, we literally saw him do that last year, against Ohio State. I mean, he had a heck of a catch last year. You just can't have him be that guy that's playing, 30, 40, 50 reps in a game. That's just where you can't have it, right? So, like last year against Ohio State, he played 8 reps. That's kind of the sweet spot.
Perfect.
That's
it's fine.
Yeah, played 15 against North Carolina.
People forget
sweet spot.
What was the game where he had a great block? Was that South Carolina?
It was the bowl game. It was on the Logan Diggs touchdown run. Had a great second level block out of a bunch. So it was like near the line. He had a great block. Matt Salerno is a quality football player. Here's the thing. You don't want to play in 25, 30 snaps a game, and you don't want him as your punt returner.
No.
I mean, that's just the reality.
But he's solid depth, right? If he's your number 4 at a time, awesome. If he's your number 5, absolutely awesome. Like you're good, man.
If he's your 6, you're freaking loaded at wide receiver. This year. I mean, so I think Matt gets a bad rap. He does, and I think that some people took maybe their frustrations with the coaching and different things last year out on him in times when, why is he playing so much against Ohio State? Didn't even play 10 snaps.
Yeah,
So.
And everybody just remembers the pass interference, but they forget the incredible catch he had
Yeah,
in that game too, where
yeah,
it's like that catch was phenomenal.
exactly. I think it set up one of their scores
I
as
think it did.
well.
I think it
I
did.
think it set up their touchdown drive. So he's a quality player.
We had the next question from Rob Osgood. Who says, in the 2025 class, what position besides safety is the most important for Notre Dame's needs? I know tackle is high up there, but what are your thoughts?
I kind of think D tackle, Ryan. I think they need
Yeah,
to win inside. I think they need a couple pure inside guys. Like they've gotten guys that you and I believe can move inside. You know, Armel Mukum's already done it. You could say maybe Bryce Young, if he keeps blowing up, maybe moving inside, being a Jason Onye type. Like that's how I could see Bryce Young being the next Jason Onye type, the 240
sure.
pound kid that signs and ends up becoming 295, 300 when it's all said and done, and doesn't look like it. You know, I mean,
Right.
just I could see him being that type, but they just haven't signed a lot of pure inside guys.
No.
Just whether it be the squatty guy, whether it be the Riley Mills type. Even Riley Mills wasn't a pure inside guy. He was a defensive end in high school.
Yep.
I'm not saying that Notre Dame if they're going to run an attacking, aggressive defense, I'm okay recruiting big ends that you grow into interior guys like Onye, like Mills, but you still need to recruit some Davion Dixons. You know, like I'm not super high on Sean Sevillano, but I do love the fact that he's given them some beef. So at the very least, at some point in his career, he can be a short yardage, goal line, beefy space eater because he's a strong kid who competes. Like I'll give him that. I just question, the athleticism a little bit and the playmaking a little bit, but there's a need for that. So if you go out next year and you get Davion Dixon and you get a Jarquez Carter or you get a Juju Marks or somebody like that to go with him, that's what I want to see. I think there's a need for that in this class because when the 25 class shows up, Ryan, so there's a good chance Gabriel Rubio's not even going to be on the roster. Think about that.
It's possible, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, he may come back for a fifth year, but it's not a promise.
Sure.
Mills is going to be off the roster. Cross is going to be off the roster. Keanu is going to be off the roster. Maybe Rubio might be off the roster. Maybe Onye might be off. So think about that. That's how far that is. So they really need some inside guys, in my opinion. That's as far as just from a numbers need standpoint, body type, style of play need. That to me is really high on my list. And I don't think safety I think getting 3 in this class plus 2 last year and Luke Talich last year, I don't think numbers are the need at safety as much in 25, Ryan, as impact talent.
Sure.
I'm not saying don't take 3. I'd still take 3, but I think it's more about the quality of the talent now. I think what they've done in 22 or 23 in the 24 classes, Ryan, and I want to get your opinion on this. If you don't agree with me, I'd love to hear you explain it. I don't think that they have fixed their numbers problem at safety in 23 and 24. They signed basically 6 kids because Luke Talich is a scholarship talent football player.
He is.
Right.
Yep.
But I think with getting Adon and Minnick and him last year, getting this year Bronte Johnson, which was huge, Kennedy Urlacher, who Rivals just gave a 4th star to, by the way, and getting Tabron Benny Powell, you've hit your numbers need. You're good there numbers wise. That's 6 kids in 2 years. Right. It's now about impact talent. Now, I would still take 3 if it's the right 3, no question. Because I think a couple of those guys could grow into second level guys, Rovers or Wills or things like that, maybe down the road. But it's more about you're now in a position, and kudos to the defensive staff for getting here, but you're now in a position where now you at safety, you can focus on the upside, not the numbers.
Right.
And I think that's a good place to be.
I agree. Yeah, because I think that you've built the foundation of the safety group, but now building off the foundation is where the stars rise up. Like I think that for me, Bronte Johnson could be a star, I think, if he's developed properly, right? But now 2025 is about those Jadon Blairs of the world, right? The Ivan Taylors of the world, the super athletic, talented, the Jordan Youngs of the world. You need to get a couple of those guys, right? Because you need a couple of guys that now are just more than foundations. They are a part of problem solving, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I look at that class. I would say, to Rob's question too, I would say true offensive tackles, I think, is still a need. Not even so much from a numbers perspective, because obviously they still have Sullivan Absher there that came in, and I know he's a guy that we projected more inside at guard, but as of right now,
Yeah.
he's a tackle.
And he looks more like he can play. I'm
Yep.
not saying he's going to stick out there, but he looks like he's got a better chance of sticking out there at right tackle than I would have originally planned.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we have to obviously look what happens with the 2024 class when they get there, because obviously Styles Prescott is a true offensive tackle. If they get Garby Lambert, then he's a pure offensive tackle. But is Peter Jones or Anthony Knapp an offensive tackle for Notre Dame? I mean, I know that both of those guys have had at least a conversation about that from the staff. So what does that depth ultimately look like? I still would like a couple true offensive tackles in the 2025 class, because I still think that I don't want to say playing with fire, but you're still taking a gamble on a couple of those kids projecting at offensive tackles. I'm just not sold on it. The other spot I would say is quarterback is a spot that is a need, right? I mean, it's a big need. I mean, you always want a quarterback in every class, but after Sam Hartman leaves, you're going to be down to 3 scholarship quarterbacks in 2024 coming out of that season. And as Notre Dame accumulates talent back to back to back classes, right? That's the possibility of like, does someone transfer at some points, right? I mean, and then you're talking about potentially being down to 2 quarterbacks at some spots. So getting a guy like a Deuce Knight or a Bear Bachmeier, continue to restock the talent at quarterback is very important every single year.
I talked about that a little bit on Wednesday in the midweek rundown, Ryan, is when I talked about the 5 bellwether recruits. Deuce Knight was one of them, because it's not just about getting a number. It's also about getting a guy that can be an impact talent. Because you and I think very highly of Kenny Minchie and CJ Carr, but we've seen those 2 kids throw a grand total of 0 college passes.
And Steve Angeli as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that's a good point. So you need to stack them up. That's the big key. Stack them up, stack them up, stack them up. I felt like I was beginning my start into a Warren G song there real quick.
Well, especially Brian too, because I mean, let's say in theory we go into 2024 or preseason of 2024, and let's say Kenny Minchie beats out Steve Angeli altogether, right? And that's for either a backup role or a starting job, right? Then you're starting to get in the conversation of Steve's older than those 2 kids that are also on the roster. Is there a transfer designation that's going to happen at some point? Like, does he make that move? Because I wouldn't 100% blame him if especially because Steve was an early enrollee, right? So he might have a degree at that point, possibly. Right. I mean, you never know. So we'll have to see how that stuff works out, obviously.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, and of course, you know, what I like about where Notre Dame is for 25, Ryan, and I was having a conversation about this recently with somebody. They're in a position where their 25 class is the first class I've seen Notre Dame be at as long as they can hang on to 24, not have a mass exodus from the portal. I mean, which, you know, you never know. I don't think it's going to happen. But 25 should end up being the first time in a long time that Notre Dame can only focus on talent across the board. There's nowhere where like numbers is like a huge need anymore.
Right.
You just got to salvage the depth chart with numbers. There's nowhere that's an issue anymore, barring, again, a good problem happening of potentially a bunch of guys leave early because they're better than maybe you thought, or they're leaving after their junior years to go pro, and you're supporting that. Barring things like that, or the negative of transfers, or a bunch of injuries, there's always things that could happen. But as of right now, you're going to the 2025 cycle saying the big numbers is not necessarily what we're shooting for. We'll load up on big-time players if we need to, right? But it's not the needs isn't the focus. It's go get dudes, go get high ceiling dudes. And that's the focus for Notre Dame, which I think is a good place to be.
It's like wide receiver, right? I mean, you could be super picky with wide receiver in 2025 because you've just spent the last 2 cycles getting really good numbers.
Yeah.
And when I say really good numbers, I mean numbers from good football players, like really good numbers.
You meant that dual wise. Yes. Agree with you.
Yes.
Agree with you.
Not just the quality, but the quantity of those numbers. Absolutely.
Agree.
Xavier Kilowatts says, what position group do you see could best survive a season-ending injury to a starter? For which position would it be most detrimental?
There's a couple that I think Notre Dame could survive that and be pretty good still. Running back's the first one that pops up, Ryan. You and I were talking about that at the beginning of the show. They are absolutely loaded. And the good thing is, I think season-ending injuries that you can survive are positions where A, you're deep with talented players, but B, a position where maybe you don't need an experienced guy to step in and thrive. Like,
Sure.
you say, well, if Joe Alt goes down, that's devastating. You're losing All American, and that's very true. But you're also in a position where that's a position where you don't have great depth, but you
Yep.
also don't have, guys with a ton of experience. Tosh Baker made a couple starts. That's really it. Whereas if Audric Estime goes down, and I don't want this to happen, but I don't care that Jadarian Price has never carried the ball, that Jabron Payne's only carried it twice, that Jeremiah Love's that at that position, it just doesn't matter as much to me. I mean, some of the best seasons we've seen at Notre Dame in the last decade were from young players that didn't touch the ball very much, right? I mean, think of Josh Adams' freshman year back in 2015. Think of CJ Prosise moving to running back in 2015, and he had never played running back before in his life. And he moves there and rushes for 1,000 yards. We think of Torian Folsom, the success he had. I think Lou Samoji told me Torian Folsom was like 4th all-time at Notre Dame for rushing yards after 2 years, after his freshman and sophomore seasons in Notre Dame history. Very underappreciated player. Had he not tore his knee up, I still wish we could have seen a healthy Torian Folsom in 2015.
Oh man, he was really good.
Him and Josh Adams and CJ Prosise would have been a nasty group at running back.
Torian, his freshman year against Navy, was making dudes look stupid in his face, man.
He just wasn't fast, and that's what some people harp on. But we've seen a lot of young players. We saw Kyron Williams step in 2020 with 4 career carries and mop-up duty the year before, took a red shirt, comes out and is a 1,000-yard rusher for a playoff team, right? And so we've seen this before. Audric last year, 7 carries for 60 yards, had all but 1 carry in 1 game late in November in a blowout win over, I think it was Georgia Tech or Navy, right? And so then you come out and boom, he goes for almost 1,000. And we said this the other day, Audric and Logan had 290 career rushing yards between them in coming into last year, and then they rushed for over 1,700 by themselves. And that was with them also splitting carries with Chris Tyree, who had 100 carries on the season, right? So if Chris Tyree would have moved to receiver a year earlier, which looking back probably would have been a good idea, Logan Audric, although I don't know you had the depth at running back last year to pull that off. When Jadarian was hurt and Jabron was coming off of an injury and all that. But just for argument's sake, those guys might have both been over 1,000 yards. I mean, you just split Chris Tyree's 100 carries and 444 yards between those two. You're talking about a couple 1,000-yard back. So I just don't care about experience as much at that position. So that's why running back is at the top for me. I'd say defensively, Ryan, the position where they could maybe suffer an injury and still be pretty good at the number one position I have on defense is corner. When you look at Jaden Mickey and Christian Gray, plus, Chance Tucker's now back and healthy. And in a pinch, you could put Antonio Carter over there if you needed to and play more zone if you got to a pinch, right? And you couldn't play the defense you're playing now, but if, God forbid, and you had just devastating injury after devastating injury, you could do that. I mean, the kid played against Pitt last year and looked pretty good.
Did well. Yeah, he did well.
It was just in a different coverage structure than what they're doing, what they do this year. So those are the two, one on each, where I just feel like they're in best position to survive it. We'll answer the second part after, Ryan, but I want to hear your first thoughts on the first part of that question.
Corner was my number one that actually came to my mind first, even before an offensive position, because although losing a Benjamin Morrison or Cam Hart would be devastating in a vacuum, you look at it and say, well, Christian Gray is going to be pretty good, man. Like Jaden Mickey has had a really strong offseason after playing a lot as a true freshman. So I think that you'd be able to survive that very well. I really do. That's my number one, honestly. Like, I think that corner is the one that I look at. And I would also say wide receiver is another that I think that you could survive, right? Like, I really do think you can. I mean, if let's say a Jaden Thomas gets hurt or something like that, and that just means more reps for Jaden Greathouse or a Deion Colsey or a Rico Flores, I think you could survive that, God forbid. So I think wide receiver is another one that you can kind of succumb that injury a little bit. Also,
Ryan, I think to add to your point, you have running backs that you can kind of use more 20 personnel, 21 personnel. You could be a team that says, hey, we're going to run the ball a little bit more to protect it, to take away from it. So yeah, those are other aspects that also factor into why you'd be able to do that. Yeah. But that's why it was so important to bring in the kids they brought in last year in the freshman class, because you brought in a couple kids can help you out right now.
Exactly.
And if you got into a pinch, you could say, hey, Braylon, and go run a go route.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, I forgot about Braylon.
You know what I mean? Like he's way behind, but he's made some really good catches in the last couple of practices we've seen. Like he's starting to figure it out, Ryan. Braylon's starting to figure it out. He beat Cam Hart for a touchdown in a one-on-one the last practice we saw.
And
I
he's
mean,
competitive too. Like if you need
yeah,
him to block, like he'll go out and block.
yes,
You know what I mean? So
yes.
yeah,
So you
yeah,
get
he'd be
into a
fine.
pinch and you got to teach him 4 routes, man. You need to run a go, you need to run a post, you need an over and a hitch, and then your screen stuff. That's it, man. That's it.
Yep.
That's all I need you to do, buddy. And I can
Yep.
get out of a game with him playing 12 snaps, knowing those 4 routes as my next guy off the bench if I'm got down some guys. Yeah, it's most devastating for me. We already talked about one tackle, left tackle especially,
Yes.
and quarterback right now. Now, it was funny. One of the things we discussed last night, a guy at the function I spoke at, Ryan, said, man, if Sam Hartman goes down, Notre Dame is totally screwed. And my response was like, guys, they won 9 games last year with Tyler Buckner and Drew Pine at quarterback. Right. I mean, Drew Pine at quarterback. If they get into a situation, and this is a much more talented team around the quarterback. Now, are they a playoff team if Sam Hartman goes down in September?
Probably
I don't
not.
think so.
Yeah.
Are they a team that can still win 9 or 10 games with one of those guys? Yeah, absolutely. Because I think the defense is going to be better. I think the skill talent around the quarterback is going to be better. The home schedule sets up a little bit better than it did last year. And hopefully you've got an offensive line that can be pretty good.
Yeah.
So it's not season ending, but it'd be the most detrimental to Notre Dame's desire or hope to compete for a championship. I think that goes up in smoke if Sam Hartman gets hurt, especially if he gets hurt for an extended period of time. I don't think it means the season's doomed. I just means we're probably looking at a guaranteed 9-3, 10-2, as opposed to a potential shot of the playoff.
I think a couple other interesting ones on offense as far as doom or gloom, right, would be, I think one is, and this is just from a numbers perspective, if a tight end goes down, you're like, dang, man, like we just don't have much depth left anymore, especially at the beginning of the season. I mean, if a Mitchell Evans or Holden Stace, God forbid, go down, it's like we got one tight end, Davis Sherwood, and we're praying that Eli Raritan gets back sometime in the near future, right? I mean, you're just down depth-wise. I think the other one is one that we just had a little bit of an injury scare with, Brian, is at center. I mean, if Zeke goes down, you're just kind of like, I like Ashton Craig. I think he's going to be a good player at Notre Dame eventually, but it's like redshirt freshman getting thrust into a starting job as a center. Like, that's tough. It's very tough.
I wonder in that scenario, Ryan, if Zeke was out for a game, you just plug the next guy in there and get out of that game. If Zeke were to go down for a period of time, I wonder if they would consider moving Coogan back into center where he's played in the past and then putting Shrout in the starting lineup.
It's probably what
I think that
do,
would make the most sense. But still, we don't know what Pat Coogan can be either, right? At least he gives you a junior as opposed to a sophomore and a little bit more beef inside.
I also don't love guys that aren't incredible, like aren't good, really good athletes playing the center position, because working up the second level is such instrumental part of that position. I don't know.
If it came down to it, Ryan, and I don't disagree with you, at center is one of the few positions where I'm always going to go with experience and knowing that you're a guy that can do his job snap after snap after snap. Hey, I can work around. Hey, there's just some run calls I can't do. I can't run outside zone against this look and expect that kid. So we got to do something else. We got to crack. We've got to maybe do something else. We got to change our blocking scheme up to say, hey, we're just going to, maybe you go to some more pin and pull type of stuff if you're getting that kind of look to, run some more, maybe some toss or some buck sweep as opposed to outside zone if you have to. Because what you can't have is a center that's good on one play and then the next muffs a snap, doesn't know what he's doing. That's the only thing. Now, if Ashton's ready to do that, great. Get him in there because Ashton's a really talented kid. He's going to be a really good football player in Notre Dame someday.
It looks good. Like physically, he looks good.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's just more. He's still a work in progress. Snapping, he's still a work in progress. Leadership wise, because center is one of the positions that probably takes the longest. I would say quarterback and center are the two positions that can take the longest for a guy that's not naturally there, or maybe not a natural leader to grow into that position. Unless you have to. But we've seen some guys thrust into that role as redshirt freshmen, and they handled it pretty well. Jarrett Patterson did it. So for all we know, Ashton will step up and get the job done if he's needed to. It'd make me a little bit nervous. Honestly, if this is going to sound crazy, but if he had to start, I would honestly I would put Billy Shrout in there too and say, hey, look, we're going to have some mistakes up front, but I'm going to put these two athletes in there that can move people, and we're just going to get after it. I mean, that's that's what I would. That's what I would do.
Blake Fisher's played center in his high school career, so you can always do that too.
Yep, there you go. I don't think that's going to happen. That sounds like fun. Here we go. Let's get down here to Irish Blooded.
First part, it says all all replace their starting quarterback. Who has the best end of year quarterback numbers? Ohio State, Clemson, Bama, or Georgia?
Numbers,
Probably Ohio State.
if they're
Yeah.
all good, if let's just assume that the starting quarterback plays the whole year,
Yep.
probably Ohio State.
Yeah.
I'd go
Just by the
Ohio State
system.
1, Bama 2, or excuse me, Georgia 2, because I like Carson Beck, and he's got one of the best pass catchers in college football on his team. I'd go Clemson 3 and Bama 4. So
Yeah.
I think Bama's going to be a much more run-oriented football team this year. I do.
I'm struggling a little bit between my number two because I agree Ohio State's number one. Clemson or Georgia? I think Georgia's going to be I think it's going to be a more seamless transition getting Beck in
Mhm.
there, and I think it's going to be efficient. But I could see Kubnik putting up some really nice numbers in Garrett Riley's system. So like
Yeah.
just I think volume versus efficiency might be the conversation
Yeah.
there, right? Like I
It
could see Klubnik throwing for more yards, maybe even more touchdowns, but Beck has a higher completion percentage, yards per attempt, like just kind of the efficient things. I think he could do a little bit better. But I agree. I think Alabama's last on that list from
and
a
that's
passing perspective.
a part of this too, Ryan, is a bit of an unknown about what Garrett Riley's going to be as a
Yeah.
play caller because we really don't know for sure. At the end of the day, let's not forget Sonny Dykes had a lot to do with that offense last year, and it was
Yeah.
run the way he wanted it run. Now Garrett Riley was the coordinator, but you're
Right.
running it the way Sonny Dykes ran it. Is Garrett going to be a guy that wants to run it more or throw it more than he did there? I mean, their starting quarterback last year threw for 3,700 yards in 15 games.
Yep.
That's not a ton when you think about 15 games. I mean, Georgia had over 4,100 last year in
Yeah.
15 games with a more experienced quarterback, obviously. They threw for about their two starters threw for about 36 the year before. And so I would say Georgia. I also kind of anticipate Georgia playing potentially more games as
Yeah.
well.
I think the Rileys, I think one big misnomer is this goes for Lincoln and Garrett, is that I think they both do really want to run the football. I don't think that they're
Lincoln for
just pass
sure.
game guys. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
So
Now here's my only question about Lincoln though, Ryan. And this year's going to be very interesting. And when I say question, it is truly a question. It's not a doubt. It's truly a question. Like with Ryan Day, I know that this is who Ryan Day is. Ryan Day is a guy that doesn't want to run the football the way that he says he wants to run the football. We've seen it. I mean, the
sure.
dramatic drop off from what we saw, the further he gets away from
Stoops.
Bob Stoops, right? With
Yeah.
Lincoln, or it's not Stoops, Urban Meyer. I do kind of wonder a little bit about Lincoln Riley. And this year's going to tell us a lot because last year they had a very veteran offensive line, but it wasn't really a line that moved people, right? It was just more of a do your job kind of line, in my opinion. And I thought their run game was good last year, but it wasn't. It was more of a complimentary run game than it
Sure.
was at Oklahoma, where it was like, I mean, they were going for 200 some yards a game. And you had pretty good backs, I thought, last year. You had Travis Dye, you had Austin Jones, Caleb Williams could obviously run, and they only averaged 161 yards a game. 171 yards a game last year. And when you look at him in Oklahoma, it was kind of a similar pattern, to be honest with you. His first year there, as the head coach, they were at 217.8. The next year, they were 247.4. That was with a 1,000-yard rusher at quarterback. The next year, they were at 240. That was with a 1,000-yard rusher at quarterback. But in 20, they dropped down to 179. And then in 120, in night 21, they were up to 186. Now, again, that's still good numbers, but it's
Yeah.
quite a drop off from the 240s that they were doing, when he was still kind of in the Bob Stoops. I mean, they were 236.8 in his last year as just the OC. So I think this year's going to be a little bit telling because they should be able to run the ball well this year. They got good backs. Their line's not as experienced, but I think it's going to be a little bit more. It should be a little bit, maybe a little bit more physical this year than last year. Just because you have some guys that are just a little stronger. I think, even though they're new, I think this year's going to be pretty telling to see just how serious Lincoln Riley really is about having a run game that you can build around like he did at Oklahoma early in his tenure, as opposed to just having a run game that's a complement to your pass game.
It's
I'm
possible.
curious about that this year. Whereas I know Ryan Day's that way. That's just who he is. Now we'll see if that changes now that he gives up play calling, but I'm curious about
Well,
that when they come out this
I
year.
don't think that's a foregone conclusion that he's giving up
Yeah,
play
that's
calling
why I
yet,
said
man. So we'll see.
right,
Yeah.
if.
That's the
I
weirdest thing ever. I mean, we're a couple weeks away from football, and he still doesn't know who's going to call plays in the
Now
season. That's
it could
really
just be
strange.
gamesmanship in the media. I mean, who knows? But knowing Ryan
Yeah.
Day, I just yeah.
Everyone keeps saying that, but like, I just don't. I don't know. Ryan Day just doesn't strike me as that kind of guy. I just think
That's
he
kind of
honestly
as what
doesn't
kind
know
of
yet.
guy?
He's like a gamesmanship guy of like he
Yeah.
knows, but he doesn't want to say it.
I
Like
tend to agree with
I don't
you.
know.
I think knowing
I don't know.
Ryan Day the way that I do, I think it's more about him just not wanting to give it up. Now that
Yeah.
we're here, it's fine and dandy to say this back in February that you're going to give up play calling to keep a coach and all that. But then you start getting in the season and every little mistake that's made, you start nitpicking and and yeah,
He just needs to, man. He needs to stop being such a control freak. He needs
yep.
to worry more about his color hair that he's dyeing on his
That's right.
face, and you know what I mean. And just move it on, brother. Move it on. But
Oh my.
ugh. Andy football nerd. All the interior of the offensive line between the center and guards. Which position is it more important to be more athletic? Does the interior of the offensive line athleticism limit what Notre Dame can run? Talked about it
Well,
a little bit already, but yeah,
Ryan, it also depends on the system you're running,
sure.
right? Like if you're a pin and pull team, it depends on, okay, are you a pin and pull team that likes to use your center to pin and pull? I know some pin and pull teams, they'll only pin and pull their guards and tackles. Some will pin and
Yep.
pull their center. It
Yep.
just depends on what you run. If you're a really in a duo inside zone dominant team, I think it's more important to have your center be a mover than necessarily an athletic guy, and your guards need to maybe be a little bit more athletic because you usually in those situations your guards are going to be getting up to the next level a
Getting
little bit
off.
more than your
Yeah,
centers, right? And it's more
sure.
vertically oriented. But if you're going to be, running stuff that you're going to be running stretch and you're going to be running, you need your guards to be movers against the three techniques and the one techniques, and your center's got to be coming over working up to the second level. He's going to be getting up with second level cuts and second level blocks more often. So I think if you're going to be a team that's working more for the fast swipe versus slow swipe, right? Slow swipe being more vertical downhill, fast swipe being more stretch, outside zone, some buck sweeps, then you're going to need your center to be a guy that can move and get to the second level. And
Yep.
so it depends on what they do. With what Notre Dame does, I think the way that at least the way that they were last year, I can't tell you what they're going to be this year, but the way they were last year, I think it was more important that the guards get up to the second level more. We didn't see Zeke Correll working to the second level a ton. He was more staying on that block, and they were trying to work the guards up to the second level last year. This year, I don't know. But ideally, you want all your guys to be able to move and get to the second level. That's the ideal situation. But if I had to err on the side of it, I would rather have guards that are butt kickers and a center that can move as opposed to athletic guards and a big butt kicking center based on what I think the Notre Dame run game is going to be this year. That would be my 2 cents.
I agree because it's really funny how the game evolves, also based upon who you play on a year-to-year basis. Like Notre Dame this year is going to be playing against a lot of four-man front, right? But there's some teams that we're seeing more and more three-man fronts in college football. And in the three-man fronts, I would actually say like a center, I kind of want to have a little bit more steps, right? A guy that can move a little bit at the point of attack because he's going to be covered a lot more than what your typical center might be. But fortunately, Notre Dame still plays the Clemsons, the Ohio States that do still run a lot of four-man because they still appreciate the athleticism that you can get on the interior of the defensive line, right? So I think for what Notre Dame plays against, I think I still want athleticism at center, but I really think that the game's changing a little bit, man. It's changed a little. Like, I'll say it like this, Brian. I know we talked about like Pat Coogan at center in some instances, right? Pat Coogan against USC, I would be a lot more okay with at center because he's going to be playing against a guy that's head up all the time. Against Ohio State or Clemson, I don't know about that. I don't know if I would love that too much. You know what I mean? So it's also against the formatting of who you're playing against a lot, too,
Especially Ohio State, because they're going to do so much just cross his face and bring a linebacker over. They're going to do the stunts and slants where at least last year, Clemson was a little bit more basic, last year. I don't know if that's going to be the case this year.
Which is so weird because Venables was the complete opposite, man. Like he wanted guys moving all over the place. But
Good. Really. So you guys are on fire so far with questions, man. You guys are doing really well today. We appreciate these great questions. This is going to be. I want to ask this one, Ryan, because I want you to answer it first.
Yeah.
So he gave 3 Notre Dame players. I want you to give 3 on both sides of the ball, right?
Okay.
So give me your, and then we can say like who is at the top. So who is on IB's freak list? Is your top 3 the same as Bruce Feldman? So first of all, Ryan, can you just explain to people, because I think some people think this means best players and stuff like that. Can you just kind of briefly explain what that means?
Yeah.
And then let's give our freaks list.
Yeah, I mean it's working off of athletic testing numbers, the Bruce Feldman's freak list. Like you're going to see guys, the things that are going to be mentioned in there are mostly GPS miles per hour that they run, what their 40 time is, what their broad is, vertical, like those different types of athletic testing. But also they'll talk about the weight room stuff, how much a guy benches, how much a guy squats, but then they'll also throw in like random stuff like Notre Dame, with the pull-ups, for instance, and then some of the athletic background of certain players as far as playing multiple sports. So it's really all about athletes. Like there's a few guys on that list that aren't even starters for their team, but it's like the last player on the Feldman's freak list this year was a backup nose guard for Navy because of the weight room numbers that he threw around, right? So it's not about the best football players. I mean, Nicholas Harbor was number 1 this year. Nicholas Harbor hasn't played a snap on the college level yet, but he ran 10-2 at 220 plus pounds at 6'5". So that's the reason that he's on the freaks list as the number 1. So I initially thought, Indie Football Nerd, that this question was asking who on the IB staff would be on the freaks list, like who would be on your top. But
well, I mean, we really only, if you're going to say 3, I mean, we really only have 3 full-time employees. So it's me, you, and
Vince will be number 1.
Well, Vince isn't a full-time employee, so it'd be me. It'd be me, you, and Stiers, basically,
counts.
right?
Oh.
So.
Well, I don't think it'd be Stiers. I don't think it would be Stiers.
Well, there's only 3. So that was my point. If there's only 3, he's got to be in the top 3.
Top 3 on the football team, offense and defense. Offensively, I would say for me, Joe Alt would be one that I would consider heavily because I think that Joe Alt, I mean, from a size, athleticism perspective, like I'm sure miles per hour is pretty good on him running. Like he's a former high school tight end, right? So I'm sure the miles per hour on the GPS is pretty nice. I'm sure that he does some good broad jump work. Like he's a pretty explosive kid, right? So he'd be number 1 for me. Number 2, it's interesting offensively. I think there's a lot more answers on the defensive side of the football than offense for me because there's just a lot more like natural football players, I think, on offense. Like Jaden Greathouse, I don't think is ever going to be on a freaks list, for instance, right? Chris Tyree would be one because he's literally been on a freaks list and he runs 4.3 something. So and he's also
got the thing we remember 2 years ago, Ryan. They had him down for some really good jumping numbers too. It wasn't just fast. He was like a 38-inch vertical or something like that, and really good broad. So it was that as well.
Yep. So Chris Tyree, I'll go Joe Alt, and then in the future, I think Charles Jagusau will probably be on there, but I'm not going to include him just because we don't 100% know what the numbers are there. Third one I'll say is Braylon James.
Yeah.
Because we've heard of some really crazy testing numbers for Braylon James.
At Notre Dame. This isn't stuff that we're reporting in high school. We're talking about what he did at Notre Dame. Like, what was it, like 4.4, like a 40-inch vert? Like crazy
high
broad.
30s, 40 inch in the vert.
Yeah, I think it wasn't like an 11 over an 11-foot broad or something crazy like that.
It was over 10 for sure. I don't know if it quite got to 11.
It was crazy.
Maybe.
It was crazy.
So offensively, that would be mine. Defensively, there's a lot of people you could choose from defensively, honestly. Like there's a lot. Riley Mills made the list. So like, okay, cool. Cam Hart made the list. So okay, cool. I wouldn't have Javonte Jean-Baptiste, even though he had some pretty good numbers on there, but I would probably have, man,
it's kind of hard
Micah
not to have
Bell,
Micah
I guess,
Bell on there
for like
because Micah Bell's going to have jumping numbers too.
Yeah, I'll go Micah Bell as the third on defense.
I mean, you're talking about 5'9.5" foot kid that jumped over 24 feet in the triple jump.
It's really good. Yes.
I mean, like you said, Ryan, most long jumpers or triple jumpers are longer guys, Cam Williams types, right?
Cam Williams-esque.
Yeah. And he would be my offensively. I'm actually not going to have Joe Alt on there. I understand where you're coming from. It's just there's just too many stupid athletes on that offense. So I'm going to go. I'm going to go Chris Tyree. I'm going to go Braylon James. I'm going to go some combination. Pick one between Jadarian Price, if he's healthy, or Jeremiah Love. I think those guys are just going to have really crazy athleticism numbers.
Jeremiah Love's a good one because he was a 10
Yeah.
500-meter kid.
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah.
one.
And he's going to have jumps
did
too.
Price have? Does he have great testing numbers too? Jadarian Price?
Well, he not in high school. I don't
Okay.
believe. I don't know that he was a track guy in high school. I can look it
Gotcha.
up, but it just is more about like how explosive he has been before the injury. So he was
Okay.
some of the things we had heard about him that first spring from a testing standpoint were wow. Okay,
Gotcha.
that guy's really good. I'm looking up his track numbers now. I don't know that his there's no 400-meter time or 100-meter time. There's no 200-meter time. His best 400 was like 54.5. He was more of a relay guy, it looks like, and he didn't run track as a senior. So in his best long jump was 20 feet 9 inches, and he did that as a sophomore. So he didn't run track. Yeah, he didn't run track for he was more no, I don't see any hundreds. It's just a bunch of relay stuff is all I see from him.
So he probably did just more to stay in shape than actually compete, it sounds like.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And see if it,
you know what's crazy is when this 2024 class gets here, man, you're going to have at least 3 kids that were 24+ foot long jumpers.
Yeah,
which is
well, it's Ryan. It's not a coincidence. Like, and you know this. It's not a coincidence. They're doing these things on purpose. They take these things into consideration when they're doing evaluations. They want length. They want explosiveness. Because the whole thing is like, if you believe in your coaching staff from a coaching standpoint, and this is how it should always be at Notre Dame. Your assistant coaches should be guys that you believe are developers.
Yep.
Because then go get that twitchy kid that maybe doesn't know how to play football at a high level yet, because you can teach that. And then you mix those guys in. Like what they did at receiver this past year, even before they got KK Smith, was so perfect in my opinion. You got 2 guys that don't necessarily have elite floors or ceilings, but have big time floors in Jaden Greathouse and Rico Flores. Then you got another kid in Braylon James who maybe doesn't have that really high floor, but has a first round NFL draft pick ceiling athletically. And you mix those guys together and, so you're going to get a certain level from Greathouse and Flores. But the key is if Braylon hits, that receiving core is going to be insane in a few years. And it's kind of like that in the 24 class when they had Isaiah Canyon. Is you had, a really high floor guy in Micah Gilbert. Cam Williams became a high floor, high ceiling guy, even though he wasn't when they first got him. And then Canyon was more of the low floor, crazy high ceiling guy. And that's kind of what they're looking for. You need that blend, in my opinion. It's the same thing offensive line. Absher and Jagusau, lower floors. Although I think Jagusau's floor is pretty high just because of how talented he is. But he's still a toolsy guy. Absher's that. But then you look at Sam Pendleton, and he's one of the most high floor players Notre Dame has signed in several years on the offensive line, right? So you've got to have that mix, and they do a pretty good job of that. Defensively, my freaks, obviously Riley Mills would be on there. I would have Micah Bell on there. It's hard for me not to have Micah Bell on there. A guy that I won't be surprised if he's on the freaks list someday. I will not be shocked if one of the 2 freshman linebackers is on the freaks list someday, either Jaden Osbury or Drake Bowen. I think one of those guys will be on Bruce Feldman's list at some point in time down the road. I do.
Yep.
I do.
It's possible. Very possible.
All right, good stuff today. You guys are really on a roll. We got a bunch from like Football Nerd and Xavier, so I want to get to some others and mix those guys in as well. But we do it. We're gonna have a lot of those also mixed in early.
Xavier Kilowatts said, "Which current coaches could you see ending their careers at Notre Dame?"
Well, I hope Marcus Freeman is one of those guys. I mean, that'd be nice, right?
Yeah. That's a long time though, man. What's it like next 30 years?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Unless he just is like, wins a bunch of, and he's like, I'm good,
Yeah. And he goes be an analyst.
It's always going to be older guys, right, Ryan? It's going to there's
Rudolph.
No way in heck Chris Tyree ends his career at Notre Dame unless he just decides I don't want to coach football anymore. Same with Mike Mickens. So those guys just are not going to be Notre Dame. They're too young. They have too many aspirations, right? Al Washington's still in his 30s, right? Yeah. Like he turned down a D coordinator job from Tennessee a couple years ago. Like that's eventually where he wants to be, no matter how much if they do a great job. I mean, he's just not going to be here for the next 20 years. Yeah. So that leaves really only one guy, and that's Joe Rudolph. He's not even that old. He just
He's
looks
not.
older because of
He's like
how young the
50s,
rest
right?
of the rest of the staff is so dang young. But Joe Rudolph's not actually that old.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but like, you know, Coach Easton was in his late 60s. Joe
Okay.
Rudolph's only 51, Ryan. That's
He's
it.
only 51?
Yeah, but he's
got
it's the
that grizzly
beard.
vet
It's
look
the
to him,
beard.
man.
It's because he's
Yeah.
got the gray beard,
Yeah.
and the rest of the staff is so freaking young. I
Yeah.
mean, so that's
That's
I think
what
Jared
Dylan's like, what, 49 or something like
49.
that, right? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't see him being a lifer either. But like
Gotcha.
Jared Parker at 42 is one of the oldest assistants they have. I mean, he's older than Al. So Al Golden is obviously. I think Al Golden's actually the oldest coach that they have. Actually, Al Golden looks younger, but he's 54. So you've got he's 54, Rudolph's 51, Dylan's 49, and then you drop all the way down to Jared Parker, who's 42, and I think Mickens is like 39. No, he's only 36. Mickens is only 36. O'Leary's still in his 20s. Chancey Stuckey's like what, 38, 39, I
Something like
believe,
that.
as well.
Yeah.
Coach Stuckey's 39. He'll be 40 in October. So it's a
I'm
pretty
surprised
young
he's that
staff.
old, man. He still looks really young, Coach
Yeah.
Stuckey. Which is fun.
Yeah. So that's part of it too, is like when you've got a younger staff, like if you'd asked me this question last year, I'd have said Harry Heastan. He'll finish his career at Notre Dame. And he did.
He may have. Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
But, you know, there was no way in heck Tom Maurice is ever going to finish his career at Notre Dame. There was no way that Mike Mickens and so I think O'Leary's really the only one, or not O'Leary. Rudolph's the only one that I could see that. But even then, right, Ryan, he's got to coach 17 more years to get to Harry Heastan's age when he finally retired.
It's crazy, man.
I wish they would, but coaches just don't do that anymore. They just don't stay at a place like that anymore. They really don't, unfortunately.
Do not.
I just want to answer this question here really quick from DBZ. Thank you for the super chat, DBZ. Is Nolan Ziegler's on the team? Yes, he is. And that's about all we're going to say about that one. But, you know, young man's just battling through some stuff right now and wish him the best. But it's nothing disciplinary, nothing like that. I know we get asked about that a lot. So, you know, he's dealing with some personal stuff that he's got to work through, but he's still part of the team and is working his way back. So I know we get asked that a lot. And since it was a super chat, I wanted to address it.
Sure. We had another super chat from Mark Krogan. Thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate it. Over under on 3.5 Aldrich Estime fumbles and punts blocked.
Under on the fumbles.
Yes.
We only had 3 last year, right?
Yes, he only had 3, and he was very clean throughout the latter part of the season.
After UNLV, he didn't have another one, I don't believe. Did he?
Don't think so. Yep. Yeah. It was like that. It was just like that 3-game stretch or whatever, 2-game stretch, 3-game
and
stretch.
The one was he was trying to stick the ball into the end zone, which he shouldn't do.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he had 2 where it just got knocked out, Stanford and then UNLV. So I'm going to go under. Punts blocked. I'm also going to go under. You know, like 7's a lot. And Brian Mason, people forget this. Brian Mason's special teams at Cincinnati in 2021 also led the nation in punt and kick blocks.
They blocked a lot of punts.
That's just kind of who he was. Teams are going to be more prepared for it now. I mean, Marty Biagi's, I think, best year was last year with 3. That was top 20. You know, I mean, like, so I'm going to go under on that. If it gets to 3, I'm happy as long as it's a consistent pressure, you know, that's going to lead to some shorter kicks and just, you want to make them work. Even if you don't necessarily get to a ton, you need to make them work. And that's something I'm a big fan of.
I'm a little mixed on this because Audrey's definitely under. I want to say over for the punt block, but I also kind of have a feeling that with a lot more options of potential dynamic punt returners, you might want to set up some returns more than maybe go after the punt at times. You know what I mean? So like mixing that, I'll go over just to be the.
Although you could say, Ryan, that's also helped set up returns, get more line drive kicks, get more rush kicks, forcing them to keep more guys back in protection to prevent you from blocking. Because, you know, for all the angst about punt returning, Notre Dame finished in the top 20 last year in punt return yards.
Brandon Joseph actually did a good job returning last year.
And they're in the top 25 in return average. They're over 10 yards a return last year. Part of that was because teams had to spend so much dang time not getting the punt blocked. And you remember when the Syracuse game, remember they blocked that one kick, but they were in that kid's head the whole game. He had like 3 just absolute shanked punts because they were just in his head. Clemson. Or no, what was it? Clemson game. No, it was the South Carolina game. South Carolina had had arguably the best overall special teams in college football last year from a ranking standpoint in all the different categories. They were so afraid of Notre Dame's punt block team last year. They got like a delay a game, almost like 2 delay games, actually, I think, if I remember correctly. The guy was rushing kicks, and it was just like, if South Carolina is afraid of your punt block situation, then that's just who you are. And I think that can lead to mistakes that then set up the bigger returns, in my opinion. But yeah, you just mix it up, right? I mean, there'll be times to mix it up, but you want to make sure that they still fear your ability to come get it. That's important to me with this team.
We had another super chat from Nathan Milton. Thank you, Nathan. What's your response to those who make fun of fans who didn't attend the college they are a fan of? Is Justin Scott and Ryan Wingo still talking to Notre Dame staff?
I believe Justin Scott is, but I'm not 100% certain of that. Look, I think people who make fun of that, I think those people are clowns who are looking for clout and social media or whatever else. I don't really care about those people. I don't. I mean, you can be a fan of whoever you want to be a fan of, and nobody gets to tell you who you do or don't root for. Some people just like being a-holes. And, I mean, Dave Portnoy became a billionaire just because he's an a-hole. Right?
Seriously.
And that's his claim to fame. Whatever.
I don't
good for him. Hey, if your legacy is, hey, I was rich, but I was an a-hole, I'd rather not be rich. That's just me. But you know what? You do you, man. And there's a lot of people like that. I don't really care, and neither should you. If you have a team you love and root for, then love and root for that team. Don't let anybody else tell you what you should or shouldn't do. And if somebody says you have to be to go to a school to be a fan of that team, just tell them to piss off. That's all you do. And if somebody wants to be that disrespectful, then guess what? One less person whose opinion you should care about. That's what I have to say about that.
That's like the people that like say stuff about like people that are NFL fans for a certain team. It's like, you're not even from there. It's like, okay. Yeah. All right.
So what's your freaking
people always
point?
say that to me. It's like, oh, you're not an Eagles fan? I'm like, no, I'm a Rams fan because my mom was a Rams fan and I grew up a Rams fan.
Like this ain't a cult, y'all, where I'm here, so I gotta do this, right? I mean, I can't. There's just a lot of people that just like to say really ignorant things and tear other people down, and there's a lot of that going on. And I just say, screw those people, right?
So apparently, by that logic, I can only be a Rowan University fan.
Yeah,
or a
go Seagulls.
That's all I can do. That's all I can do.
That. I'll root for whoever the heck I want to root for, and if you don't like it, that's your problem, not mine. That's all I would say about that.
Unfortunately, I wasn't a good enough football player or a smart enough student to have gone to the University of Notre Dame, but I can still love the University of Notre Dame for what they stand for. So
absolutely. And anybody that doesn't like it, guess what? I don't care. I'd like to say one of my favorite quotes from the movie Friday, but that's not really appropriate for this audience. So yeah. Little smoky comment there about how many F's I give about someone who has that opinion. The answer is 0, by the way.
I think we got it. Notre Dame football there said, who provides the offense impact speed when Chris Tyree won't be on the field at wide receiver?
Who provides the offense? I mean, Jadarian Price. And I'll say something else.
Maybe
Jeremiah Love. Jabron Payne is a lot faster than people think. Go back and watch this high school film. That kid can scoot.
He averaged like 10 yards a carry playing good ball as a sophomore in high school. So,
Tobias Merriweather is going to be a big play guy, in my opinion. He's got some speed. Nobody has Chris Tyree speed, but most teams don't have a guy with Chris Tyree speed.
Chris Tyree is probably the top 5 to 10 fastest players in college football. So most teams don't have a Chris Tyree. Yeah.
You don't necessarily need a bunch of burners, right? Look, Dexter Williams was an impact big play guy. He was a 4.6, folks, because he ran a 4.58 after months of preparing to run as fast as he could, which means when he was at Notre Dame, he was a 4.6, and he was a big play guy. Right. So, those are the veterans that I look at. I mean, Deion Colsey has big speed. It's just you don't know what you're going to get from Deion. Braylon James is a guy that we talked about earlier, has big time speed. So this team has pretty good speed. That was one of the things I was interested about last night. A lot of people think, well, they don't have any speed at receiver. And I've seen this comment made before, and I'm like, well, what? this receiving core has a lot more speed, in my opinion, than the 2020 receiving core. I mean,
I know a lot more than 2020. Yeah, a lot more. Yeah.
So
there's a lot of 4.4 guys in that building.
Yeah,
And
low 4.5s, which is moving, especially when you're 6'4". You know, so I mean, Tobias Merriweather was I think a 10.8 in high school in the 100-meter dash, and he
solid.
Back-to-back 200-meter sprint champion in the state of Washington. I think he won it as a senior as well. But as a junior, he won the state championship in the 100, 200, and 400 on the same day. Right? Like, this is not a slow kid either.
No.
So I'm just telling y'all, and again, I could be really wrong on this, Ryan. I think a lot of it is you have people that have very strong opinions about what they see that don't know what they're looking at. And then that becomes the narrative about this receiving core. Tobias Merriweather is going to be just fine. When you go against arguably the best corner tandem in college football every single day in practice, you're not going to look like Jerry Rice. Not going to happen. And if he was going against some of the corner tandems they've had in the past, he'd look like $1 million, but you're like, but those guys, you're going to face better guys than that every week. So they're going to be fine.
I think part of it is also that a lot of people haven't seen enough of the wide receivers yet, right? Like there's not a ton of production coming back as far as like on field. Because I was talking to a buddy about this yesterday, and they kind of voiced the same concern. Like, I just don't know if Notre Dame has a good wide receiver room. And I'm like, they have a lot of talent. I mean, they need to prove it, but like, there's a lot of talent there.
We don't know if they're good or not yet either, Ryan. But we know they're talented. There's a difference. We got to find out if they're good. But the other thing too is like, let somebody on the message board the other day was like, hey, it's okay to have skepticism because, you look at the bowl game and they lost Logan Diggs, they lost Tyler Buckner, they lost Braylon Lindsey. And I'm like, yeah, but they also bring back Audric Esme had over 100 yards of offense in that game. They bring back Mitchell Evans, who had the game-winning touchdown and 3 catches for 39 yards. They bring back Jaden Thomas, who had 6 catches in that game, made some money plays in that game. So, I mean, you can focus on what they lost, but I'm also going to point out the fact that they've got some really good football players coming back. I mean, Tobias Merriweather has 1 career catch. It went for 41-yard touchdown. Right. Like, so, and he's 6'4.5", almost 6'5". So they're going to be all right. Are they going to be good? I don't know. But if they're not good, it won't be because they don't have athleticism. That's what I'll say to you. And then there's also a difference between athleticism and speed. Jaden Greathouse isn't fast. He's very athletic.
Yep.
I mean, that's why he moved to punt return last year and returned 4 punts for touchdowns as a senior. Right.
The highest classification in Texas.
Right. You don't do that because you're a great route runner. You know what I mean, Ryan? Like, it has nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing to do with it.
Greathouse was crazy that year, man. Yeah. Absolutely crazy. Adam Blair, if Christian Gray has a freshman All-American season this year, what effect will that have on defensive back recruiting? I mean, if you have back-to-back freshman All-Americans, I think it would have a great impact on recruiting.
Yeah.
I mean, because you could sell if you come in and you put in the work and you are a guy, you could potentially play early, and we have a good track record of developing guys very quickly on this level. So a lot of good, I think.
Could help.
A lot of 2025 corners, not even just Cree Thomas, have mentioned Benjamin Morrison to me already, and it's like they're watching, they see it, like they understand it. So yeah, I think it matters. I think it could help for sure.
Yeah. Here's an interesting one, Ryan.
Fighting Irish Fan 1991, if that's what that stands for, is the best year. You seem to be higher on Kenny Minchie than Steve Angeli. I know Tim Priester, Tim O'Malley, and Pete Sampson seem to act like Steve is much more ready. If Sam goes down early against Ohio State, who do you put in?
So just to be clear, I've never said that Kenny Minchie's more ready than Steve Angeli right now. Never said that.
Upside.
He's just way more talented than Steve Angeli is. That's what I've said. He's got a better arm, and he's just got more ability. Steve is ahead right now because he's got a whole year advantage in the system over him. So Steve's ahead of him right now. Who would go in at Ohio State as of today? Probably be Steve Angeli. Who would it be in November? I don't know. And the answer to that question is going to tell us a lot about whether or not Notre Dame goes to the portal next year, Ryan, in my opinion. But there's a difference between saying that one guy is ahead of another guy because he's more ready and saying another guy is more talented than the other guy. There's a difference. So nothing that I've said disagree, and you all know I have no problem disagreeing with people if they say something that I don't agree with, nor do most of the people on that list that you gave. But we're not saying different things. Now, if they were to say that they think Steve Angeli's more talented than Kenny Minchie, then we have a disagreement. But if their comment is that he's more ready than Kenny Minchie, I agree with that. Yeah, I would agree that he clearly knows the offense still better right now, better than Kenny, and that's important at quarterback. It's very important, unless you're just like crazy talented. Like right. I know this guy doesn't know the offense, but it's Michael Vick. And by the way, Michael Vick didn't play as a freshman.
No.
Let's make sure people remember that as well. So yeah, I think it's a fair thing to say that Steve Angeli's ahead of Kenny Minchie right now, and that doesn't go against anything I've said. I just don't think that's going to last a real long time. That's more of where I'm at on that one. So just so that we're clear.
Our next question we had was from Notre Dame Football Nerd. A lot of great questions today, by the way, Notre Dame Football Nerd. What is the biggest thing you're looking for Jordan Botelho to improve upon to become an impact player?
To me, it's two things, Ryan. It's consistency and better, and specifically in two areas, effort and hand play. Those are the two areas where I think he has to be better, because sometimes he'll just kind of run right into a guy and just stay locked on. Other times he'll use his hands great. He'll dip and rip. He'll use his hand to get the offensive tackle's hand off and just crush a guy. So really it just comes down to using your hands better to win at the point of attack and get off blocks. And then just that motor you show at times, dude, that you showed in high school, I need to see that all the time. If you're tired, we'll put somebody else in there and give you a breather. But when you're out there, I just need you to go. Because if Jordan Botelho can be consistent from a focus and effort and a technical standpoint, he will have a big year. There's no double-digit tackles for loss, high, maybe get to double-digit sacks. Wouldn't surprise me, but we just got to see it. I mean, he's got to show it, and we haven't seen him consistently do it. What he did in a bowl game, Ryan, is not a surprise. You don't just get 10 pressures and 2 sacks in a game by accident against an SEC team. I don't care what SEC team you're playing in a bowl game. But obviously that's not realistic to do every game. But can you still give the same motor, the same effort every game? That's going to be the question with Jordan, in my opinion.
Yeah, hand play is a big one for me, I think, because I don't think that Jordan has great length. I think his length is fine, but I don't think it's great. So when you don't have great length, you need to keep guys off your body, right? And that's kind of where the hand play comes in. I also think for me, another big thing I think is just spatial awareness, right? Or just positional awareness, I guess, is maybe a better way to coin it. Like he needs to, I think, play better situational football. And what that means is being aware of what an offense is trying to do, why a guy is down blocking, why a guy is blocking out. So like why a offense is doing what they're doing against you from a blocking scheme perspective, to be able to decipher plays quicker. So I think that and hand play are my two biggest things that I need to see, because again, his biggest positives for me athletically is that he's explosive and he's fast, right? Like those are the two biggest things. They're different, by the way. Being explosive and being fast are very different things. Yeah. He has both those things, but he's not a guy that if an offensive tackle gets inside on his chest, he's just going to be able to press and lock out because he's got these 34-inch arms. Like that's just not who Jordan is.
Like Foskey could do that.
Exactly.
Foskey could come off with crap technique, but just if he would win off the line, get his hands in you and just drive you back in the quarterback because you couldn't get your hands on him.
Because he's stupid long. Yeah. Because he's stupid long. Jordan's not that guy. Jordan needs to win with hand and body quickness. That is his biggest thing. So, yes. I
actually think the fact that he's shorter, he's 6'2.5", is actually works for him with those short arms, because he can get under tackles a little better than if he was taller with shorter arms. So he has to use it. Right?
I'm interested to see him because he's up to like 264 pounds, right? Yeah. Like that's an interesting body type for that position. So I'm looking forward to him.
Very. All right, let's get down to, there's a bunch from Football Nerd, so let's get past some of those. I want to get over here.
Because he's such a nerd.
Well,
Rob Osgood with the question.
Have you guys figured out who that is yet?
Yes.
Okay.
They messaged me. Rob Osgood said, just a thought, with ESPN and their financial troubles, do you think the era of big money payouts to conferences are going to come back to reality, like the housing market up and down?
I've said this, Rob. I do. I mean, look, I read something the other day that ESPN is talking about letting the AAC out of their deal to join join with the Pac-12. I have no evidence of this, but I believe this to be true. So again, this is just my opinion. I believe that ESPN is working with certain ACC entities, teams, schools, I should say, to
Mhm.
try to get them to want to get out of that deal, right? Don't let the ACC expand because they do not want to be locked into that deal for the next 10 years because they can't afford it. They've offered way too much money to the SEC. There's a reason that they let certain conferences walk. And when you look at where they are from a financial standpoint, Ryan, they overpaid for the NBA. They've overpaid for Major League Baseball. Because here's the thing, it's guys, they don't just have college football. They also
Yeah.
played a
Other
huge
sports.
contract in the NBA, and the NBA has not seen, the NBA is just not as popular as it used to be. It's just not. I mean, the numbers show that. Now, it is pretty big globally, which helps them, but it's not as big in the United States as it used to be. And so, Major League Baseball, they're paying a lot for. I don't believe that to be as popular. When I say
Oh,
popular,
that
I'm more
has to
talking
be
about
lower.
about
Yeah.
just people that watch it. So they have a lot of things they paid a lot of money for when they were rolling, and I just think that it's a lot of things have happened in our economy in the last few years. I don't know that our economy has ever recovered from the things that people did during the COVID era that they shouldn't have done that really crushed our economy. There's a lot of things that have gone, and there's stuff that's been going on even before that. There's market changes. It's just not. It was a lot easier to do this when everybody, because like I don't know if you remember this, Ryan, but like growing up, I always thought it was this crazy monopoly. Like I could only have Cox networks, or I could only have Verizon as my TV network. Like if I wanted something else, I had to go with Direct TV or something like that. Like you could only have a certain TV network in your area, and then you just had to have it. So there was like you were locked into paying X amount of dollars for a TV network, and then ESPN would work out deals with them. And but as more and more people have gone to streaming services or just cut the cord entirely, and there's just all these different aspects, Ryan, where that money is not as guaranteed as it used to be. You're seeing advertisers are a little bit more picky with what they're spending money on because they don't have the revenue they used to have. And so there's just a lot of things that factored in and may have made me say, I think that ESPN is propped up. And I think and we had somebody on the message board that said it, and they said it perfectly. They said and Rob, you're kind of saying it now. It's what he was saying is it's a lot like the housing market from '08, and how that it kept growing, but it was growing on false numbers and false practices, and it couldn't sustain, and it just took something to pop it, and it just like that. And I think that's what's going on with ESPN, which is why I think they're trying to get out of some of these. They're trying to get out of the AAC deal. They're trying to get out of the ACC deal. It's why they didn't, sign the Big Ten. It's why the Big 12. It's why they're completely out of the Big Ten market now. It's why they didn't sign the Pac-12 and all those different things. I think they're trying to consolidate their college football market to like 20 teams. So they want to get like North Carolina, maybe Virginia, Miami, maybe Clemson or Florida State, like some group of those 5 teams. They want to get some group of that to come join the SEC. Let the ACC die. It's not our problem. And consolidate it, and that's much more affordable for them. And I think that's their hope. But like Disney's trying to sell ESPN, and the last I read is nobody wants to buy it.
Yeah.
Why? Because they don't see it as a long-term profitable. There's way too much money that they've got guaranteed out. That's like, no, I'm not taking that. That's too much of a risk for me to take with my money, that kind of thing. Right, Ryan? And so, yeah, I think it's gonna come crashing hard. And I just don't know what happens after that. That's going to be the interesting part.
My most perplexing question would be, who is going to create the 30 for 30, the fall of ESPN, if there's no ESPN? Think about that.
That's a great
folks.
point. That's a great point. Netflix.
Woohoo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Netflix is losing money too, though, aren't they?
They are. That's why I was being sarcastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're seeing a lot of these networks that were spending a lot of money to create their own content. They're just not making the money off of it anymore. Netflix also had that. They had a fake bubble too. Like they had a giant boost during COVID.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, yeah, of course people are going to sign up when, you're told you can't leave your house and people actually listen to that. Yeah, you're going to have to do something, so you get Netflix. And so it was an artificial boost.
Yeah.
And they've come crashing back down because of that. And again, there's always other reasons there's never like one reason that something isn't working, it's always multiple reasons that end up
Yep.
factoring into it.
Man, I miss Tiger King. Irish Flooded says favorite football movie or series.
I mean,
My favorite movie of all time is The Program. It always
yeah,
has been. I used to watch it before every football game. I watched The Program because it was absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely
I
phenomenal.
wasn't as high on it as you were.
Oh man,
Um,
starting
I'm,
defense, place at the table.
yeah, yeah,
Oh man,
yeah.
smashing heads and cars, fantastic stuff.
I've said this before. My favorite football movie is probably Necessary Roughness. It was very funny. Wasn't a great, like the football action was pretty terrible, but it's just a really funny movie. There aren't a ton of great football movies that I've liked over the years, Ryan. Like
Friday Night Lights was
I
really
didn't like
good.
Any Given Sunday.
Oh yeah, Negan
I've never seen Friday Night Lights, although I've heard it's phenomenal. I just have never
That's great.
seen it. I know some people that have said the series is better than the movie. Others say the movie's better than the series.
They're both good, man. They're both good.
I mean, there's been some other football series like Playmakers. Remember that? That was pretty lame. When ESPN tried to do that, that was pretty lame. There haven't been a ton of football movies, to be honest with you, that I've and some of them are like, did you ever see and it's actually kind of fun. Did you ever see the movie with The Rock? The what's it called?
Gridiron Gang?
No, it was a comedy, but he was a quarterback. And
Oh,
I'm
Tooth
trying to
Fairy.
No. That was a hockey movie. Uh, it,
Wait.
but it's not. It's something like might have been like the pro. No, I'm trying to just give me a second. I'm gonna look it up. But like just the football in that movie was just so incredibly lame. I'm trying to find his filmography for The Rock. But
I know the movie you're talking about though.
Yeah.
I remember because he was like this stuck up quarterback, right?
Yeah,
And then
Joe. Oh man, but he was like, it's like the number one, and it was all about him and stuff like that. And I've seen that. Like that was pretty funny. I'm trying to find the name of it. It's really The Game Plan. Yeah,
Game
that's
Plan,
what it was.
yeah.
Game Plan. He was Joe Kingman.
Stunk.
Right.
Kingman, yeah.
Like most football movies have been like that, where it's like, it's cute. You watch it with your wife, and then you're like, okay, I'm not watching it again. Like I don't think there actually have been a lot of great football movies. I'll say this: I hated Any Given Sunday, but the one thing I'll give them is that was the most realistic action, like first person action football movie of the chaos that goes on a football field. Right. But the rest of it I thought was terrible. I thought it was a terrible movie.
Yeah, it was just overplayed and cheesy.
Yeah.
Like
all
the characters were just like way too over the top. It's
right.
just like that's not how
like there's a guy like that, a team doctor like that in the NFL, but like to put all of them on like one team, it's like, come on, guys. Like,
Waterboy was really good. Waterboy
that's
was really
a good football movie. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's funny, but it's also kind of entertaining and it's good. Yeah.
I don't remember Johnny Be Good, and Remember the Titans was a great football movie in my opinion. I did love that one. Longest Yard, the original, was a pretty good movie. The Longest Yard with Adam Sandler was kind of stupid. I thought.
I like the one with Adam Sandler. I thought it was good.
And I don't consider. I mean, technically, Rudy's a football movie, and yes, I do love the movie Rudy, but I kind of don't consider that necessarily a football movie as much as a drama. But it's a football.
You also know my stance on.
I do.
On
we don't need to talk about it again.
Yeah. It's fine.
Blindside was a pretty good. I thought Blindside was a good movie, but I don't consider that a football movie. There was football in it, but it wasn't built around football. It was built around the personal story of them. Which
if that's not a football movie, then Die Hard is definitely not a Christmas movie. Then definitely not.
It was on Christmas.
I mean, that one they played football in that movie.
Huh? So, in what movie?
Sure. Any movie we're talking about right now.
Sure. They had a football being played at the beginning of like Air Force One, right? Doesn't mean that it's a football movie. Here's a terrible football movie. The Last Boy Scout was a terrible football movie.
I've never seen that.
It's with Damon Wayans and Bruce Willis. Terrible football movie.
Never saw it.
Terrible football movie.
Does Boys in the Hood count? There was some football in that movie. Boys in the Hood.
No.
Don't you remember when Ricky Baker was a football player?
No.
He almost went to USC, man, if he didn't die. So sorry, I just spoiled it for everyone out there. Sorry.
Yeah, because if you haven't seen Boys in the Hood by now, you're just waiting on it to come out on YouTube.
I mean, I don't know if my wife has ever seen Boys in the Hood, but
Junction Boys was a pretty terrible. I did not like that at all.
Yeah.
There was so much about it I did not like.
It was I think historically it was kind of pretty inaccurate from what I hear as well. So yeah.
There was a basketball movie. I actually liked Blue Chips.
Blue Chips was with Nick Nolte, right?
And Shaquille
And
O'Neal and Penny
Shaq,
Hardaway and Nick and what's the kid's name that played in Indiana that was in that movie? But yeah, that one I actually kind of enjoyed.
Best basketball movie. That's actually been some good basketball movies. Now I think about it.
Much better basketball movie. I mean, Hoosiers was a great movie. There's been much better basketball movies than football movies, which I understand. It's a little easier to kind of simulate that. Like, some of those movies you can actually take like, you can actually like, it's easier to like, so the thing I liked about Blue Chips is you can actually simulate the basketball action. Sure. You just put those five. I mean, you had Bobby Hurley, you had all these guys out there. They could just go play a game. Just put this jersey on. We're going to go play a game, and we'll get some great shots. Football is just a little bit of a harder thing to choreograph for a movie, in my opinion.
Coach Carter was a really good movie. Yep. Probably my favorite basketball movie of all time is which one was the one with Denzel and Jesus Shuttlesworth? Ray Allen played. Was that Above the Rim?
He Got Game.
He got game.
Above the Rim was much earlier than that.
Yeah, that was with Tupac, right?
Yeah.
Above the Rim.
The movie Glory Road.
That was good. Yeah,
was really good too. I like that.
Texas Western, which is UTEP now.
Yep. That one was pretty good too. There's been a lot of really good basketball movies. Yeah.
And the best baseball movie of all time is Major League. I don't want to hear anyone say anything else about that.
Would anyone actually say something different? Is there even another baseball movie that you can even consider?
Watch this. Ready? This is the great thing about this chat. Guys, put in your favorite, guys or women, my apologies.
If you're an older person, I can understand you saying The Natural. I can understand that. If you're older. Redford, that was a good movie, but Major League is still the best, in my opinion.
Oh, see, someone said
there's
Sandlot.
Been some good baseball movies too, Ryan. Sandlot was good, but 8 Men Out was a really good movie. Did you ever see that about the Chicago Black Sox scandal?
With Charles Sheen's in it, right? And all those guys.
Yeah, that was a pretty good movie. So there's been a lot of good baseball, basketball movies. Not a lot of good football movies, to be honest with you.
I kind of liked what was the movie with Kevin Costner was a pitcher
For Love of the Game.
Love of the Game was
Field of Dreams was kind of Field of Dreams is another one I don't consider a baseball movie. It's a drama centered around baseball, but not a baseball movie per se. But I wouldn't argue fiercely about that one. The Rookie, that was a good one with Dennis Quaid.
That's
where it was the truth. He was there, and you know what? There's also been 61 was another. Somebody's put 61 was a great baseball movie. Still 42 about Jackie. There's been a couple Jackie Robinson, including one that Jackie Robinson actually started.
I didn't love 42 that much. I did. I was expecting a little bit more out of that one.
There's been some really good golf movies. Legend of Bagger Vance, I really liked.
It's all you.
Greatest Game Ever Played. Did you ever see that movie with Shia LaBeouf? That was pretty good. There's been some good golf movies. I don't golf, but there's been some good golf movies.
I wanted to watch. Actually, I watched a little bit of it, but there was a. So you said Shia LaBeouf, and that just popped in my head.
Mm-hmm.
He played McEnroe in Borg vs. McEnroe, but I haven't seen the whole thing, so I don't know.
Never saw that. I don't think I've watched any. Like Wimbledon, they made a movie called Wimbledon with Paul Bettany. Never saw it. Yeah, I haven't watched any of the tennis movies. Just I can't do it.
Next question. We had a super chat from Facilitate Inform. Thank you so much. Thanks, Brian and IB team, for all that you do. Couldn't feel more lucky to have you as our Notre Dame go-to media representing and analyzing, being objective and professional like you do. Thoughts on Steve Angeli's growth?
I mean, he's been okay. People saying so-and-so saying, he looks like a sophomore. I mean, he has some good days where here's the thing about Steve. He's a smart kid. He's a confident kid. He's an okay talent. I mean, just that's what he is. I mean, I watched him miss like 5 throws on RVA the other day, Ryan. I mean, he just still doesn't have the consistency from an accuracy standpoint. I mean, people say he's a gamer. I hope he's a gamer, but to me, there's just a limited ceiling there. And he doesn't have a ton of experience either. That's the other thing too, Ryan, that concerns me. This guy hasn't thrown for 3,000 yards in his entire career in high school.
And we can't really call someone a gamer until they've actually played in a game, right?
And the spring game doesn't count to me. Sorry.
Exactly.
I hope he proves me wrong. I really do. I have nothing against. I think Steve Angeli from the couple times I've been around, he's like a great kid.
Yeah.
But it's not personal. It's just he's never shown me anything that makes me think that this is a guy. Ooh, this is going to be the guy. If Sam Hartman goes down right now, he'd have to be the guy. Yeah. But I would have to think that that's not going to be the case long term. I mean, and that's just some of the different things I've heard as well. But I just his growth, he's got a better grasp of the offense this year, and he's stronger
That's great.
this year. You can tell he's putting the work in the weight room. You can definitely tell he works hard. There's no doubt about that. He just, to me, has some limitations, and he doesn't process still real quickly, Ryan. Like you see it, you saw it in the scrimmage where we were at. Like as soon as things start getting a little crazy, he's out of there, man. And that's not his game, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Well, the two things that I liked from what I saw of him last year in practice setting is he seems like a really cool customer. Doesn't really get frazzled much.
No,
And he
that's
actually threw on
true.
the run. He threw on the run pretty well, which is kind of nice to see.
That's been,
So,
and he's done that this fall camp as well, Ryan. He throws the ball on the like a true run, bootlegs,
yes.
sprint outs like that. He throws the ball on the run there. He's actually more accurate there because I think being on the run forces him to bring his arm down more.
Yeah.
He just tends to let loose the ball too soon, and when he misses, he almost always misses high. Like he threw an out cut to Rico Flores in the RVA the other day that sailed over his head by about literally 6 or 7 feet. In RVA, that's because you're letting him loose with the ball too soon. And I'm telling you that thing where he stares at the ball when he's releasing it. I'm telling you that's part of the problem. But when he misses high almost every time because
And
he's
just for
letting
clarification, for
letting
people
loose with the
that
ball too soon.
yeah, and just for clarification for people that haven't watched before, RVA is routes versus air.
Yeah.
Just for anybody that has questions about that. So,
No defense.
yep. And another super chat from Tyler Evans. Tyler, thank you so much. Fun question. Give me one upset that you think will happen, and give me one upset that you would love to see this year in college football.
Well, I would love to see Michigan get beat by somebody that sucks just because their schedule is so weak. I
I
would love to
have
see
one, by the way.
what's that?
Not Michigan, but I have one ready for that one, I
Okay,
think.
let me hear it.
Yeah. I think that Arkansas is going to beat LSU this year because
Yeah.
if you watch the LSU Arkansas game last year, if they had just solid quarterback play, because KJ Jefferson did not play in that game, Arkansas would have beat LSU last year. And I think that with KJ coming back, Rocket Sanders coming back, a couple of defensive players coming back, I think that Arkansas takes down LSU this year.
I agree. I could see that. But it's a team that lost Texas A&M last year by 15 points, so I wouldn't be overly shocked by
Hey,
that.
man,
I just
preseason top 10 team, LSU, baby. Here we
yeah.
are. Yeah.
I would love to see Michigan get beat by. I'm going to look at their schedule.
UConn.
Here's the game I'd like to see them get beat by. I would love to see them go on the road at Nebraska and get beat. I would love to see that. September 30th, same weekend that Notre Dame plays at Duke. I would love to see that. I would love to see that because Michigan's, I think, 1-1 all time at Nebraska.
Mhm.
And then the win they had was not, I don't believe, was a blowout. I think it was a really competitive game. I would love to see something like that. That would be one I would love to see. What upset do I think is going to happen? Well, Ryan, I know you hinted about potentially one in the opener of the season, and that's Duke beating Clemson. I know you hinted about that potentially last week, how you wouldn't be surprised if something like that happens.
Yep.
Oh, an upset then, I mean, technically
I
Notre
hope
Dame over Ohio State because Notre
that's
Dame's
what I was
over a
about to say. Is
touchdown
I hope
underdog
Notre
against
Dame
Ohio
versus Ohio
State.
State
Yeah,
happens. Yes.
that's one that I think is going to happen. So yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I still think having them as a touchdown underdog at home is really disrespectful.
Yep.
Say, well, they got to prove it. Okay, Notre Dame played Georgia at home. They lost by a point. They've played Clemson twice at home, and they're 2-0. Like, really? Like, they've proven that they should not be a touchdown underdog on their home field. I think they've kind of proven that in their career at Notre Dame. At Ohio State, totally fine. I get that. It's at Ohio State. But at home, that should not be the case.
We had another super chat from Trevor Rocket. Thank you so much. Never seen you in here before, Trevor, so welcome.
Hey, Trevor's been here before. It's been a while. It's been a while, yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome back then, sir. Greetings from Drayton, Ontario, Canada. Just wanted to thank you, Brian, and the guys for all that you do. This podcast and IB Nation are a great distraction from life when things are tough. Respect to you all. Respect to you as well, sir.
Trevor also, Ryan, has a lot of times has to watch after because he'll leave a lot of comments after the show. So that also might be why
Awesome.
You don't recognize it as much.
Another one from Trevor. Hey guys, which HBO miniseries, Band of Brothers or The Pacific or both? For me, it's The Pacific. My father was a Marine. Really looking forward to Masters of the Air miniseries. The book was outstanding. I haven't seen either one of these shows, so hopefully you have. but I have
I
not
have
seen either
not.
one. Sorry.
I have not. I've seen Band of Brothers, or no, I have not seen Band of Brothers. I've seen Pacific. Well, no, actually, I've seen the Pacific documentary, but I haven't seen that series. I have to watch those.
Gotcha.
I've heard Band of Brothers was great. I've heard that Pacific was really good. And they're both like series, right? Like acting series, not like documentaries. Like people have asked me this, what are some great history movies? And I'll give you some, but I'm like, I don't normally watch history movies. I'm a documentary guy. That's more my cup of tea for movies or for watching stuff about history. But I've heard those are both very, very good. I just have not seen them.
I've not seen them either.
Yeah.
I don't frequent HBO actually that much now that I think about it.
Yeah,
Like
I
I
don't
watch
have
HBO
HBO.
Max for like what's the House of the Dragon was the last HBO series I've watched. I know that's not a mini series, but yeah.
Was that the second one after Game of Thrones?
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Gotcha.
it's actually before Game of Thrones, like the
The
setting or
prequel?
whatever. But
Gotcha.
yeah, sort of.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's about
But
the
it
rise
came
of
out
the
after Game of Thrones, though, right?
Yeah, it's about the rise of the Targaryen house. Well, actually, the
Gotcha.
downfall of the Targaryen house, I guess. But yeah.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Next question, we had a super chat for Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. He just said, Vision Quest, the best wrestling movie ever. Is that the one with the Journey Journey had a song in Vision Quest, right? Is that the one?
I don't remember Vision Quest. I don't remember that movie.
It's like a 90s or an 80s movie, right? Like it's kind of older, I think.
I don't know. This one, yeah, 1985. I guess it's a drama of Matthew Modine. Yeah, I never saw it.
Yes. Okay. Charlie said it was. Yes. So they have a Journey song that's like part of the soundtrack. I have seen this movie once. I have.
Gotcha. Yep. Never saw it. Not a wrestling guy, especially that kind of wrestling. That's definitely not my cup of tea.
Connor Grant with the super chat. Thank you, Connor. Who on this year's Notre Dame team do you think will get drafted eventually? I mean, a lot of people.
I mean, that's a long list, dude. I mean, Notre Dame's had teams with like over 20 guys on it that eventually got drafted.
Yeah.
Let's just do this, Ryan. Let's just go through the starting lineup and I'm going to say a guy and you just tell me if you do or do not think he's going to get drafted. And if you have a very strong feeling about where, you can go there. Sam Hartman.
Yes. I think Sam Hartman will at least be drafted on day 3 because he has the experience factor that people like. Yes.
Audric Estime.
Yes. Yeah, I know for a fact NFL scouts do like Audric Estime. Okay. Yep.
Jaden Thomas.
I think he can, but it's too early to tell. He needs a breakout year.
Tobias Merriweather.
Eventually, yeah. Yep.
Chris Tyree.
Yes, someone will gamble on his speed day 3.
Mitchell Evans.
Yes, because he has the size profile.
And then being from Notre Dame will help him get overdrafted a little bit as well. Sure. Joe Alt.
Yeah. Easy. Yep.
Blake Fisher.
Blake Fisher will get drafted. Yes.
Zeke Correll.
Borderline. I need to see this year.
Rocco Spindler.
Way too
I know
early
this
to
takes
tell.
some projection. And then
way too early to tell.
Pat Coogan.
Probably not, but I have no idea.
So just in the starting lineup, you gave me 7 guys that you think are going to get drafted, and that does not include Jaden Thomas, who you need to see, right? And Rocco, who you need to see. So 2 guys that you didn't say won't get drafted, just I don't know. I got to see him play.
Yep.
So and we didn't get into backup. So yeah, for all the talk about do they have talent on offense, I think you have your answer right there.
Yeah.
Defense, let's go Jordan Botelho.
He can. Yes.
Riley Mills.
Yes.
Howard Cross.
No.
Javante Jean-Baptiste.
Borderline, but yes.
JD Bertrand.
Borderline, but yes.
Jack Kaiser.
No.
Maris Luafau.
Not right now. No.
Benjamin Morrison.
Yes.
Cam Hart.
Yes.
Xavier Watts.
Most likely, yes.
And Ramon Henderson.
Projection, got to see it.
So that's 7 dudes on each side of the ball that are 14 starters that you project as being guys that get drafted.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yep.
And that's with like a couple that are just like, I mean, if they have great seasons, then yes, sure. Yeah. You know, like if Jaden Thomas goes out and has like 60 receptions this year for like 800 something yards, it's like, yeah. He's
Right.
220 pounds with strong hands. Like, he'll get drafted.
Right.
Sure.
Right. All right, Ryan, here we go. Let's go back up to Indie Football Nerd.
Andy Football Nerve says, will Notre Dame have the best blocking on the outside from the tight ends and wide receivers? How important or fundamental is blocking from the skill positions on the outside? Do they practice this aspect?
They definitely do. I've
Yes.
seen almost every practice we've been at. Mickens and Stuckey get together and they work on battling with the corners and DBs. I'll say this: is technique important for receivers and blocking? Sure, everything you do in football requires some technique, but I still believe the number one need to be a good blocker at wide receiver is want to. Like, the technique is not that; it's getting his way. I mean, have a good base, use your hand, but it's do you want to be a good blocker or not? And it really is the number one by far trait that you need. Will they have the best? I don't know. I don't think they're going to block a ton this year. I mean, compared to last year, they're still going to block a lot, but I think they're going to also run a lot more RPOs. I don't think they're going to have as good of a blocking unit this year as they've had in past years. The 2018 blocking unit was really good because you were big. The 2020 team was very underrated from blockers. Javon McKinley was one of the best blocking receivers I've ever seen at Notre Dame in 2020.
Block too, man.
And I was going to say that next. Skoranek was also a really good blocker. Javon McKinley was a phenomenal blocker in 2020. Skoranek was a very good blocker in 2020. And Avery Davis, when they would go 11 personnel, would battle and get in your way. I mean, he was more pesky as a blocker, Ryan, than like where Skoranek and McKinley would just flat out dominate, especially Javon would dominate you down the field.
Skoranek is literally last in the NFL because he's a great blocker. That's
Yeah.
like the biggest sell he has offensively. Yeah.
So this group won't be like that. Jaden will be a good blocker. Tyree's not. You're not going to ask Chris Tyree to block. If you're asking Chris Tyree to block every time the ball's being run, you're wasting his time and everyone else's. At times do that, sure. But run RPOs, man. Like, get the ball outside. Do that stuff. I'd much rather see a lot more of that. But blocking is important. It is. It's the difference sometimes between a 25-yard run and a 60-yard touchdown. It really can be the difference at times. Go look at some of the downfield, the touchdown runs they had. I think it was Kyron Williams had a great touchdown run against Clemson where he juked the safety. But go look at what Javon McKinley did to the corner on that play, which allowed Kyron to bounce it out to begin with. Yeah. It can be very important, especially when you're running a pro-style offense that doesn't have it. It's incredibly important if you're not running RPOs. Incredibly important.
Yeah. And I think luckily Notre Dame has a lot of size and strength on that in the realm to be very good at it. But I think to your point, Brian, there's still a lot of projection. Like Jaden Thomas has been a very good blocker at times last year. I mean, even Matt Salerno, even though what's Matt Salerno, like 5'11", 190 something pounds.
He's
probably.
Over 6 foot. He's actually kind of tall. 6 foot? Yeah, really? He's kind of tall. He's 6 foot plus, I think.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He just looks smaller because he's standing next to Tobias Merriweather and Deion Colsey and Jaden Thomas, and he's skinny.
Sure.
That's really where it comes down to.
Had a question from Christopher Crosby who says, looking at USC's roster, they have some real good players. Not overly deep roster, though. Add that to a backloaded schedule, buy or sell the national hype around them.
It depends on what hype we're talking about, Ryan. If
Vegas had him at 8-4, man.
Yeah,
so I don't know. There's mixed hype there. Vegas had him at 8-4.
I don't see that. I mean, it's not. It wouldn't completely blow me away, but just like, to me, you can't discount that. If you think they have an 8-4 roster, then they're a 10-2 team, because Caleb Williams to me will be good enough to win 2 games you're not supposed to win. Sure. I mean, that's how. I mean that. You switch quarterbacks between Notre Dame and USC last year, and it's a 30-40 point win for Notre Dame. Facts. I mean, think about that, Ryan. Put Caleb Williams on that Notre Dame team last year and put Drew Pine, and it is not an 11-point game. It is not even close. It is at least a 20-plus point win, in my opinion, if you just switch quarterbacks. So you can't discount the impact he'll have, in my opinion, as long as he's healthy enough. He gets hurt, they're in trouble, in my opinion. They're gonna because, and it's not just because I don't think USC is good. What also has to take into account this year, Ryan, is I love the depth of the Pac-12 this year, especially the top. And USC doesn't miss some of the best teams in the Pac-12. But if you're gonna say do I buy the hype about USC being a top 10 team? Yeah, I think they should be in that conversation. Absolutely. I have them in my top 10 preseason because they do have him. And I think their talent overall is a little overrated. Still good.
Yeah.
It's not like they're bums. I just think, I don't think Bear Alexander is like this needle moving player. I just, I don't think that he is. Is he a good player? Yeah, he's a good football player. He was in Georgia's D-line rotation last year. He doesn't suck. You know what I mean? Like Eric Gentry's a good football player. Do I think he is what some people make him out to be? No, I don't. I don't think Kalen Bullock is what people make him out to be. Is he a good football player? Absolutely, he's a good football player. So they've got talent. The depth is an issue. I think people talking about them being a national championship team, I don't buy that, to be honest with you. But do I buy them as a top 10 football team? They won 11 games last year. Yeah, I buy them and one of their losses was a 1-point loss to Utah. It was a pretty good football team, right? And they should have beat Tulane. I mean, they sleptwalked through that game. If they played Tulane in the regular season, they beat Tulane by 10 points at least, in my opinion, because it would have mattered more. You could whatever. It is what it is about bowl games. But, I think USC is a top 10 caliber team this year. I just don't see them as a playoff team. I will say this. The one caveat could be because their schedule is so backloaded, Ryan, they could gain a lot of confidence that if they can go on the road and beat Notre Dame to get to 6 or 7-0, that could be a springboard for them to make a run at a playoff spot. That Notre Dame game is going to be key. Looking at this from a USC standpoint, forget we're a Notre Dame channel, just putting my analyst hat on. When you look at USC's 2023 schedule, and you look at how, I mean, if they have a loss coming into Notre Dame, it's a bad loss. It would have been a bad loss. They have San Jose State at home, Nevada at home, Stanford at home, bye week, at Arizona State, at Colorado, home against Arizona. Now, I like Arizona this year. I think they're going to be improved. I think they're going to be a bowl team this year. They have no business beating USC no matter where the game is played, especially in the Coliseum. Arizona State and Colorado should not beat USC. So they're going to be 6-0 coming into that game. If they then beat Notre Dame on the road, they get Utah the next week. All of a sudden, you beat Notre Dame on the road. That could be a springboard for them. They get Washington home, and then they play at Oregon. They just got to go basically if they beat Notre Dame, they got Utah at home, Washington home, at Oregon. They got to go 2-1 in those 3 games and then win the Pac-12 title game, and they're a playoff team. Because that is a schedule where a 12-1 USC team against that schedule should probably be a playoff team, barring there being like 3 undefeated conference champs. There's always those caveats, Ryan. But if you're 12-1 and you've got a win over Notre Dame and you've got wins over 3 out of 4, Utah, Washington, and Oregon, that's 4 really good wins potentially. Yeah. Because you're going to have to beat one of those 3 teams in a second game. Is my point, right? Because so you're going to have to beat Utah, Washington, or Oregon twice, or maybe you might have to then beat Oregon State in the Pac-12 title game because there's no divisions this year. So that'd be another big win for them this year because that's the only team in the Pac-12 they don't play this year. So that I think is really good is Oregon State. So 12. Do you agree with that, Ryan? A 12-1 USC team against that schedule. It's probably a playoff team and would deserve to be so. I just don't think they can go 12-1 against that schedule. That's my only thing.
I'm kind of just selling a Pac-12 team making the playoffs in general, just because I think that team. I think that league is so wide open up top. I just think they're going to kind of have at each other a little bit.
In the way the schedule's set up, they all play each other.
Exactly. Yeah. They're just going to kind of eat each other up a little bit at the top. So I think there's going to be a few of those teams that just end up being like 10-2, 9-3, like good football teams still, but like they're just not. The resume doesn't quite get them to the college football playoff, in my opinion.
Ryan, I don't know if I said this with you, so if I did, you can dismiss it. But if I didn't, I'd like for you to comment on it if you can. A comment I made recently was that's what makes this whole conference realignment stuff so disappointing because it has taken all the air out of the sail of what I thought was going to be a great Pac-12 year. Not great in that they're going to have a national championship. There are so many games, Pac-12 games this year that I am looking forward to watching that are just going to be great games out of conference, in conference. It's like now it's just like whatever. It's like the conference is going to be dead next year. And at least the conversation about it's going to linger all year. And it's like, man, you guys just ruined a chance to have a great year of football in that conference. So there's going to be some great games, in my opinion, being played in that conference.
Yeah, I think we were the ones that talked about that. I mean,
Okay.
I agree. I think Pac-12 is the most. I think it's the most even at the top of any conference as far as like the top tier of teams. Like, I mean, I really don't think there's a ton of separation between Utah, USC, Oregon, Oregon State. I think Washington State's even going to be improved. Washington is going to be in that top tier as well. Like, I just don't think there's a ton of separation. So if a team comes out of that 12-1, yeah, I think they deserve to make the playoffs because it's a pretty top loaded conference, man. There's a lot of good teams at the top of that conference.
Agree. Here's a good one, Ryan. Let's pick one on each side of the ball. I'm going to ask this, and I'm going to want you to answer it. Which coach is from NH? Thanks, NH. Also a board member, by the way. So those who aren't on the board, sign up. Definitely. NH is a board member. Which coaches, coordinators do you think will have a breakout season this year? So you pick one on each side of the ball, Ryan, for Notre Dame that you think are going to have breakouts this year. Basically, it's kind of like the storyline about them will be much more positive maybe than it is right now or known.
I mean, I hope that it's Jared Parker on offense as far as because I think that's the one thing about offense that is still a little bit, I'm going to say the only thing, but that's one of the main things that is still a little bit of a major question mark right now is just, I think Jared Parker will end up doing a really good job, but how good of a job can he do? Is he that type of coordinator that you look at and say, we're very, we're moving forward in a great direction. So I hope it's Jared Parker offensively. Defensively, from the fall intel that you've gathered and things that we've heard, I think it'll be Al Washington because I think the defensive line is going to be very improved in 2023.
I have a feeling that, yes, Jared Parker could be it, but I have a feeling because of just the nature of how he's perceived already. I think there's a lot of, and not everyone, because we have a question about this in there, but I think a lot of Notre Dame fans are very high on Chancey Stuckey. But I think nationally, his perception could change dramatically if this receiving corps is as good as I think you and I think it could be this year. So as a position coach, those are my two. Jared Parker could be. I mean, if the Notre Dame offense is really, really good, he's going to be the main focus, right? Sure. So that's an easy one for me. I agree with you on that one, Ryan. I was taking a kind of a little bit different. Is I could see all of a sudden Chancey Stuckey becoming a guy that a lot of people are talking about. NFL teams are going to come calling for. If this receiving corps is what we think it's going to be this year, he's a guy that could start getting a lot of that love, a lot of that attention. But it's always the coordinator aspect of it is a big one. It really is a big one. I just don't know that Al Golden's ever going to get respected by Notre Dame fans. There's just like this disdain that people have for him. Even if they have a good, I think they're going to talk about how great Mickens is, how great Washington is, how great the talent is. There's just going to be to me, and I kind of noticed this last night as well. There's just a contingent of Notre Dame fans for some reason just don't like him. And part of me wonders if it's because he played at Penn State and beat Notre Dame. You know what I mean? There might be some of that, but he just won't get the credit that he might deserve if this defense is as good as I think it's going to be this year.
I think a big part of it is that obviously we talk a lot of recruiting on this channel specifically, and I just think it's because everyone knows he doesn't really recruit. So.
That's very true. That's very true. Very, very true. Very true.
Next question is from Matt Sekalaski. If you had to field a starting offense out of all active FBS head coaches, who would you choose?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so quarterback.
I mean, goodness gracious, I have no idea. Is there anybody that was a better quarterback than Josh Heupel? I'm trying to think.
Graham Harrell?
No.
Oh, he's not a head coach either. He's an offensive coordinator, so it doesn't matter.
He put up really good numbers. Well, Timmy Chang's the head coach, but I wasn't a huge Timmy Chang fan.
He threw a lot of interceptions.
A lot of
interceptions.
Josh Heupel. I mean, I'm trying to think. Running back. Charles Huff. Did he play running back? Did Charles Huff play running back? I think he played running
back. I think Huff was a running back.
So I can't even think of any other running backs, any other head coaches that were running backs. I mean, it's going to be really hard. I mean, Sam Pittman's the only like offensive line guy that I know. I'm trying to pull this up.
Wasn't Bielema an offensive lineman? Am I wrong there? I think he might have been
at Iowa. For some part of me thinks that he played defense, but I could be completely wrong on that.
Yeah,
maybe it's just
Trent Dilfer he's a head coach now at UAB.
I'm still going Josh Heupel. No, Trent Dilfer was a really good college quarterback.
Oh, great college at Fresno State. Yeah, really good.
No, I'll go with Trent Dilfer. I forgot about him.
Oh, we let it. No. See, guys, it's just FBS. We can't
Yeah.
pick Eddie George. It's an FCS.
Yeah, he
coach,
played.
Sorry.
Brett Bielema played nose guard at Iowa.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, so I was correct on that one.
We can't pick Eddie George. Stop putting it in the chat.
Yes.
We can't pick Eddie George.
This is FBS head coaches. Okay, yeah. FBS. Oh, I know for sure. Dion starting a corner for me.
Oh, sure.
Marcus Freeman starting a middle linebacker.
Sure.
That's an easy one. Luke Fickle starting at defensive end for me. Luke Fickle. Matt Campbell's a starting defensive end for me, probably. I'd have to think of some other guys. He ended up playing at Pitt, but ended up transferring.
Oh, Jim Harbaugh's the good one. He was an NFL quarterback. That's a good one.
Would you take him over Trent Dilfer in college? Because I'm looking at what guys did in college.
Player, right? Harbaugh?
Oh, by far. Although Trent Dilfer has a ring and Harbaugh doesn't, but yeah.
Sure.
That's partly team.
A lot of quarterbacks.
But just college-wise, that's a tough one. I'd probably say Dilfer, probably, if just looking at just from college standpoint.
Lincoln Riley, a quarterback.
Nick Kirby Smart was actually a pretty good player in college. He played safety at Georgia. Right? Yeah, he played safety at Georgia.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to go through this.
Jonathan Smith was a quarterback at Oregon State, was he not?
Yeah, still probably go Dilfer, or I'd still go Dilfer or Jim Harbaugh there.
Yep.
I mean, not a lot of these coaches were like actually really good players coming out.
That's usually how coaching works.
Right.
Honest, so,
right.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not going to be a great team. I'm just trying to go through it now and trying to find some guys.
Yeah.
I think Jay Norvell was a pretty good football player, if I remember correctly. See, Craig Bowl. Did Craig Bowl play at Nebraska?
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember if I think he might have, because I know he was at Nebraska forever, but I'm not sure if he played in Nebraska. But yeah, he played in Nebraska. Looks like it was reserve DB, so he didn't start for them, but he did play there. Yeah, guys, I hate to break it to you, but there just aren't a lot of good former players.
Someone needs to give Jim Leonard a head coaching job so I can say Jim Leonard is
seriously. Going through it, man, there's just Clark Lee's my fullback. He played fullback at UCLA. Obviously Dion's an easy one. Mario Cristobal starting on the offensive line for me. He was decent offensive lineman. Pat Fitzgerald and Marcus Freeman are my two inside linebackers. Pat Fitzgerald. Well, he's not a head coach anymore, so I got to take him out. I got to take him out. Shoot, I forgot he got fired.
Yep.
Boy. Mike Elko was a pretty good, I think, safety in college at Penn.
Sounds right.
Boy, oh boy. Steve Sarkisian wasn't a bad quarterback at BYU. He's a pretty good quarterback. Jeff Brom was this is a lot of quarterbacks. Jeff Brom was a pretty good college quarterback. Shane Beamer's my gunner on special teams. That's for sure. Boy. I can't have Mike Norvell just because of the hair. The hair alone.
Someone said Trent Dilfer had a good game in the Super Bowl. Did he? All I remember was the pick sixes and the Tampa Bay team.
I don't remember. I just remember they blew him out.
I just remember Dexter Jackson had 2 or 3 interceptions in that game. Like Rondé Barber, I think, had an interception. It was just nuts. That game.
Are you thinking of the right game? You're thinking of the one against the Raiders. No, he won a Super Bowl with the Ravens. He wasn't the Brad Johnson was the quarterback.
My bad.
When the Buccaneers
was against the Giants, right? Ravens against the Giants. Was that the one?
Yeah, it was 34-7. I know he threw a TD to Brandon. He went 12 of 25 for 153 yards and a touchdown.
That's not very good. That's not very good.
Yeah, they won that game because Kerry Collins only threw for 86 yards and they only rushed for 66 yards.
I do remember the touchdown to Brandon Stokely.
Yeah,
I do remember
it was a good ball.
That one.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, you didn't play great when you went 12 of 25 in this era and for 153 yards and a touchdown.
No.
Sorry, can't go there. Yeah, I'm going through literally this whole list of top coaches, Ryan, and they're just Kirk Ferentz is a starting offensive lineman for me. Yeah, he would be one for me. You know who else was a pretty decent college quarterback? Would not be in this list because he's not nearly as good. But Mike Gundy, he was a quarterback for Barry Sanders.
Oh, Mike Gundy was good.
He had 1,000. He had that was my favorite as a kid. Running back, receiver, quarterback duo as a little kid. As I love that Mike Gundy, Barry Sanders, Hartley Dykes trio for Oklahoma State back in the day. That was a really fun group. I think I've talked about that before. I don't know what kind of player James Franklin, Kyle Whittingham were. Luke Fickle's playing for me.
Right? He was tall, I think.
Tall, yeah.
Yeah.
Dabo is on my special teams. He's a gunner because he's a try-hard guy. Kirby Smart's a safety for me. You couldn't make a starting 11 on both sides of the ball. There's just not enough former linemen, honestly, that were any good. So, yeah, sorry we couldn't do it for you, Matt. Sorry we couldn't do it for you. Yeah.
Should have opened it up to coordinators as well. Then we could have done it. But.
And then we could have had some, because, you'd have some, there's definitely be some guys there for sure. For sure. All right, let's get here. Christopher Crosby. Let's get back on track here, Rye.
Christopher said Alabama has questions at quarterback and wide receiver, good defensive line and secondary. One of the best offensive line coaches in the game, so solid there. Good young running backs too. Buy or sell, they can win a championship with whoever plays quarterback.
Well, I don't think it's just throw anyone out there. I think their quarterback has to play well.
Sure.
What I don't think their quarterback has to do now, Ryan, is to carry them the way that they needed Mac Jones and Tua to carry them. I don't think Nick Saban hired Tommy Rees to continue doing what they did under Sark and Lane Kiffin and those guys. And
sure hope not.
I think he brought him in to say, we're going to get back to running the football and beating people up and being physical. And, I just got out coached and out fought by Georgia 2 years in a row. We're going to get back to being able to run the football.
Sure.
I think that's what he did. And they got a massive offensive line this year. I mean, they are huge on the offensive line. I don't know that I would say that their receiving core is necessarily a question mark. I don't think that it's great, but it's still good. They've got Jermaine Burton is back. Kobe Prentice had a pretty good freshman year last year. I think Isaiah Bond is still back. They've got players there. It's not going to be what it was a couple years ago. But I think sometimes we forget, Ryan, that this is a football team that won a national championship with let me go back here. Marquise Mays was their leading receiver when they won a title in 2011. Okay, right? Their number 2 leading receiver on that team was tight end Brad Smelly. Their number 3 leading receiver on that football team was running back Trent Richardson, right? So to me, 2016, their leading receivers are Darius Stewart. If Bama gets back to playing old school Bama football, it'll be a lot like what Georgia was last year, Ryan, which is they really have a great wide receiver. They have a pretty good tight end, and I don't know how Bama's going to be there, but I actually think Bama has good receivers. They just don't have great receivers. But if they get back to running the football, they won't need it. They will be more complimentary. But the biggest hang up to me is you didn't even mention to me what the biggest concern I have at Alabama is this year, and it's not quarterback. It's Kevin Steele. Is he going to be able to maximize the talent that they actually have on defense? Because we saw Brian Van Gorder piss away a championship caliber defense at Notre Dame, and I'm not a big fan of Kevin Steele. And so I think that's their biggest issue. Because if they're good enough running the ball, Ryan, you put Tyler Buckner, Jalen Milroe out there, run some read zone, play action, get the ball out, some RPOs, and you're going to be pretty good on offense if the offensive line is what we think it's going to be.
Kevin Steele hasn't been great in other places, but he's been good at Alabama, hasn't he?
Yeah, but that was back when Nick Saban was a little bit more spry. Let's just say that, right? But he was an assistant coach, I believe, at Alabama. Let me see here real quickly. His second go-around, he was an assistant. He might have been a D coordinator on some of the early teams. He was the Alabama defensive head coach. He was the D coordinator in 2007 and then got demoted in 2008.
Okay.
And then he came back and he coached there in 2014 as the linebackers coach. So he was only a D coordinator for 1 year, and it was the year that they weren't very good. And I'm not saying that, he was the reason for that, but because then I think he brought in Kirby. He was considered the co-defensive coordinator that year, but the coordinator was, so Kirby Smart was the defensive coordinator in 2008. Steele was considered the co-defensive coordinator, which means he got demoted, is what that means. So he was a good position coach. Where Kevin Steele built his reputation at Bama, he was a really good recruiter. He's always been a good recruiter. That's something he's always done a good job at. But he is a really not very good defensive coordinator. He was the D coordinator now at Auburn from 16 to 20. So, he's not a very good defensive coordinator in my opinion. All right, let's go. But buy or sell, they can win a championship. Yeah, buy or sell whoever wins the championship, or they can win a championship whoever starts, assuming they get back to playing a little bit throwback Bama football, in my opinion.
I think I would sell it regardless. I think that a quarterback's going to have to make some big plays in how the game is played now, and I just don't think Alabama has that guy on the roster at the moment for me.
I think they do, because I think Milroe and Buckner can be that in a run or heavy offense, in my opinion. But I also think the other thing too, Ryan, is I just don't think there's a lot of great teams out there this year. I think Alabama can just out-talent people. If you were to say, could they win against last year's Georgia, 2021 Georgia, 2019 LSU, 2018 Clemson? No chance. No chance.
Mm-hmm.
But this year, yeah, I'll buy that. They've got to get good quarterback play from whoever that guy is. It just doesn't have to be great, right? That's going to be my thing. Could they win it if they had like last year Drew Pine? No, because at some point in time, you're going to have to make some plays. I just think with their legs, some of those kids can make some of those plays. I am very curious to see who wins that starting job. I very much am. And do they play like musical chairs at quarterback all year, or do they pick a guy and let him develop? That's going to be interesting.
Christopher Crosby, given how odd the Navy game is stylistically, what are you hoping to learn about this team in week 0?
That they're 1-0 and healthy. Ryan, I'm serious. With all the Navy's already weird enough, but you've got a new coordinator. You don't really know what they're going to do on offense. I am honestly come out of that game healthy and 1-0. I really don't care beyond that in week 1. Now, I mean, we'll have predictions and we'll talk about matchups and why we think Notre Dame should win convincingly and should beat Navy soundly and all that. But at the end of the day, like he said, you're traveling to Ireland. It's first game. You don't know what they're really going to do offensively. They've got 2 new coordinators, new head coach who was their previous D coordinator. You don't know who their quarterback is going to be. You're trying to break down Kennesaw State film. Man, just survive in advance in week 1, dude, and then get right against Tennessee State. That's just kind of where I'm at. It's like I want to see them play great, but at the end of the day, and just get out of that game healthy with a win, and then get right against Tennessee State. And then once you go beat NC State, nobody cares what you did in week 1.
I guess I don't necessarily disagree, but I just think that if it's an ugly game that you win, I still think that there are questions that are still kind of arising on that one because I mean last year everybody talks about the Marshall Stanford game, but you also didn't play very well against UNLV. You also just kind of didn't show up to some of the. I mean, Navy. You let Navy sneak back in the second half of that game as well, and ended up kind of winning a barn.
You were 5 more minutes left on the clock of that game from maybe losing to Navy last year.
Exactly. Yeah. So I would like, in theory, Notre Dame just goes in that game and stops Navy, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe the lesser opponent games are just not going to be a thing this year. Like that would be really nice.
Ryan, you and I don't disagree here because you're saying there's going to be questions.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Well, all I'm saying is I don't care because what I don't want to have happen is like games like that always kind of like, man, like it's game 1. It's all this. You just can't lose. You just got to win at that point in time. Because then, like I said, if you go out and blow out, this is why the caveat was you go get right against Tennessee State. And then once you beat NC State, nobody cares what's in the opener. They're going to look at it and be like, it's junk defense, blah, 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 blah. Go handle your business after that, and you're going to be fine. But will there be questions coming out of that game? Absolutely. If Notre Dame wins that game by a field goal, the post-game show will not be fun.
No.
But at the end of the day, I won't care because I know they're going to have a get-right game next week against Tennessee State. Now, if they had Marshall in week 2, be a little bit more concerned. But that's why I like the makeup of this schedule a lot more than last year. That's what I care. That's what I care about. Just get that win.
Andy Estimate Trucking LLC says Joshua Burnham or Holden Stays, who has the bigger impact on their side of the ball, and why would you have considered moving Marist to Viper this year?
Would I have and okay, so who will have a bigger impact and why? I'm going to go with Holden Stace because opportunity. I think he's going to play more than Josh Burnham.
Agree.
It wouldn't shock me if he's even starting there for the most part, or at least getting starter snaps at tight end. That's the biggest thing. I mean, they're both very talented players. It's really about opportunity. Would I consider moving Marist to Viper this year? No, I wouldn't. I have no problem with the Viper depth chart. None. And I don't want Marist being a guy that has to set the edge all day. If Marist isn't good enough to play Will, then just put him on special teams. I mean, that's where he's going to help you. I wouldn't be concerned about finding a home for him. If he's not good enough to play there, then he's just not good enough to play there. I don't need to find a home for Marist. You know what I mean? Like, because of, now 2 years ago, my story would have been a little different because you didn't have the same kind of depth of talent that you have now with the young players. You didn't have a Burnham and after you got through Foskey and Botelho, and even 2 years ago, you didn't have Botelho at Viper. You had him at Rover. I might have said, yeah, you know what? You need to kind of get him ready to go if he can't play Will, but I wouldn't force that issue just because I don't think he's a full-time guy. Ryan, at this point in time, I don't want to take reps away from Burnham and Tuihalamaka. I want those guys to develop and become that guy because I want them when I get to week 5 and I get to week 9 or game 9 and when we head down to Clemson, I want to make sure that those kids have gotten the reps they need to really help me go out and win some football games. I'm going to have a much better shot at beating George in the playoff because I developed Burnham and Tuihalamaka behind Jordan Botelho than I put Maris there, in my opinion, as far as the base defense. Now, are there some looks in some nickels where maybe you could bring Maris off the edge? Sure. Yeah, I could see that. But I don't consider that him being a Viper. I consider him being a Will that lined up on the edge and is blitzing off the edge. What are your thoughts on that, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, Holden States was my easy answer to the first question. Like, it's just he's going to play a lot more. I mean, Burnham is a question mark as far as he's incredibly talented, but you have Jordan Botelho. You have some other answers at Viper that could take away opportunities in 2023. I mean, it might be 2024 is more of the breakout for Joshua Burnham. That could potentially be. But the Viper conversation, like it would have at least crossed my mind at one point, but I mean, it's a dead conversation at this point, especially because because I think there was a time where you're just kind of like, is Junior Tuihalamaka going to be a full-time Viper all the time? I mean, that was like a conversation as far as at the end of the season last year. And then also with Nolan Ziegler now, fighting back from what he's fighting back from, it's just a situation where you also lost a little bit of depth inside and inside linebacker as well. So, I mean, you can call that hindsight is 2020, but I mean, it's good that Maris may have had to get moved back to inside linebacker anyway, because you would have been like, oh, now we're kind of a shorter guy that we were considering having at this point. So I think the easy answer for the first one for me is Holden Stace. I would not be shocked at all if Holden Stace is not your best tight end by the end of the season. I wouldn't be shocked at all if that happens.
Yeah. Ryan, here's an interesting question. I think is kind of a follow-up to our Navy conversation from GJ Whitetown.
Yep. Does a team have to give film of what they are doing? What happens if a team does but is completely different than what they are showing?
We see that all the time. I mean, there's no rule that you have to do what you've shown on film, right? So
especially in game 1.
Right. So what Notre Dame probably did is Navy is not obligated to give Notre Dame Kennesaw State film because they're new OCs from Kennesaw State. All that they are obligated to do is give Notre Dame film of last season's games. And I think it's something like, 3 games? You're only obligated to give the last 3 games or something like that. I'm not sure
I think something like that,
what the rule is now, Ryan, but you find other ways. Hey, you
do they
call
even
up.
Give film anymore? Doesn't everyone just have Catapult at this point? They just watch it.
No, I mean, you have to share it, right? I mean, you have to share with another team. But but that's what I was getting ready to say, Ryan, is you'll have people that you'll get the film from. Sure. There's people that they have all 22 of Kennesaw State, believe me, whether Kennesaw State gave it to them or not, or Navy gave it to them or not. It's so much easier nowadays because to your point, Ryan, is everything is online. When I was coaching, when I was at Duquesne, for example, so we'd have to cut up the film, and then I'd have to go to the airport, drop the film off to get flown out to whoever we were playing, and then I'd have to go out later and pick the film up that was getting flown in because it was actually on tapes.
Sure.
And where now it's just
I coached high school as well.
Yeah, you're just sharing files, and you just give them access to the files, and then it's up to them to do whatever they want to do with it and cut it up however they want to cut it up. But yeah, and not everybody uses I mean, people have different systems, but it's the same type of thing. It's so much easier to share film now, but you're only obligated to give certain parts of games. But it's always been true that you get film from other people. I'd go to the airport to pick up film of a team that we were playing because they didn't send us film of their, we wanted to get early season film. So we'd call up people we knew that coached it against them at other schools, and they'd send us film and all that kind of stuff. So there's ways around it, but you've got to just kind of be prepared for some of those things. And I remember there would be practices where Harry Heastand would just be throwing junk looks at the offensive line. And he's like, well, look, we got to be prepared for anything. And if you guys can block this up, then we can block up anything. And, you've got to be prepared for it because they're not obligated to, hey, well, this is what we've shown on film, so we have to do that stuff. They can, if they've been a 4-2-5 team the whole year and they decide they want to go to a 2-5-4, they can. May not want to, but they can. So that's a good question. And I think it's especially challenging when you're talking about playing a team early in the season that's got a new coaching staff. It makes it even tougher because they may not run the same stuff they ran at the previous places because the personnel is different and for whatever reason. So it makes it challenging. And that's again why I just
to do that either.
Yeah, that's why I look at this Navy team and I'm just like, man, just get a win, dude. At this point in time, I just it's a tough one. I want them to blow them out, but yeah. Here's another question, Ryan, that's along the lines of what you just were talking about in the previous question.
Andy Football Nerd says, which tight end will lead Notre Dame in receptions? Which in yards? Will it be the same player? I'm going to say it's the same player, and it's Holden Stace. That's my prediction.
I don't know that I'm ready to necessarily comfortably say that because I've seen them both play. I'll go back and agree with your original statement. It wouldn't surprise me if it's Holden Stace. As of right now, I still believe Mitchell Evans is still the starting tight end as of now. And we have not seen Notre Dame throw to multiple tight ends a bunch. I hope that changes this year. And both of those guys get targets. But it would not shock me, Ryan, if it is Holden Stace. But as of right now, I'm still going Mitchell Evans just because as of today, he's still the guy that they're usually trotting out there with the first team more often than not.
Sure. Next question is from Connor Grant. Says, will you be doing any live shows during games like you did for the USC game? I really enjoyed that.
We'll do a couple. We'll probably do one for the Stanford game. I don't know about other games in between. We won't do it a lot. It's fun to do as a gimmick, but it's not something we're going to make a regular thing.
Right.
If Notre Dame's not in the title game, we may do that again. That was fun in theory, and we had fun early on, and of course the game kind of got out of hand. But like Ryan, imagine if we were doing that show together and it was like 2017 Bama, Georgia, right? Like that'd have been a fun game. The first half of Clemson, Alabama in 18 would have been great. Imagine if we were doing that in 16 with that Bama Clemson game. Like there's some games that would have been fun to do that show. Last year's just kind of sucked.
Yeah.
So it got out of hand fast.
65-7 is not a fun game.
No, it wasn't. So. I mean, we're at halftime. Like, what are we going to talk about the second half? I mean, like, do we quit the show? I mean, but we finished. We just talked about other things.
We're going to end it here.
Yeah. We talked about other things. That was the key.
John Long says, mailbag question. I worry that Deion Colzie will show up when things are easy, i.e. Navy, Central Michigan, but fear he will disappear when things get tough.
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, I understand why people say that, but like just based on what he has done, he's been the exact opposite.
Yeah.
You say, well, when things are easy, i.e. Navy, he made some clutch plays against Navy in a game that was a 3-point football game.
Right.
He made some tough early catches against Syracuse, a game where it was on the road against a ranked opponent, and you were coming off of the last 2 weeks where you'd had an ugly win over UNLV and you lost to Stanford. USC game, that was the best game Deion's ever played. It was a tough catch that he made in that game. So I understand that people, like to bang on Deion, and to a degree, that's partly on Deion because of how he practices. But when Deion Colzie has been on the field and has gotten an opportunity on game days, he's made plays. Now, the problem is you're deep enough at receiver where you can't afford to necessarily play a guy that isn't getting it done in practice on game days. But, that's not what that's not been his track record, Ryan. 3 catches for 75 yards and a touchdown. That's a road game against a rival. I'm sorry. They were a top 10 team at the time too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
That was a big moment. Yep. So yeah, his history would not tell us that that's who he is going to be.
Yeah.
He's got to step up and be more consistent. But no, I think that's very unfair based on who Deion has been so far in his career.
Okay.
And then he continues that with another aspect of it.
Continued on the other end of the spectrum. Who may be the receiver whose tenacity shines against the top competition, even though he may not be a year-long game-after-game contributor?
Well, I think it's Deion Colzie. I mean,
yeah.
Right? I mean, I mean, look, who made the receivers, who made the biggest plays against USC last year? Stan Colsey.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, none of the receivers really did anything against Clemson. None of the receivers did anything against USC. I mean, the only guy that really made any plays against the big three on the schedule was Dion. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, to answer it a little bit more, I mean, you know, I'm kind of trying to prove a point there, but to me, I don't know that I can say who that's going to be because all these guys have a lot to prove.
Yeah.
All I can say is who I hope it is. I hope it's Tobias Merriweather.
Yeah.
Because I still feel like he's the key to making this whole thing go. If he steps up and is really a dangerous weapon, it just makes Tyree better, Jaden Thomas better, the tight ends better. It just makes them all better. If he's a dangerous weapon, he's that guy. But I mean, I don't know who that guy is going to be. If you told me, Brian, you've got to put your next mortgage payment on who that guy is going to be, I'd probably say Jaden Thomas, just because he's the guy we know the most of. He's the guy that was the most steady down the stretch last year. Probably who I'd go with. My second bet would be Tobias because he's the most talented. You know, but I'm not betting on Chris Tyree simply because I still haven't seen him play a game as a wide receiver, right? I mean, I'm excited about what Chris can do, but if it came down to putting my mortgage on it, let me see him. Can I see him play a game first? And then I'll get excited, you know, then I'll start doing that. But it'd be probably Jaden just because he's the most known commodity that they have coming back a receiver as a receiver. Now, what's funny is, Ryan, Tyree is the current leader on the roster in career catches and career receiving yards.
Yep.
But he did almost all that as a running back. I mean, he had 100-yard. He's the only guy on the roster with a 100-yard receiving game. He did that as a running back.
Yep.
So it's a little bit different.
Jaden Thomas, money player. I would pick that one. I would also say I wouldn't be shocked if Jaden Greathouse out of like nowhere is just like, oh, really good in the big games because he knows how to win big games.
Yep.
So
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
We had another question from Buellsfeld Financial Services Incorporated. Thank you so much. JP. I am starting to make plans for the Tennessee State weekend. Do we have any plans for Irish Breakdown family to meet on Friday or Saturday?
As of right now, no. But depending on how many people we may be able to do something on Friday night. Let me think about that, JP. Let me think about that. I'll get back to you on that one.
JP, I'll be there for the Central Michigan game, man. If you're around then, I'll put that out there. But yeah. We had another super chat from Trevor Rocket. Thank you so much. Says, hey guys, can you each give me an offensive and defensive player on the current roster you think could make an impact if given an opportunity that has not made an impact yet in their careers?
Well, Tobias Merriweather's at the beginning of that list. I mean, he's got one career catch, right? Like, so he clearly hasn't made an impact outside of one play against a really bad team. It's hard for me to go with anybody other than him on offense as far as the top of the list. Now, there's a lot of guys that, you know, Holden Stace would be that, for me, right?
Yeah.
You know,
one of the backup running backs,
Jadarian
Price,
Payne, any of them. Yeah, anyone that's not a freshman could be that guy. Rocco Spindler on the offensive line, you know, given the opportunity. Billy Schrouth. Defensively, Ryan, Jason Onye is really the only guy that I can think of besides the two Vipers we already talked about that hasn't already had a chance to make an impact. I mean, Jaden Mickey didn't make an impact last year, but he certainly got a chance. Now, I think he could be a breakout a little bit for them this year, but he's
maybe Ramon Henderson.
The opportunity's been there. But like to me, with Ramon could be a breakout, but he's already been given the opportunity, right? So I'm looking at guys who haven't really played a lot yet. That's why I think like Burnham and Tuihalamaka, Jalen Sneed could maybe be that guy in a certain role. But so I took that question as more of like guys who we haven't seen be given the opportunity yet. If they are given one, who could that guy be? So that would be I would answer it those ways. Defensively,
Onye would be
Onye. Yep. I like that one.
We had another super chat for Tyler Evans. Thank you, Tyler. Fellas, what are your favorite catch you watched in college football? Mine was the Calvin Johnson catch against Clemson. The one that came to me immediately was, do you remember when I think they were playing like Southern Miss, but Alabama was playing Southern Miss in like the early 2000s, and Tyrone Throw caught the one on the dude's back. I was like, what the heck?
I remember that.
I had never seen that before in my entire life, man. Like he somehow held on to this ball with both arms hugging this defensive back and just the ball pressed against this dude's back. I
Yeah.
was like, that is insane, man. I saw that one live too. I was like, what the heck? That's nuts.
Yep. Mine would be Rocket made a stumbling catch against Miami in 88 that I remember for a big play where he kind of was falling down and he still caught it. That would be the one that I remember most as far as like a favorite catch because it just tied into beating Clemson. But the other one that I would say is you're going to laugh at me for this one. It would be the Reggie Brooks catch in the end zone against Penn State to beat Penn State in 92. That was a big one. It was senior day. It was his last home game. They were going for 2 because Jerome Bettis caught a touchdown to get it to set to be 16-15, and then they went for 2 to win it. And Reggie Brooks made that great catch. So that'd be my other one.
Another one is Maurice Stovall, like 7 of them that one year in like 2005.
Like just like crazy go gadget
back
arm.
With one hand. Like, yeah.
Samardzija had that phenomenal one-handed catch against Purdue that year. You remember that, Ryan, on Saturday Night Football on ESPN? Yeah. He made a great one-handed catch. He also had a sick catch against Pitt that year that I don't know was necessarily like a great catch, but like the way they showed it on TV, where Brady threw the ball and like all you see is this Pitt defender standing right where the ball's going. Like Samardzija comes out of like nowhere, like jumps and grabs it. Like I didn't see, clearly Brady Quinn saw Samardzija coming, but I didn't.
Sure.
But it was a heck of a catch too. Those two that year, 05, with those two players, they had so many just nutty catches because they had exceptional catch radius. Radii, I don't know what's ridiculous. The plural for radiuses. Yeah. So they were really good.
Stovall was ridiculous that year, man. With all the catches he made.
One of the most underrated seasons a Notre Dame receivers ever had because all everybody ever wants to talk about is Samardzija, and rightly so. Samardzija was excellent that year, but Mo Stovall was so good that year.
Yep.
BYU defense is still having nightmares about Mo Stovall, and that's a game I think like 12 or 13 catches. It was crazy.
Yeah. We had a super chat from Connor Grant. Thank you, Connor. If Notre Dame loses only one regular season game this year, which game would be best for them to lose to still make the college football playoff?
For me, that's easy. NC State. I mean, lose to NC State early and then beat Ohio State, beat Duke, beat Louisville, beat USC, beat Pitt, beat Clemson, and win out, you're in the playoff. I mean, the committee has shown early losses are better than late losses. Most often. I mean, 16 was weird because you had Clemson lost late to Pitt at home in November. But more often than not, if Notre Dame loses to NC State but beats Ohio State, wins out, beats USC, beats Clemson, not a lot of people are going to care about the NC State loss. They're not. And they're a playoff team at that point. Because what the committee has shown more often than not, Ryan, 9 times out of 10 is the media obsesses over who you lost to. What the committee has shown year in and year out, Ryan, is they care more about who you beat than who you lost to. That's why Clemson got in despite losing to Pitt at home. That's why Clemson got in despite losing to 4-8 Syracuse, right? Like that's been the case. They care about who you beat. And I think that's also true for that would also be true for Notre Dame this year, which is why I would say because like if you say, well, Ohio State, because you think they're going to be a highly ranked team, well, then the knock on you could be, but you didn't beat the only playoff caliber team that you played or the best team that you played at home. You got beat by them. I just think all those other ones could have some sort of negative connotation like, hey, you had your chance against one of the best teams and you lost. Whereas if you're 3-0 in the big 3 games, it's going to be a heck of a year. So that's why I go with NC State. It's early and you're winning over the big 3.
That's fair. I didn't think of it that way. My first impulse was Clemson because they're one of the big 3 that's on the road. So you still have the other 2 big home wins and victories. And it's not like Clemson's the very, very end of the season. So you still have some time to recover and then still beat USC and still win a couple games after that one. So
no, USC would be before that. USC's before Clemson this year.
Oh, so it's Clemson then the final 2? Is that what it is?
Clemson by then Wake and Stanford.
Got it. Yep.
I know you're thinking the West Coast game. Yeah, I get what you're coming from. But, that's Stanford this year. But it would still be there'd be 3 weeks of regular season plus conference championship games for other people to lose. And you'd still have wins over the other 2 big ones.
Ohio State and USC under your belt. So,
Yeah. But so that would be my answer if you said if you said which would be the one game you'd want them to lose if it was against one of the big 3, then I would agree with you on that one. But if it's just I can have any, it's an early game. So I'd go with NC State. Although I don't like losing to ACC teams.
No. We had another question from Mark Krogan who says, I have Ohio State and Duke games going 1-1. If they beat Ohio State, scared they drop Duke or loses Ohio State beats Duke. Thoughts?
I mean, we've talked about that. That's a concern. It's that letdown game, right? Like you've got that emotional high after beating Ohio State, and there's the risk that you just don't quite bring it. And other thing you and I have talked about, Ryan, Duke has that nice formula to be a potential team that upsets you. They've got a dynamic quarterback that can make plays with his legs. They've got weapons on offense. They are not going to get just completely outmanned in the trenches by if you don't bring it. Right.
Yeah.
And they've got a really good coaching staff a really good coaching staff. And so to me, those are all recipes of a potential upset team. Now, could Notre Dame push Duke around if Notre Dame brings their A game? Of course.
Sure.
But they're good enough to where if the premise being, if you don't bring your A game, then Dwayne Carter's going to have he's going to give some problems. Jamion Franklin may whoop your center all day. And all of a sudden they create a couple turnovers, and because you're not ready to play, BC hangover type of thing from '93. Sure, that's why Duke is Ryan and I have done this show, and Vince and I did it as well. That's our number one trap game this year. So yeah, I think you're accurate on that, Mark.
Yep,
I do.
It's a very good team, man. I'm scared of them a little bit. Yeah.
Yep. All right, here's one from Domer Grizz.
Domer Grizz says, "Happy Friday, you as well. Now that your practice access has ended, what is the biggest thing you didn't get to see during camp that you're most looking forward to seeing during the season?"
We didn't get a chance to really see the first team ends do a lot of pass rushing this spring, just because of the nature of the practices that we saw. So that would be the one for me, Ryan. We just, we saw practices that were more run oriented. We didn't see a lot of team periods. So we didn't really get a chance to see that, how that pass rush is going to be from the edge. That would be my big thing. I still don't quite know what the pass rush is going to look like. I'm pretty confident this run defense is going to be better this year. I still have some reservations about the pass defense, the pass rush, just because we haven't had a lot of availability to see different things.
Mm-hmm.
And like, we haven't seen a lot of one-on-ones, and with the O-line, D-line, the one team scrimmage period, we saw that one long practice. You could tell they were working on run stuff, quick game stuff. It wasn't like a full out throw the ball down the field with the first team. Now, the third team went after a little bit, and the pass rush was great, but that was against Ty Chan and Emil Wagner. It wasn't against Joe Alt and Blake Fisher. So that would be the one. And when I say question mark, Ryan, it's question mark just because I haven't seen it yet. Not that I don't think they can be good, just that we just don't know what it's going to be to a degree. And that would be where I'm coming from on that.
I mean, even in scrimmages and stuff, you also aren't seeing like a true game plan offensively, right? So like, we don't know how Jared Parker's going to kind of string things together offensively. I mean, like for the most part, that's just scripted, right? This is their script that we're running, and we're just going to run it and see what it looks like type of thing. So I'm most excited to see Jared Parker call a game.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody knows what that's going to be yet. So I have no idea what it's going to look like.
Yeah. That's a really good one, Ryan. Because you could say, like, you could counter my comment and say, yeah, but we've seen Jordan Botelho before. We've seen Javante. We haven't maybe seen him as a unit, but we've seen those guys before. To your point,
individually,
we've never seen Jared Parker call a game. And you say, well, I watched him in West Virginia. You didn't watch him call games. You watched him call red zone. But Neil Brown was calling games then, right? I mean, so that's a good one. That's a good one. I like that, Ryan. I like that one. It's a really good
Neil
one.
Brown.
Yeah.
I had a question from Nick. Where's the party when Notre Dame wins the Natty, and are we invited to your house? Go Irish.
No, my wife would not like that very much, although we do have a new fire pit, so we could have some
imagine
fun
if everybody in the Notre Dame community knew where you lived as well. That probably wouldn't be a good recipe for you sometimes. I don't know.
No, that probably wouldn't be good. Yeah.
Like no one's ever going to figure out where I live. They just know I live in Jersey. But
now we'll have a party. We'll do something here in South Bend. We'll have some fun. We'll do something. So yeah,
I'm getting arrested if they win a championship. So
man, you got two kids now, man. Yeah,
I guess the party's whatever jail I end up in.
That's not good. That's not good. We have a post-game show to do, man. You got to at least wait till after the post-game show before you get arrested.
Seriously. Robert Matichek, who I pronounced his name correctly, and I was very proud. He even gave me props there. Yeah. Am I the
he
only
signed
one
up for the message board like that next day, Ryan? So I think he might have been impressed with how well you pronounce his name. He joined the board. So appreciate you, Robert.
Robert, much appreciation, sir. Much appreciation. Am I the only one who gets to nervous eat on game days? I nervous eat every single day, Robert.
Yes.
So no, you're not that one. Here's to rapid weight loss season with Notre Dame and IB Nation. Thank you so much for all you do, and have a great weekend, everyone.
Like you said, who gets too nervous to eat? When I get nervous, I eat. So I'm the opposite
I eat
of
more.
you, Robert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I get stressed or nervous, I eat more.
Yeah, I have in-season weight gains because of that, more so than I've always been kind of, when I get nervous, I want to eat. Yeah, that's just how I've always been. Yeah, but I know people like you, man. My dad's not my dad. Yeah, my dad's kind of that way when it's his team a little bit. At least when we were younger, we'd have like these. My mom would put on these like spreads and stuff of all this food, and my dad would start to eat maybe once the game started, but he was usually a little bit nervous before the game. I don't remember him eating a whole lot before games. It was kind of fun. We used to like it. Yeah. We'd have like this trampoline thing. I forget the little ones, and so mom would put like a blanket over it. She'd bring like all this food. Me and my sister would crush it, and dad would be a little bit too nervous before the Redskins games. So, yeah.
I tend to eat a lot more when I get like antsy. I also have ADHD, so like I need to be constantly moving and stuff. So
Yeah. Will C said, one time I asked the chat, Driscoll, what would you do if I knocked on your door and asked you to come outside and play? He said he would shoot me. I didn't say I would shoot you. I said I would come out with my toys. I didn't definitely say I would shoot you, I don't think. So I inferred that was on the table. That option was on the table. Is all that I said about that. I just want to make sure we're clear on that one.
NH, what would your first play be for the Irish offense when they take the field against Navy just 1 week? We always get asked this question. I think first play for me, like I'm just running it down their throat, and then I'll figure out a nice little chunk play on the next one.
I think I said that too when we were asked a couple weeks ago, Ryan. I do want to establish that. I still want to show people that we can run the football, and then because there's the notion is you want to show people that, hey, we can throw it this year, but I want to still set a tone of we're still going to be a physical, punch you in the face football team that's going to add. Like I would much rather see Sam Hartman throw less than 30 times a game and average 9.3 yards per attempt than throw it 36 times a game and average 8.2 yards per attempt. Right? Like,
be nice. That'd be really nice.
Yeah. And that comes because you're dominant. Your run game is still really dominant and teams have to still be tight. And so you're playing pitch and catch on the outside with RPOs. I mean, that's what I want to see. Right. And then take your shots and do all that kind of stuff. Because like Sam Hartman was 8.6 yards per attempt last year. When you consider how many times he threw the ball down the field, that's a really good number. Because you're going to get
percentage.
You're going to get the longer gains, but you're also getting a lot of zeros in that part of it as well. So, I would love to see that. But I'm establish the run game, make people think that we're still this, and then you go out for some stuff. Yeah.
I always wanted to look up, Ryan. I never looked this up, but I wanted to see what the yard per attempt was from Tommy DeVito from Illinois last year. I don't know if you saw my tweet this morning, but
that was nuts.
Isaiah Williams, number one receiver, had 691 yards after the catch and only had 715 yards receiving. I'm just like, what the heck was his average depth of target? Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, seriously. I'm actually going to look up Tommy DeVito's yards per attempt was 7.2, which is really bad.
Yeah, I thought actually.
But again, that's yards per attempt. Yeah. If a dude is getting a mess of yards after the catch, that's going to make it better. So I'm actually going to go look and see what his yards per depth of target is. Let me just give me a second to look that up, Ryan, because I'll bet you it was not great.
No,
so let's go.
That kid caught 82 passes. So had to be.
So that was Isaiah Williams. His average depth of target was 3.6.
It's actually higher than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like 2 something.
Yeah. Yards after the catch, according to Pro Football Focus, was 683.
Okay. So
Yeah.
still the same ballpark. It's nuts, man.
683 out of 743. That's a very high number. That's an insanely high number. Like
That's
insanely high number. Like
That's
I'm actually curious
like,
what that is.
That's like 80-something% of his yards are after the catch. Like it's
I would be very curious to see who had the most yards after catch last year. I'm actually going to look that up real quick, Ryan. Malachi Corley had the most yards after catch last year. Right. And then Isaiah Williams was next with 683. And there was only 2 guys above 600. The other one was Jacob Counting from Arizona. So that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah. It's a lot. Yes.
So there you go. Oh. All right, let's get to this next one there, Ryan.
Shamrock Sean says, can Jeremiah Love find himself being the backup running back or at least a job on the kickoff return team? Can he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Certainly. Absolutely.
Very
I can see both of those things happening. For sure.
There might be a point this season where you're just like, he's too good not to play. Like,
right.
It's just too good.
Agree completely.
Yeah.
You do not want to hurt in this time if you're a running back on this football team.
True. Very true.
Especially if you're a veteran.
Yeah. Andy Football Nerd says, if Riley Mills has a big year on the field, how do you think he'll test at the combine? Could he be the first interior defensive lineman taken in the draft?
Well, that's twofold, right, Ryan? I mean, so the first part, I would say this is we think he's going to test well based on the fact he's been on the freaks list 2 years in a row. Yeah. But I would be curious, Ryan, what you think about the second part of that question. So, I mean, the first one's an easy one. Yeah, we think he'll test really well.
I don't think that he'll vault to being the first interior defensive lineman taken. I think that's a little too rich for me right now. But if he has a big year and he tests the way that we think he could test, if he's a top 100 pick at some point, like a top 3-round pick, I won't be shocked. I won't be shocked at all. I mean, the kid is 6'5 plus, good length, over 300 pounds now. If he tests really well, he has literally had reps at big end, inside. If he has a big year inside, like I said this last year, I think it was the North Carolina game where he had a pressure, and I was just like, that is not regular for a guy to be 290 pounds and move that way. Like, that's pretty rare. I think, honestly, and some people might push back on this, but if Riley Mills decided to go into the draft last year, he gets drafted because he's just so talented. Like, he'll get drafted. But I think that he has top 100 upside if he has a big year. It's just production needs to follow the talent that he has.
We've seen that before in the draft, Ryan. We've seen guys who were not considered high draft picks that have monster years and then test well, break out. Do you think Riley is capable? Let's say he has a Sheldon Day-ish type of season, 15 tackles for loss, be a little bit more active in the sack game, 7-8 sacks. If he has that kind of season and then goes out and runs a 4.7 at the combine.
Oh, 4.7, that's nuts.
Like I'm just like throwing, and just like blows it up. I mean, could you see him jumping into the first? Because would you have said before the 2018 season, Jerry Tillery is going to be a first-round draft pick? I wouldn't have.
No.
Do you think it's capable of that? Because I mean, I think production plus being at Notre Dame plus being a freak plus being 300 pounds. I mean, I could see him jumping in the first round. It's just right now that's a long way off. That's my whole thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if all that recipe would say first round. Like I don't know. I mean, anything's possible.
I'm not arguing. I'm just curious as to why. Because you got the athletic traits, you got the size.
I think there's limitations to him a little bit. Like I don't think he's like the best change of direction athlete of all time. Or I don't know. I just don't.
No. I mean, I get all that, but what I'm saying is if the production is great and he tests well, then those things kind of. Because again, you're talking about
but you'd also
we're
talking
about
about
the
your production, though.
Sure.
I mean, he had 6 tackles for loss and 3 sacks.
Jerry Tillery had 1 year of production. Riley Mills has more career sacks going into senior year than Jerry Tillery did.
I know, but Tillery was a more talented player, in my opinion. It's just my opinion, though. But yeah,
well, we'll see. I just think if you look at NFL history, if a guy is that big and runs that fast and has production, he runs the risk of getting overdrafted. Yeah. I say that in theory. What I don't know is the context of what does this D tackle class look like? Because I think you and I both know that there are some years where certain position groups are so bad that if a guy tests well, you may reach at him because if you don't get him, there ain't a whole lot else behind him. I have no clue what next year's D tackle class is going to look like. Wasn't this past year's really bad, or was it the year before?
No, this year's was pretty good. You had Jalen Carter and those cats this
year.
So
it was 2 years ago. I remember people complaining about the D tackle class.
I mean, 2 years ago was what, Jordan Davis and that crew? I mean, it was a little bit overrated of a class. Yeah. was a little overrated.
This is another question we get asked a lot.
Okay. Shamrock Sean says, what is the desired average points per game Notre Dame should be shooting for this offense potentially?
I'm going to say this again, guys. I really don't know because we don't know how the rule changes are going to impact possessions. We know theories and we know projections and all that, but I really don't know how it's going to look. What I've said is I want them to be a top 15 scoring offense at least. That's my thing, right? Is because if you're top 15, then however because if it impacts one, it's going to impact everybody, right? It's going to impact scoring across the board. There's no way to get those possessions back unless you just have an elite defense and an elite offense, right? I mean, the possessions are going to be limited in theory. So my question is, I don't know how much. Is it one possession per team? Is it one possession per game?
Yeah.
Is it 2 or 3? I just don't know. But that's why with me, Ryan, I think a lot of my focus this season is not so much on yards and on points, but on offensive stats. It's yards per play, yards per rush, yards per attempt. Those things translate no matter how many plays you run, right? It shows your efficiency. With points, to me, I care more about like a rankings range because then that's going to tell me a little bit more about where you are. Assuming the ranking is coming from you being consistent scoring, not like 2019 where you scored 17 against Georgia, 14 against Michigan, but you get 62 against New Mexico or 66 against New Mexico, 52 against Bowling Green, and your stats are padded because you scored 70 on Tennessee State and 60 on Central Michigan, but you only scored 13 against Ohio State and 17 against Clemson, right? So top 15 is the range that I would say you need to be. Your floor needs to be 15. If you're going to be a championship team, to me, you've got to be Notre Dame has to be a top 15 scoring offense at least. That's what I think.
I heard Penn State's offensive coordinator, is it Yurcevich? What's his name?
Yeah.
Something like that. He said that the two analytic points that they look for offensively now with the limited possessions or the limit or some limited of possession is points per possession and points per play are the two biggest things that they look at. So I guess that speaks to the efficiency aspect of everything, right? Like it's not a raw 40 points per game, 38 points per game. It's how many quality possessions are you getting? How many quality plays are you getting?
Right.
Because you obviously are limited as far as how many plays you get. And I actually thought that was pretty interesting.
Because let's say Notre Dame comes out in the game this year, Ryan, and they're just running it down somebody's throat.
Yeah.
That's going to limit they may only score 31 points that game, but you go back and look at it, you're like, dude, they had 5 possessions. They scored 4 touchdowns and kicked a field goal.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a day.
Yep.
Right? So it's why I say I'm not focused so much on the points per game raw number because I have no context on how to compare it to the rest. Right. That's why I say that top 15 type of ranking is where I think they need to be at the end of the year. But when I talk about evaluating this offense, it's going to be more about how are they from a yards per play standpoint, but then also, Ryan, and this is what we talked about yesterday with the defense. I don't know if you had a chance to kind of listen to that part of my show on Wednesday, the midweek rundown, because I know you were doing a couple of things, but like the clutchness of the defense was an issue last year. The numbers were actually pretty good. This was the third lowest. Last year's yards per game was the third lowest since 2010 that Notre Dame has allowed in total yards. It was lower than 2020 and it was lower than 2018. But the yards per play was much higher because, a lot of different reasons. But, they were more ball control on offense. There's a lot of factors. But the point is they were not clutch when it mattered most. And I'll say the same thing about the offense. It's the yards per play and do they make money plays? That's the key. And sometimes a money play can be second quarter. That other team gains some momentum and you go back and make a big play to, Will Fuller's most money play against USC came on the first offensive series of the game. USC had just gone down the field and scored. This is a team that the year before destroyed you. And they go right down the field to start the game and score. Will Fuller comes right back, 75-yard touchdown. That's a money play, right? That you need those moments. So it's those things that I care more about than what I think the focus for some of y'all is points per game. I've thrown out the number at least 36, but 36 could be the number 3 scoring offense in the country next year. I don't know the answer to that. Like, I think what was it? Notre Dame in 1993. Let me just look this up real quick, Ryan. Notre Dame in 1993, I believe, there was a year they scored like 36 points a game, and they were like top 10. I mean, they ranked really high in scoring. Let me just go ahead and find this real quick. So this is why I say you really don't know. So in 1993, that's just the one I'll use. Notre Dame scored 35.6 points per game. That ranked 8th in college football. And you look at last year, 35, what did I say? 35.8? What did I say? 35.6. Last year, 35.6 would have ranked 21st. In 1992, Notre Dame scored 36.4 points per game. That ranked 4th in college football. Last year, 36.4 would have ranked 15th. Right? So because back then, college football was much more run game oriented. When you're run game oriented, it's fewer possessions because you're using more clock even before the rule changes, right? So 36 points may be a number 4 ranked scoring offense. I don't know. And then that may be a little too high of an expectation, right? I just don't know how these things are going to impact. And then here's the other question I have for you, Ryan. Is there a greater per game distance created between the air raid teams and the teams that are more pro style because of the limited possessions, to where now you may score more points, but your defense is giving up more big plays. Your offense is actually not scoring on, like you said, the points per possession, points per game. But because you're getting more incompletions and you're doing those things, a team like Notre Dame last year would have been much more greatly affected by the new rules than USC last year would have been, because you're going to be catching more passes that are running out of bounds, more incompletions and things like that. Does that make sense? So maybe we see that gap, but this offense is actually more efficient than that one, but there's actually a greater scoring gap. There's just so much of what we don't know about how the scoring is going to be that I really can't give you what that's going to be. I'm looking at just other factors, and it'll take us probably a year or two to really figure out just what that means. But if it's what I think it is, I think 36 is a healthy number for Notre Dame when you consider the quality of the schedule. But 34 could end up being a great top 15 offense. I really just don't have answers to those questions at this point in time.
All I'll say is you guys are lucky Tommy Rees isn't working with this rule, because according to Yurcevich, every play matters more than it did last year. And the scan would have been every single play if every play matters more. So
it wasn't every play already.
It would
felt like it sometimes.
DJ with the super chat. If a team plays us heavy in the middle, aka estimate is not going to beat us, can we have enough success on the perimeter to win the game? I believe so. Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
I think wide receivers are going to be better. I think your quarterback's going to be better. So yes, I think so.
I'm a lot higher on the receiving core than it appears a lot of you are. I just am. I am.
Yeah. James O'Reilly with the super chat. Thank you, James. Could Pat Coogan's athleticism be why he's higher on the depth chart than Billy Schrauth? More versatility in the line, or could it also be potentially be a difference in game plan philosophy from Harry Heastand to Joe Rudolph 8 days?
I don't think Pat Coogan's very athletic. He's one of the least athletic guys they have. So I don't think that's athleticism is not why. If this was a decision about athleticism, it's a no-brainer that Billy Schrauth is the starting left guard.
I think it's the consistency and dependability factors that we're looking at here. Yeah.
Yep. Agree.
We had another question.
It's a comment. I appreciate this. Go ahead, Sharine. This is more of a comment.
Shamrock Sean says the community IB has built on the message board is awesome, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that very, very much. I think it is also very true. Very, very true.
We had Pete Weber. What's up, Pete? Mailbag or for the chat. Does anybody have any insight into Kansas State? How are they looking this season, and who will make an impact on that team?
I'm going to give you my 2 big questions about Kansas State this year, Ryan, and I don't get your thoughts on it. Number one is we're going to find out just how much Deuce Vaughn mattered to that offense. Now, we know he was very important, right? But was he so important that, like, they're just going to are they going to fall off a cliff? Kind of like what happened to Iowa State when Breece Hall left, right? Like, I know they also lost Brock Purdy, but when Breece Hall left, that offense went off a cliff.
Yeah.
And I know you were a very big Breece Hall guy. Was he that important? Or do they have enough horses to kind of say, hey, we don't have anybody like Deuce Vaughn, but we're going to be okay? The second question is how is Will Howard going to play now that he is the guy? Because he was not the guy going into last year. There's always less pressure when you come off the bench. Even if you start for the course of a season, when you come off the bench, there's always less pressure on you than when you are the guy in the entire offseason in the season. So we're going to have to see how Will Howard handles that. And you don't have Adrian Martinez to kind of turn to if he's not playing well. Those are the 2 big questions for me that are going to determine Kansas State. But I love the head coach. I love the toughness. I think there's a lot of good players coming back, but I think those are two giant questions that will define Kansas State. Ryan, what are your thoughts on that? And what are your thoughts on Kansas State?
I agree with the Will Howard question. I want to see what he looks like. Good thing for the running back situation is Trayshawn Ward did transfer in from Florida State, which is good. And then they also have very good offensive line coming back. Cooper Beebe came back for another year. They got Christian McDuffie back at offensive tackle. So their offensive line should be good. So I think they'll be able to run the ball consistent enough. I think that they are just going to be one of those headache teams in the Big 12. Like, they're just one of those teams that for every week, you're going to have to bring your lunch pail, right? And it's a super cliche, but they're coached well. They're physical. They have a decent amount coming back on defense as well. I know that they lost both corners, but they have Daniel Green in the middle, who's a good linebacker. The number 41, I think, is Austin Moore. He's the other inside linebacker that's a pretty solid football player. So they should have some guys defensively coming back. They'll have a good running game. Will Howard will be the difference between back-to-back Big 12 championships, or maybe they're just a solid 8-4, 9-3 football team. I think that's the difference.
I hope that they're good. I always enjoyed watching Kansas State be really good in the Big 8 and then Big 12 back in the day when they had like Michael Bishop and
they were good. Yeah.
Who was the other running back? The little running back they had back in the day that was really good.
It was I know who you're talking about.
Darren Sproles.
Sproles, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's somebody else, didn't they? Didn't they have another good running back too?
They had several, but they had some really good running backs back in the day, and obviously Michael Bishop, a quarterback. Because they all look the same, right? I mean, all their running backs kind of like they were all those like short, stocky, they're really tough runners.
That's why Dylan Edwards should have went to Kansas State, just stayed a running back, man. But
agree, but he was obviously looking for different things. They had Eric Hickson one year back then, 1999. They went 11.
You know who was the complete opposite? You know who the complete opposite is? They've always had those short, kind of undersized guys. Do you remember when they had, what was his name? Gosh, his name just escaped me. The Miami Dolphins drafted him. He was a big back. He was like 6'2", 230 pounds. What the heck was that kid's name?
Wasn't Josh Scope? No, it wasn't Josh Scope. He was a small.
No, it wasn't that far back. It was like 2010, I think, or something like that.
Oh, yes.
Daniel Thomas.
Yes.
Yes. He was like a quarterback at first or something. And then running back.
He had really nice feet. Yeah, I remember him.
He's big, dude. He's a big back. He didn't turn out to be any good with Miami, but like he was huge.
And he kind of came out of nowhere at K-State. Like he just kind of broke onto the scene. Yeah, I remember him now. Good call.
I think he was a quarterback early on in his career, and then he was like one of those transition guys. I'm pretty sure.
Good call. Very good call.
We had a question from Robert Bishop who says, if you had to choose one, which was your favorite Shamrock Series alternate version jersey? I liked the white on white against Miami.
That would be Miami. What year did they have white on white against Miami?
I'm thinking.
Because they had the alternate against Miami in 2005 and 2012, but that wasn't.
I need to look these up.
Yeah, so I remember the white on white against Arizona State was really good. I liked the 2015 BC ones. I thought those were really sharp. If they just would have changed the color of the number and the name so I could see it a little bit more. I think that one was one. I know that I'm in the minority here, but I actually really like the Yankee Stadium uniforms. The only thing I didn't like about those, again, I'm talking uniform. The thing I didn't like about that one is they should have stuck with the gold helmet, because to me, putting the gold helmet with the pinstripes would have been the perfect combination as opposed to going pure pinstripe. That was my issue, right? You changed the helmet and you kind of lost the chance, because could you imagine those navy blue jerseys that are Yankee colors, the pinstripe pants with the gold Notre Dame helmet? I think that would have looked way better.
I like the idea of it. I like the idea of it. I think that they didn't quite pull it off fully, but I did like the idea. I liked last year's, man. Those whites, I thought they were sick.
They were sharp.
I really liked. They were really sharp.
I'm trying to think of some other ones. You said 13 Arizona State was a good one. That was another white on white.
Yeah, the Vegas last year were sick, man. They were nice.
So, did they do a Shamrock Series in 21? Am I drawing a blank on that 2021 season? Because I know they haven't done a Shamrock every single year.
I feel like they did.
Oh, it was Wisconsin. Yeah, it was Wisconsin. Those were okay.
Yeah.
They were all right. 2019. Let's see, what was the Shamrock that year? I don't know that they did a Shamrock that year. They didn't do a Shamrock that year in 2019, now that I think of it. Because, see, Virginia Tech, no. Navy, no. BC. Oh, they did a BC. They had a throwback to the 2018, but it wasn't a Shamrock, but they did a throwback to the 1988 jerseys, and I actually really like
I
those.
remember
I've even
that.
said if you went to just those for normal, I would like it. They had the Yankee ones the year before that. I did not like the ones against Navy in 2017. They did the Newt Rockne throwback. I did not like that at all. I didn't like that.
I forgot about those ones. Yeah.
2016 against Army. I didn't. They were all right. They were a little too of a weird color green for me. We talked about 2015 Boston College. 2014 the Shamrock was against Purdue. They were okay. I didn't love those. 2013 Arizona State. That was the year they had the white on whites that were really cool. The 2012 Miami uniforms actually looked sharp. I hated the helmet. It was disgusting.
Is that the blue?
It had half blue and then half gold. That looked retarded. That looked ridiculous. Excuse me. I hated that one. I disliked that one very much. And then 2011, I think it was Maryland, and that was just it was all right. It wasn't much, but yeah, those are the ones I like the most.
Yeah, those ones last year, the white ones were
sharp. Well, two of the best they've ever had were white on white, Ryan. Like that. I mean, I know a lot of people like those 2013 Arizona State ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had the Andretti says,
"Can Deuce change his name?" All right, there we go.
Can y'all give us a starting lineup that you would like to see for offense and defense, even special teams?
I mean, it's going to look similar to what they do now, Ryan. Sam Hartman at quarterback, Aldrich at running back. If I'm going 11 personnel, I mean, what I would like to see is I would have liked to have seen Deion Colsey step up and win a starting job. But right now, from what I've seen in fall camp, I'm probably going Jaden Thomas in the boundary, Chris Tyree in the slot, Braylon James, Tobias Merriweather to the field. I've liked Holden Stace more. And then the offensive line is exactly what it is now, except Billy Strout the guard. That's what I would have liked to have seen a little bit more.
Yeah.
Defensive line, what it is now, Howard Cross, Riley inside, Botelho, and either Nana or Javante out at big end.
I take Javante over Nana.
Yeah.
I know he's going to play.
To me, they're co-starters, basically, is how I think it's going to go. If I'm going starting linebackers, I'd probably go – like if you want to talk about like what the ideal scenario is, the ideal starting linebackers inside in the nickel defense is J.D. Bertrand and Maris Littlefowl. Meaning Maris, the light went on. Because I think you and I agree. If the light – we're just not going to expect it. But if it happens, there's everything we thought about Maris last year from a potential standpoint didn't go away. He didn't stop being athletic. It's just he's a fifth-year senior now, and it's no longer projecting it might to happen. He just needs to either do it or whatever. But that to me is still the best with Jack Kaiser as sort of that super sub like Tavon Coney was, and was it 2016 when Tavon was, or 2017 when Tavon was kind of like the super sub, and you had three guys. Remember, Tavon led him in tackles that year, but he didn't start. Niles started and Greer started a lot of those games. Or like a Greer Martini type of super sub. That would still be the ideal with Thomas Harper at nickel, Benjamin and Cam Hart at corner, and then Ramon Henderson and Xavier Watts at safety. So it's not far off from what my ideal starting lineup would be.
For the most part, I think guys that we were hoping would step up have stepped up for the most part. I mean, to a large degree. I mean, there's always a couple like, I would rather Billy Strout have seized a starting offensive guard spot for sure. I mean, that's absolutely. But I think other than that, I mean, it's going to sound weird, but like, were there really a lot of starter position battles? Truly? I mean, as far as like guys that we were seriously like, I don't know if that guy's going to start. It's like,
well, there were some that people hoped for. People were hoping that a bunch of young guys were going to be starting a linebacker this year, but only one of those might have happened. And I think the guy that probably had the best chance of actually pushing himself into a starting lineup has been away from the team all fall camp, And so, that's made it a little bit more challenging, but
I'm more interested to see like a lot of the depth, to be honest.
Well, in some of these positions, Ryan, we can talk about who's the starting safeties, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because they're going to they're going to be all playing, and there's going to be times DJ's on the field, Xavier's on the field, Ramon. It's DJ and Ramon are on the field together. Xavier's, Antonio Carter's in there. It's just the way it's going to be. I mean, you're just going to see them all kind of playing together.
We had a question from Robert Bishop who says, "Can you name some of your favorite unsung heroes of Notre Dame football in your lifetime? That's
Well,
a fun question.
we kind of talked about it a little bit, Ryan, with with one of them being Mo Stovall, just never gets enough love
Stovall's
for how
good.
good he was in
I
2015.
Chris Brown was one of those guys for me too. It was like Chris Brown was a really solid football player, and no one ever talked about him.
Dude,
You
he
know,
made
It's
that
like-
catch he made against BC in
yeah,
2015 was phenomenal. Made the
yeah,
money play against Oklahoma. Oklahoma just tied that game up. Chris Brown has 2 catches as a freshman, and that was one of them. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Lee Becton was one for me that I always thought was a bit of an unsung hero with
yeah.
some. I was watching a game. To me, you know who's a very unsung hero for me in 2017. Alex Bars continues to get very overlooked for how good he was on the offense. I made a 9-minute highlight tape for Alex Bars that year, Ryan, a guard who wasn't even their best guard.
Yeah.
And he had the long run against NC State for touchdown was behind Alex. The 80-yard touchdown against USC was behind Alex. He was a really good player. Like, yes, you had a great left side of the line, but you went from the Colin McGovern, Mark Harrell at right guard in 2016 to Alex Bars in 2017 was a huge improvement. And unfortunately, like Tommy Kramer and Robert Hainsey were able to handle the right tackle position, but Alex Bars was a really good football player prior to his knee injury in 2018.
I think there's been a bunch of safeties that were super unsung, like
Yeah.
Zeke Mata. I felt it was a guy that didn't get enough credit.
On that 2012 team,
Dukeway was a guy that I think didn't get enough credit.
Chinny.
Elijah Shoebate was even a guy that I thought didn't get enough credit. Like, he was a good football player, man. No one talked about him though.
Yeah, there's been guys like that. Trying to think over the years, some different players. They've just been so bad. It's kind of like, well, you can't be an unsung hero on a team you can't be a hero on a team that sucks. There's been a lot of bad years. Yeah.
I feel like there was a couple tight ends too. Like, I thought that Anthony Fasano was a little bit taken away from because he played with Samardzija, Stovall, and all those guys.
And Brady,
Like, he was
Darius
a good
Walker,
player, man.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I look back at the 2018 team, and I've thought about like who are some of the unsung heroes on that team, and I think Chris Fink is one.
It's a good one. Yeah.
I think people really discount how good Chris Fink was on that football team. And especially you talk about big moments. That touchdown catch against Michigan was brilliant. The offense is sputtering in the first half. Chris Fink goes off. He has 7 catches for over 100 yards. I mean, people forget 2018 USC jumped on Notre Dame 10-0 in the Coliseum.
Right. Yeah.
And Chris Fink made some huge plays. That corner route catch, first of all, that was the best ball Ian Book ever threw. Like, ever threw. It was a great throw.
Yeah.
But it was also a great catch. It was one of those ones, Ryan, like you can't complete it if it's not a great throw and a great catch. And I think Chris Fink is a guy that gets very much overlooked for how good he was that last season for Notre Dame.
Yeah.
He was a really good player that year. Great compliment to those other 2 outside guys, in my opinion.
I think Sam Mustipher to a degree too, because he played with so many great offensive linemen, and he also had kind of a rough start to his career. But by the end, you're like, that guy was one of the better centers in college football, and
very steady football player. Yeah, very. My concern with him was I just didn't think he was that good in 2018. Like 2017, though, he was really good. I thought he regressed a little in 2018, which is I think partly why he went undrafted. Is because his 2018 film wasn't as good as his 2017 film. But
yeah, he's
turned out to be a good football player.
Doesn't really have like that position flexibility.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's kind of a
tough kid, though. Sam was a tough kid.
Oh, sure, no doubt. Yeah.
I'm going to ask this one, Ryan, because this is more of a question for you, NFL question. An indie football nerd asked, which running back and wide receiver has the most NFL potential?
Running back's so tough. I mean, just for God-given ability, I would say probably Jeremiah Love or Jadarian Price. I mean, you could convince me on either one. I would probably lean. Shit. My impulse was to Jeremiah Love just because I think he's kind of more of the modern running back, right? As far as his ability to catch the football and do that kind of like positionless stuff at times. But Jadarian Price can do some of that stuff too. So I don't think that's like a huge separator. So either one's a good answer, I think. Wide receiver, just God-given ability, it's Deion Colsey, Braylon James, or Tobias Merriweather. Like, they're the 3 guys for me. I would probably lean Braylon James just because I think he has the most raw untapped potential. But I mean, as of what we know so far, I would probably go Tobias Merriweather because you at least have seen it a little bit.
If Tobias can get stronger, he's my pick. That's my only concern about Tobias. And he's a sophomore, so I'm not overly concerned about it now. But over the next, can he add 10 pounds and,
215?
And just play stronger because he's a really good route runner. He's got good speed. He's got really strong hands. He's just not. He's got really good hands. He's just not strong right now.
Yeah. Yep.
And so that would be where Braylon's actually pretty strong. Like that's a very underrated part of Braylon's a strong young kid.
He's had a lot of weight this offseason too.
Yes,
so,
yes. Yeah. Tobias, to me, if he can add to the strength, is still that guy for me. As we just talk about potential. Now, I will say who's got the most NFL game. My answer changes if somehow the Notre Dame strength staff can add about 1/10 of a second onto Jaden Greathouse's 40-yard dash time.
Yeah,
that changes.
Still think he's like a easy slot at the next level, though. You know, it's like big slot. Go ahead.
Well, right. That's floor, though. My whole point is if we're talking about NFL potential, if all of a sudden you take 1/10 of a second off of him, now all of a sudden he gets into that, okay, that dude, because what was the only reason I didn't have him, for me, this is for me, the only reason I didn't have Jaden as like a higher ranked guy on the board, I mean, I gave him 5-star upside based on college production because I see him being just a big-time volume guy. But if I'm talking about projecting him to the next level, my big knock on him is, does he really have that great like that game-changing speed?
Sure.
I don't think he has that. He's not slow by any stretch at all. He's not like a 4.8 out there, right? People, but if you all of a sudden could take 1/10 of a second off of that with all the other traits he has, how do you guard that guy, Ryan? Like, seriously. Now all of a sudden he can beat you on posts and goes. How do you guard that guy? Because the only hope you have now really is to just sit on him and just say, well, I'm not worried about him running by me. I'm just going to sit on whatever he's going to do. That's the only hope you have.
He's so strong, though, man. Even when you sit on him, it's like he's still going to make the catch. You just might not create a lot.
That's why I said the only hope you have, not that's the way to stop him. Right? Yeah. So, yeah.
He might be the strongest receiver they have right now, which is crazy as a true freshman. I mean, no hyperbole involved. He might be the strongest receiver on the roster right now.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Here's one.
JHT 1988, who says, how do you see the new running clock rules affecting Notre Dame versus Navy? Seems like Navy could kill tons of clock to shorten the game.
It all depends on how good your defense plays.
Yeah.
I mean, look, here's the deal, guys. No team can control the clock against you if you're getting stops. It's not possible because you're getting off the field. So the other part of it too, Ryan, part two to that is, how does Notre Dame offense playing? Because if sometimes limited possessions can be your kryptonite too, right? Like, this is the thing is if Navy's running the clock out, let's say Navy gets the ball first and they go down forever and just take 7 minutes off the clock and get a field goal. Notre Dame goes down the field and scores a touchdown. And then Navy goes down the field, takes another 7 minutes off the clock, 8, 9 minutes off the clock, and they turn it over on downs. Notre Dame goes down and scores a touchdown. And it's end of half. Notre Dame starts the third quarter off with the ball, goes down and scores a touchdown. It's 20-3. You just screwed yourself by running the clock out in the first half because now you don't have enough time to get 3 scores against Notre Dame. You're done. Now you got to come out of your game plan, and that's where Notre Dame puts you away, right? So, it all comes down to, is Notre Dame getting stops? If they're getting stops, then they're fine. Like, to your point, Ryan, Notre Dame may win 31-0, 31-3, and you scored every time you touch the football. Seriously. In that kind of situation.
I remember when I was in high school, we played against 2 different teams. One ran the triple option, like we would traditional sense, and the other one ran double tight power I. And sometimes double tight double wing, because they were just like, we suck. We're just going to keep everything condensed. And in those games, you would get 5 to 6 possessions. That was all you were going to get. You had to score every time. If you didn't score once or twice, you're like, you might get a little not great at the end. We shall see, though. I hate those games, man. Ben Tarnowski says, honest question, are we happy with the state of Notre Dame recruiting currently? Yes, I am. At first, it was fine losing the big boys because we were actually recruiting them, but now it seems a little concerning. What's the concerning part?
What gets me is the most recent recruit that Notre Dame landed was a kid that they beat Ohio State and USC for.
Yes.
They're about to beat Ohio State for an offensive lineman probably soon, right? Like, like, Ben, I understand that there's a perception out there right now, but I don't deal in perception. I deal in reality. And the reality is when I look at this class, I don't care what people rank Cole Mullins as, Ryan. I know what I think of him. I don't care what other people rank Bodie Cahoon. I know what I think of him. Right? I don't care what I don't care that other people look at Leonard Moore and see a 3-star because I think those people are nuts.
Yeah.
Like I look at his film and that's what his film tells me. So I just don't care about that. When I look at this 24 class, getting Kingston was sort of like it completely changed the game on that class. Now, is it perfect? No. Is there room for improvement for the Notre Dame recruiting operation? Absolutely. Have they upped the game in a big way? Yeah, I think this 24 recruiting class is incredibly. I mean, if Kedron Young was ranked properly, if Micah Gilbert was ranked properly as a top 250 guy, not as a top 100 guy, if Cole Mullins was ranked properly, if Bodie Cahoon was ranked properly, if Leonard Moore was ranked properly, if Styles Prescott was ranked properly, in my opinion, we have a completely different view as fans of this class. We do. And that's just kind of so I'm excited about it. I getting Kingston though, Ryan, was the key. Because if you take him away, all of a sudden the front seven looks way different without him in it. Getting him and Bronte Johnson late in the summer completely changed the outlook of that defensive class. Completely changed it. Because we were looking at safety like, man, I don't know what they're going to do.
Right.
Because we didn't think they could get Bronte.
And they weren't going to pursue Malcolm Ziegler anymore. And there was a lot going on there.
Once you got him, and then all of a sudden you add Kingston to that, to me, right? And this offensive class, the offensive line class is not elite right now.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're going to get Gearby at this point in time. But even then, it's like, it's got some potential, but there's also some question marks. But it was also a bad year offensive line-wise, period. I don't know that they'd had to pretty much hit the inside straight to have an offensive line class that matched some of their past classes. But, the receiving loss was bad, was losing Canyon hurt. But, man, it's still a really good receiving core. I like Jack Larson. I think I know a lot of Notre Dame fans are down on him. I like Jack, but I think this running back class is phenomenal, and you got a 5-star quarterback. Like I think the biggest thing that Notre Dame fans are sleeping on is how good this running back class is.
Yeah, it's really good
for me.
Class.
I mean, I think it's an excellent running back class.
I think, Ben, like, it's hard for me to feel down on it too, because like I know you lost Nate Roberts in 2025, so like that's what people are hyper focusing on a lot, but Notre Dame's in a good spot with a lot of really good 2025 kids. So like I'm kind of looking from the inside out. And I'm just
tight end, Ryan, is not a position I'm ever losing sleep over losing a kid.
Exactly. And everybody knows how high I was on Nate Roberts as a football player. But if you end up getting James Flanagan and another good tight end, like, you're good, guys. You're good, man. Like, it's good.
I think they're in a great position with Deuce Knight.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing, Owen Strebig is a top 100 player. They're in a great early position with Taylor. There's a long way to go, as you've pointed out, Ryan, but I would much rather be Notre Dame than most everybody else right now when it comes to Taylor.
Yeah.
There's Jadon Blair. They're in a great position. Look, if they just got safety class that visited most recently, Ryan, that's a gap closing safety class with Ivan Taylor, Ethan Long, and Jadon Blair.
Well, the thing is that they have legitimate chance to get that safety class, which is the wild part,
Same like linebacker, right? The only here, I'm asking you, Ryan, the only position that as of right now I'm concerned about in 25 as of right now is defensive line, just because it doesn't look like they're in a great position with a lot of the better players. But even then, if they get Davion Dixon and like a Jarquez Carter or Juju, Marks, that's a pretty good interior defensive line class, man.
Nah, man. If they get that defensive line, if they get that interior defensive line class, that's actually really good in my opinion. I think Juju Marks could end up being like a dude if he's developed.
Dude, he is such a big ball of clay, man. And if you haven't read it, Ryan has an article. You've actually written a couple in the last couple weeks on Juju, right?
Yes.
One with him, I believe, and then you did one also with his head coach recently. Former basketball player, so it's still very much a work in progress. But dude, you're talking like 6'7", 260.
They said he's up to 265, and his coach was like, "That kid could be 320 easy."
Oh yeah.
I was like,
yeah. But it's like, where are you on the edge? That's the only position right now that I have any concern about. It's just close on the dudes that are on the board. Their offensive line class has a chance to be outstanding.
Yep.
It's
when I think the defensive back class for Notre Dame in 2025 is going to be one of the best they've had in a long time.
We just talked about the safeties. You and I were talking before the show, and Ryan did the show yesterday breaking down the corners. there's 6 guys on the board. If you talk about the 5 that have visited and then throw in Chuck McDonald, you get 3 of any of those 3, and you got a heck of a cornerback class. After landing, we'll see what Carson Hobbs is. I think you like Carson as a player more than I do. I hope that you're right on that.
Just a little bit. I still think he has a lot of room to prove, though. Yeah.
I think Leonard Moore is a dude. I absolutely do. And then you just had Christian Gray and Micah Bell. Like, when you just look at the defensive recruiting since Marcus Freeman has showed up, Ryan, it's night and day. I mean, it's just night and day.
And the offensive class they have in 2024 is one of the better ones we've seen, especially when they get Gerby. You know what I mean? So,
and I would argue when you look at the offensive recruiting of just the classes where Marcus Freeman was head coach, so 23 and 24, it's been better than the defensive classes.
Yep.
I think the 2022 defensive class that he put together as a coordinator was excellent as well. So I'm actually they're not there yet, Ryan. There's still work to be done.
Sure.
But it's really good.
Yep. I don't see how you can make that. Like, even the guys that maybe guys aren't super excited about, Notre Dame's still taking really talented players though. Right. And if they can develop, who cares at the end of the day Cole Mullins is a guy that you keep talking about, right, Brian? But like, who cares what Cole Mullins' ranking is now if they can develop Cole Mullins, right? Or anybody else that they're getting. So development I think is a big thing, but we shall
agree.
See. We had another question from Mr. 2.0 says, Dila McCullough said Jabron Payne has graded out the highest in camp. Rather than ask about his playing time specifically, can you predict carry totals of each Notre Dame's backs this year? Man.
I mean, no, I really can't, because I just don't know what the mix is going to be run pass mix. And again, I go back to the other earlier thing of I don't know what the carry totals are going to look like with the new clock rules. How many possessions, how many plays are we going to lose? What I'll say is my hope is that Audric Estime gets about 60 to 65% of the carries. And I'm talking handoff carries. If he's at 60%, I'm comfortable with that. Because that there's going to be some blowout carries he's not getting and things like that. And then you can split the other, say 35% up between the other guys. And then you're going to have 5% of the carries are like blowout game stuff. I'm talking when I say 100% of the carries for the backs, 5% of them are just kind of garbage time. I don't really count those. Then you got 60% for the starter, 35% for the other guys as far as on the course of a year, 40% in a normal game. Split those between those other 3 guys, other 4 guys, whatever. That's fine. But I would say Jabron Payne right now deserves to be the number 2 back right now. I think part of that is because they are bringing Jadarian along slowly.
Yep.
They're just not going to get, even if he was the second best back on the roster right now, they're going to bring him along slowly. But what you guys have to understand is Jabron right now is not number 2 because Jadarian Price is hurt. Jabron Payne's number 2 right now because he's had a really good spring and a really good fall camp. Like, he's earned that spot.
Yep.
And he's going to be fun. He's going to be a guy that fans, I think, really like.
Really 2.0, it's a great question because as far as like the running back distribution, I have no idea exactly what to expect. And that's the most exciting part is that there's a lot of talented running backs that could eat into carries, which I think is going to be really fun.
Yep. All right, let's see here. Let's go with this one. I like this one, Ryan.
Tim B says, what is missing from Al Golden's defense in year 1 that he will be able to get rolling in year 2?
I think the thing for me is the timing of the blitz package is going to be better in year 2. I think that's the most noticeable thing that we're going to see this season. If you're going to point to one tangible aspect of it, I think that's going to be it. That would be the biggest thing for me. And I think the other thing that I hope is, I don't know if this will be, but what I hope is I hope the tackling is better. And this is the point that I made on Wednesday, Ryan, is if the only thing that improves from Notre Dame last year is they have a 50% improvement in tackling, they're going to be a much better defense. Because that means what? It means you don't miss the quarterback in the backfield. It means you take better angles with the football. So you limit the yards after catch, the yards after contact. And all of a sudden you become a much better. If you're just a sound tackling team and that's the only thing that you're better at, because also partly being a good tackling is you hit the right gap. You're not overrunning. How many times did we see in September last year Notre Dame's defensive tackles would run past? That's like football 101, Ryan. You don't run past the level of the quarterback. I mean, because now he's just going to step up and go. You get to a certain level and you stop, or you try to get to the ball. I mean, how many times we see Jason Adamiola just like take a beeline, like he was just trying to beat a guy to a spot, not actually worry about where the quarterback was. And then Jack Plummer stepping up and running on you, like stuff like that. That to me is part of tackling, because you're not doing what you're supposed to do. If that's the only stuff that gets better, this is a much better defense than it was last season, in my opinion.
Got to finish. I think finish is the big thing for me. I mean, and I think that's all intertwined, right? Is everybody saw the USC game where it was like, you had Caleb, you had him several times, and you just couldn't finish plays. Got to finish.
Yep.
I hope getting longer and more athletic defensively is going to mitigate some of those issues.
It helps. Yes. It helps.
Doug Ross said, a narrative I haven't seen discussed much during camp is what to expect out of Coach Parker as a play caller this year. Talked about it a lot, I feel like, but what are your expectations based on what you have seen and heard thus far?
Well, I really don't. I mean, practice doesn't give you a good sense of what a coach is going to be as a play caller, because it's all structured. I mean, it's, hey, today, and this is why I also say sometimes you can't worry about who won or lost the practice, because the defense may say, hey, we're working on this today. The offense is working on this today. But when you get into a team period, what the defense is working on is set up to stop what the offense is working on. You have practices like that as a coach, Ryan, where you go into a practice, say, hey, look, here's what we're doing. Here's what gives us problems. I want you to do that, because we've got to be able to find solutions to those problems, right? You got to structure practice like that sometimes, where, hey, we're going to run some route combinations that are kind of kryptonite to your coverages. How do your players react? What adjustments do they make? And so there's going to be some of that stuff too, but it's all structured. There's no pressure. It's like, look, you've already put the practice plan. I mean, what that means is, Ryan, I've got a script. So when we go to team, we're going to run 20 plays during team. 60% are going to my first team, 40% to my second team. I've literally got the entire thing. We're going to put the ball on this hash, and the managers have the script, because they know they got to spot the ball here and then spot the ball there and then spot the ball there. And this is what we're doing. And that doesn't really prepare you for being a play caller. Now, that's helping your team get prepared and to run stuff, and what you like and what you don't like. But play calling is very much, it's part preparation and planning, but also part feel. There's a science to it, but then there's sort of a gut. This is just, man, you see it happening, like, hey, I'm reacting to this, and there's just got to be some of that to it. You can have a great plan, but if you don't know how to counterpunch in the middle of a game, Ryan, eventually they're going to figure you out, and you're going to have nothing to go to. And we've seen that from Notre Dame. And we saw that in 2021 in the Fiesta Bowl. Early on, Notre Dame's defensive game plan was giving Oklahoma State some problems. They figured it out pretty quickly, and Notre Dame had no counterpunches, and they couldn't stop them. Yeah. Right? Offensively, Oklahoma State could not stop Notre Dame early, but they figured it out, counterpunched, and Notre Dame had no answers. Right? So it's not just the game plan and the preparation. You also have to have an ability to adjust and adapt and make changes and have a gut feel for certain things in games, that sometimes don't make sense on paper. And I mean, I've shared some of those stories where it's like, based on the coverage they play, we should not have been able to run this play, but I just felt the way that they were playing it, we could do this. But you really felt it that way, right? Because you're in the box and you see it. It's different than when you're seeing on film. Like, I see this safety, and when he does this, man, I feel like he's coming, because you see more of the body language and things in between plays you don't see in an all 22 cut up that you really can't see until you get there during the game. Say, I didn't think we could run this play this week in this look, but I think we can now. And then you draw it up and you go. That's what great play callers can do. It's not just the preparation. I think that Jared Parker's good at preparation and planning. We've seen that. I think we saw that as part of an assistant coach. How's that going to mean for a play caller? I don't know. But the expectation is get the job done. You're 42 years old. You've been coaching for a long time. You played in the SEC. If you got the chops, you get the chops. Just like the expectations for Clark Lee in 2018 were to lead a great defense. And he did. And that's the expectations for Jared Parker. Will he be able to live up to those? We're going to start finding out here in about 8 days, Ryan. But my expectations are that he goes out there and gets it done. I mean, he's a rookie play caller to a degree, but he's a 42-year-old head coach that's been coaching the Power 5 level for over a decade. He's not a spring chicken. He's not Tommy Rees taking over in 2019 at the age of 27, right? So my expectations are that he's going to figure it out pretty quickly. May take a couple games to really get into his groove, but he should figure it out pretty quickly. By the time they get to NC State, he better have the answers. I'll say that. But I actually am excited about what Jared Parker's going to be this year. I don't know why. I just have a feeling he's going to end up being a pretty good play caller when it's all said and done.
I'm very hopeful. I mean, I think that the only things I expect is that I expect there to be a lot more RPO into the offense. I expect that there maybe be a little bit more opportunity to push the ball down the field, and I expect that there's going to be more run game diversity. As far as how it meshes, how good it is, how not great it is, I have no idea. Those expectations are something that I am looking forward to finding out. But I expect more RPO, I expect more shots, I expect run game diversity. And that's the starting point, right? Because that was some of the stuff that was a little stale about the offense last year. And I think things that you need to acclimate a little bit more to. So I'm hopeful, very hopeful.
Good question,
Gabe Weiss,
by the way.
if you could
that was
change,
a really good question, by the way. I enjoyed that one, yeah.
If you could have changed the championship format, how would it look? I would go back to no playoff personally. I like playoff. I like playoff.
I have said before, I think that there's great elements to every different thing that we've done in the past, right? With the exception of as far as format wise, I didn't like the BCS point system. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when bowl games decided championships. I liked that. I also like a 14 playoff. So what I have always said is I would like to see them go to get the bowl tie-ins back to where they were, with the conferences and things like that. Play the bowl games, then pick your 4. That's what I would like to see. Then pick your 4.
Bowl games matter again.
Yeah. It's like, look, dude, you can't. If you're a Big Ten team, you can't play for the championship unless you win the Rose Bowl, right? Like, because like you could see a team that's 7th, Ryan, and depending on how things go, and this is the point that I made. If you're the 7 team and you play the 2 team and you pull off an upset, you just went up at least one spot. But now that fan base is watching every other bowl game that has a team ranked ahead of them that matters, and now all of a sudden, these things matter again, right? Where it's not just the Notre Dame and Oklahoma State fans watching that bowl game, right? Because Notre Dame's number 5, Oklahoma State was number 6, I believe, going to that game. The winner of that game in that format has a chance to go out and be a playoff team. So now not only are Notre Dame and Oklahoma State fans watching, but teams who are number 7 or number 3 or whatever are also watching that game to see how it impacts their team. I think it'd be great for ratings. And then you pick your 4, you start 10 days later, and then you have your semifinals 10 days later. Then a week after that, you have your title game. That's what I would do. If it was up to me, that's what I would do. I think that'd be a great way. Because like you said, bowl games now matter again. Conference tie-ins matter again. Winning your conference championship matters a lot more now, right? And so, if you lose your conference championship, now you've got to play some at-large game against a conference champ, and you better win it to have a chance. I think it makes more teams eligible for the playoff without expanding to 12, because in my lifetime, I have never seen a year where the 12 teams had a legitimate chance to win a championship in the same season. I've never seen it. So why are we wasting our time with 5, 6 teams that have zero shot at getting in? But now there's 6, 7, 8 teams that would potentially have a shot, most likely really 6 or 7 that would have a shot to get one of those 4 spots coming out of the bowl games, depending on how they go. So that's what I would do. I think that'd be a great format, just personally, Ryan.
I'd be down for that because I miss when bowl season mattered.
Right.
I mean, that was like some of my favorite times growing up. It was like near Christmas time, they would have like all the old bowl clips of like the games when it actually mattered and stuff. And it was very missed. It's been very missed in my end.
But see, that's the rub though, right, Ryan? I love bowl games, but I also like the playoff. Like sure. I do. So how can we make both of them important? And I don't think making the bowl games semifinal games does it for me. It just doesn't do it for me. It's like, because it's like when Notre Dame played Alabama in the Rose Bowl in Atlanta, that wasn't the freaking Rose Bowl, man. Like it wasn't the same thing. It was a playoff game. Like I forget, like, oh, Notre Dame played in the Cotton Bowl in 2018. I'm like, man, it's been a long time since Notre Dame played in the Cotton Bowl. And I'm like, no, it's 2018, but it wasn't the Cotton Bowl to me. It was a playoff game.
Right.
So it just doesn't have the same impact for me.
Okay.
So, I think that would be a great way to make them both matter again. I really do. I really do. Let's get to another one from Gabe.
Gabe says Notre Dame has started to recruit Texas much better recently. What other regions do they need to start tapping into? More players from Georgia and Florida never hurt, in my opinion. You're starting to see the Georgia push, especially in 2024. I mean, I know they lost a commitment from Isaiah Canyon, but you still have Cole Mullins, you still have Anthony Knapp. I mean, they're starting to tap into Georgia. Florida in 2025, your only 2 commitments in 2025 are from the state of Florida. So I think tapping into those pipelines, Georgia is one of the pipelines that I definitely want Notre Dame to tap into more. Getting Florida players, recruits that can fit the culture, I think is fantastic. Tapping into California occasionally. I mean, Notre Dame has done that though, so that's like something super new. But I think you hit on a couple, Gabe. I think Georgia is a big one for me that Notre Dame needs to continue to tap into because Georgia's putting out a lot of talent recently, man. Whole lot.
And Ryan, you and I have talked in the past. I mean, St. Louis is one that I think can be really good to Notre Dame. It's just St. Louis isn't always going to be filled with Jeremiah Loves and Christian Grays every year. It's going to still be a little bit hit or miss. Texas is going to be good every year. Georgia's going to be filled up every year. Louisiana is an interesting one, Ryan, that I'm curious if Notre Dame, because there's a very heavy Catholic population down there that's very Catholic. We've seen them land some kids from down there, Lawrence Keys, Jerry Tillery, Jaden Alsbury. That's one that I'd be curious about. But I think Georgia and the Carolinas are areas they're already hitting. The Carolinas is big for Notre Dame too, especially North Carolina. That's a really important one. And then just keep locking down your base areas. Still have success in Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, all those. But I like the Georgia one. I like the East Coast, Ryan. I think it's a very important area from Virginia on down to Georgia. You got to be careful with Florida. I mean, you're going to find your Justin Thurmans and Davion Dixons. Justin Thurman being a super high academic kid. Davion Dixon is not a lifer in Florida. Neither is Justin Thurman. I mean, neither of those kids are. I mean, Justin Thurman is more St. Louis than he is Florida. He lived more of his life in St. Louis than he did in Florida.
And Sean Sevillano is a Canadian, so he's not a lifer for Florida either.
It's a little bit. You got to be careful down there. But I think the East Coast, that Virginia down to, I still would love to see them have more success in the DC Catholic school area. For some reason, it's weird. They just can't get traction in there. They're trying. I mean, Ryan, you know this. They're trying.
Yep. St. Francis and Tariq Hayer. And there's been a bunch. Yep, there are. But
just hasn't worked. Just can't get that traction.
Yet. Hopefully they can. JP Buellsfeld says, what do you enjoy most, proud of what Irish Breakdown has become in 2 years? What is your greatest challenge see coming 2 years ago?
So what is your greatest challenge you see coming 2 years ago?
You saw it's coming 2 years ago? I guess what you thought was coming? I don't know. Yeah.
So in the last 2 years, what is the biggest thing is just, Ryan, and you know this, it's just the community that we've built. I mean, that's the thing I'd hoped I could build, but I wasn't sure how that was going to go. Like, I knew how to break down games. I knew how to talk football, but can you really build a community? I had some ideas on how that might work, but it was kind of an experiment to a degree, and I know some people don't like it, but we're just going to keep doing it that way on the message board and the different things we've done. I think the things that I'm most proud of also, Ryan, is we've taken chances. We've done things people say you can't do, you shouldn't do. Hey, I literally had 10 conversations with people about whether or not to start a YouTube channel. And I had one person tell me I should do it. Everybody else said, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And now you look at it, we make more money now off of our podcast than we made our entire thing 2 years ago. Right. And, so those chances, it's like, there's risk involved. I have a wife to take care of, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm taking risks and it doesn't work, you have a wife and 2 kids to take care of, right? Like, there's a lot of pressure on those things, especially now that I have employees. But it's just, and that's the challenge too, Ryan, is like, you just can't get set in your ways. Like, okay, we're here now, and you take it for granted. You always got to be thinking, okay, how can we make it better? And sometimes the things you do that you think are going to make it better don't. And does it hurt you or not? So I think the biggest challenge also, Ryan, besides that, is just the uncertainty of the college football world. And how will that impact the things that we're doing? I think the unforeseen things that could happen economically that could have a great impact on what we're doing that are outside of my control. Like, when I started Irish Breakdown in 2019, my biggest concern was not, I'm really concerned about a global pandemic shutting down sports in 5 months. That wasn't on my radar. You know what I mean? So it's like, you can't really prepare for that. What's your global pandemic lockdown plan for your business, Ryan, just in case that happens? Like, that wasn't something I was thinking about.
Well, you have it now.
Have it now. Yeah. But you know what it is? It's have a great community of people that just like being around each other, even when there's not things to talk about, So I think that's been the greatest accomplishment is, we pray for each other. We people have asked for help, and this community steps up and helps every single time. And it's just, man, and it's people from different political backgrounds, different sexes, different geographical breakdowns, different races. And it's like, but there's things that unify us. It's a love for Notre Dame and a respect for each other. And it's the best part about it. That's what makes it kind of worth it every day. Because Ryan, there's days like, I do not want to do a show today. I don't want to write an article today. But there's a group of people that depend on you. And that's why more often than not, you step up and you answer the bell, because you want to be part that's my good part of my day, the fun part of my day. It's driving over to Chicago last night and walking in and people yelling, Coach D, like, I've been listening to you forever long. And you're like, these people have never met me. They don't know me, but we're out there doing it. Vince goes out and he'll just be randomly have people come up and talk to him. IB Nation. It's just like, it's a family. And for me, it is. And for Vince, it is. I don't know where Ryan and Sean Stiers are in that regard, but that's been the greatest accomplishment. Because Vince sent me a text message the other day from 2020 where we had 100 subscribers on our YouTube channel. And now we're creeping up on 15,000. That's in 3 years. Like, that's been the cool part. Just to see this community grow the way that it has been a lot of fun. And, challenges are just, I want to build the staff more. That there's risk in that. And making sure hiring the right people, that's an important thing. A bad hire can set you back. And it has to me before. I mean, I made bad hires from a recruiting standpoint before I got Ryan, and those set you back a little bit. So those are the challenges. How do we properly grow within the framework that I've run the business so far, which is, you don't spend what you don't have. I don't take out loans. I'll do all that kind of stuff. So that can limit how quickly you can grow sometimes. But to me, it's the best way to do it. And so for me anyway, Ryan, that's where I'm at with what this company has become. And I knew it would be a success if I could just stick with it. And that's the other part is I have a great wife that has allowed me to still do this even when times got tough. And that's a big part of it as well. It is.
Yep. Need that support system, man. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
No doubt.
So thank you for that question. Appreciate that.
Jay Clampett Investments. Brian and Ryan, in years past, you have been to practice. What's the best team you have seen? How does this team stack up? The only team I saw in practice was last year, so I'm not a great person to ask that question.
Yeah. Well, for me, I don't know if they're the best team because I haven't seen them play yet. All I can do is compare them from a talent standpoint. And what I will say is this team does not have the top-end talent that the 2015 team had. And that team had Will Fuller, Jalen Smith, Quentin Nelson, Ronnie Stanley, and you just knew they were dudes. I mean, you knew they were dudes. Kavari Russell, that team had some guys who just like, these are dudes. These are special athletes, right? This team doesn't have as many knowns of that. Now, there may be guys, Ryan, that emerge as those players, but like you knew going into 2015, Jalen was special. You knew Quentin Nelson had a chance to be good. But you knew Ronnie Stanley was great. You knew that Sheldon Day was a dude. You knew that you saw Mike McGlinchey light up LSU in the bowl game the year before in his first career. So like there were just a lot of known commodities on that team. This year doesn't have as many of those elite known commodities. What this team has, however, is way deeper team from a talent standpoint. Far more depth of talent. Like you take Will Fuller off that 2015 football team, and they're a way different team. I mean, love Chris Brown, but I think you'll admit, Ryan, Chris Brown was an unsung guy from a complementary role standpoint.
Yeah.
You don't plug him into Will Fuller's role and he replaces Will Fuller.
No, he's a complementary receiver.
Right. And Amir was very similar to that. So this team is probably the deepest team that I've seen Notre Dame have, but a lot of that depth is young still. And that's where some of the uncertainty about this team can really be. There's still a lot of unknowns about this team.
Sure.
But it's one of the most talented teams I've ever seen. Now, keep in mind, I did not cover Notre Dame in 2012. So I can't tell you what that team looked like in practice and what kind of heart they had and all that stuff. I watched them from afar like y'all. But the only other team that I remember that has this combination of physicality and athleticism and depth is it's the best I've seen in that regard. But it's going to need star power to be team that's as good as some of those teams, right? And I don't know that do we really know that Notre Dame has a star on offense at a skill position? Do we really know that? Audric can be, but he hasn't proven that he's a star yet. Maybe last year's the best that he's going to be, right? We don't know. Do we know who the star is on defense? Benjamin Morrison probably is that guy. That's really it. We think there's a lot of guys that could be, but they're not there yet. We think Xavier Watts can be a star, but he's not there yet. We think some of the linebackers are going to be much better, but they got a lot to prove. We think Riley Mills could be that guy. We think Jordan Botelho could be that. We think Tobias, Tyree, all that. There's still a lot of unknowns about this team, but just from a God-given ability, this is the deepest Notre Dame team I've ever seen. And again, 2010 is when I started covering the team in person, because the question was about being at practice. Yeah. So I wasn't at the Lou Holtz team's practices. I wasn't there. I can only tell you from 2010 on, with having not seen 2012, this is the deepest from a talent standpoint I've ever seen Notre Dame. But there's also a lot of questions the 2015 had questions too, but it had a lot more we know that this guy can do this. This team has a little bit fewer of that, in my opinion.
Wyatt Kerwin says, which player do you think will lead the defense in 1, tackles for loss, 2, sacks, 3, interceptions, 4, forced fumbles?
So tackles for loss, Ryan, who's your pick?
Jordan Botelho.
Agree. Sacks?
Jordan Botelho.
Agree. Riley Mills would be my second pick. Interceptions?
Benjamin Morrison.
I'm going Xavier Watts. I don't think Benjamin Morrison's going to get targeted enough. And then forced fumbles. This is an interesting one. Because they were not very good at that last year. I wrote an article today about this, Ryan. And, we've talked a lot about some of the numbers. I'm also saying this so you have time to think about your answer. But Notre Dame's lack of disruption last year wasn't just the tackles for loss and sacks. I did some more data and research when I was putting this article together. Notre Dame ranked 81st in forced fumbles. They only had 8. And they ranked 106th in fumble recoveries, which meant they didn't put the ball on the ground very often. And when they did, they didn't recover it. So they were 99th in fumble recovery percentage, which is the number of recoveries that you have of the fumbles that were forced. They were 99th. Right. So this is not a very disruptive football team. They only had 8 all of last year. Yeah. And so to me, that's something that they're going to have to get a lot better at, in my opinion, if they're going to be that kind of big time defense. So, I mean, and nobody had more than 1 last year, Ryan. That's the other thing. Like nobody had more than 1. So, like Foskey had 6 the year before. Remember that? No. Like that was okay.
That's crazy. Crazy number. I'd probably go Xavier Watts. I feel like Xavier Watts is going to be second to the party on a lot of plays coming from depth, right? So he's going to be able to punch the ball out a little bit when guys are secure. And I think he kind of plays with that. I almost call it reckless abandon, because I don't think it's quite to that degree, but he plays with a lot of that energy that I could see him creating a lot of plays like that. So I'll give him the forced fumbles.
I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction, Ryan, and I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I've thought about a couple defensive linebackers. I know Jack Kaiser had a couple 2 years ago. I'm going Jordan Botelho, though, because if he is the pass rusher we think he is, I could see him having 2 or 3 knock the ball out of the quarterback hand type of place this year. If I had to pick a non-defensive lineman, I think I'm going to go Jack Kaiser. I think the way that they are going to use him this year is a downhill attack the football guy. He's going to be arriving at handoffs. He's going to be arriving at a situation where he's just going to be hitting the guy as soon as he get the ball, and it's going to knock it out. So I'm going to go Jack Kaiser as my number 2, since you took Xavier, because I think Xavier's a good one as well, Ryan. It's a very good one as well.
Next question is from Archer. It says, which part of the team are you most confident in, and what part concerns you the most?
Corner and running back, one on each side of the ball, is my confidence, Ryan. Yeah.
Offensive tackle, corner.
If you're going to zero it into a part of a unit, yes, I would agree with that on offense. Yeah, which I'm doing on defense. It's not a criticism. Sure. I'm doing that on defense with corners, not the secondary. Yep. I would go there. The only reason I don't say offensive tackle, Ryan, is because I think that's less injury proof than running back. That's my only hesitation. But if I knew that that nobody's going to get injured, offensive tackle's a hard one not to take. I just still worry about the depth a little bit. Which part most concerns me?
safety depth, and the disruption. Offensively, it would be the tight end room for me.
Guard is the one for me. Guard's my biggest concern right now. Is because if they can't get good play there, then the offensive line's not going to be as good as it needs to be, in my view. So that's my big one. It's guard. The reason I wouldn't I get where you're coming, because they've already had injuries at tight end.
Yep.
You've got another guy that can't come back. You're an injury away from Cooper Flanagan's your number 2 pure tight end. Now you got Davis Sherwood, but he's more of an H-back, fullback type of guy.
Yep.
I just feel like if you're thin there, you just go more 20 personnel,
sure,
or 10 personnel, I guess. Whereas offensive tackle, it's not like you can take a tackle off the field. That would be my only thing there. But yeah, tight end, because it's been such a dependent part of your team for so long. It's hard to think about, could they thrive without that being such a big part of what they're doing. That's a good one. I'm with you on that. And it's an unproven group still, Ryan. I mean, they've got 5 career catches in that room right now. If guys are healthy, it's not a lot.
No,
just saying, it's not a lot.
We had a question from Fighting Mike 87 who says, Chip Long loved hitting a corner route early in the game to open up the defense. What could you see being Notre Dame's offensive calling card to jump starting an early possession in 2023? I have no idea. I need to wait and see. I really don't know.
For me, it'd be like, kind of like a play action, double post, which we saw in the spring. I think that's a concept that they're going to like. They're going to run more overs and stuff this year, Ryan. I think those could be one. That's also something Chip Long liked to go to in 2017, is run sort of that play action and that deep over type of stuff that we would see from like Equanimous and the tight ends. I think those would be ones. And then I think what you're also going to see is just be willing to take shots. I think that's going to be a big part of it too. It's like, hey, you got a one-on-one out there. We're going to get the offense going we're not going to try to outthink you. Your corner's 5'11". Tobias is 6'4". Sam Hartman's a great deep ball throw, and your free safety is standing right over top of my center, and we're on the far hash. Taking a shot, right? Hit one of those. You only got to hit a couple of those for the defense to say, well, we can't keep doing this, And so I think that'll be part of it too. Because sometimes, Ryan, a jump start's got to just be I got to trust my dudes better than your dude, right? I mean, you've got to be able to have that to a degree, right?
Sure.
And yeah, hopefully they'll have that. That's more of a wishful thinking than anything else, to be honest with you. And let's go we got this one, and then we're going to got 2 more, and then we're going to go. There's a 4-parter that I want to get to, Ryan.
Okay. How are we feeling? This is from Lucas C. How are we feeling about special teams overall? How do you feel about the kicking game?
Kicking game, I'm actually a little bit more confident in it this year than I am last year from a place kicking standpoint. I think that Spencer Schrader is going to be a little bit more accurate than Blake Grupe was. They both had great legs. I think Spencer Schrader has an even better leg, which is saying something. Be a little bit more accurate. I'm concerned about the consistency at punting, because Bryce McPherson's a young kid, but Ryan, he has a cannon for a leg. When he gets into it, it's going to go. My fear is, I don't want the next Tyler Newsome. Like, if you look at Tyler Newsome's career numbers, he had a great punting average because he'd boom a 70-yarder. But then the one before was 25. Well, 70 plus 25 is still a really good punting average, Ryan. But it's not good punting. Yeah. And that's you just don't want that. And since he's a young guy, that's a bit of an unknown. From an overall special team standpoint, I want the return game to get better, especially kick return game. That's got to get better. In my opinion,
kick return game was really bad last year.
Yeah.
And no one talked about it that much.
Yeah, because they were so excited about how good the pump block situation was. There's several aspects of the special teams last year that weren't that good.
Yeah,
that need to get better. And so you could see them only get 2 or 3 block punts and be a much better special teams unit this year. And I hope that that's what we see. But the return game is going to be interesting. Like, you don't put Chris Tyree back there if you're just trying to just field punts. That doesn't make sense.
Right. Agree.
So it tells me that they're going to they want to break some stuff this year. I mean, what would be the justification for having Chris Tyree back there, Ryan, if you weren't trying to make big plays?
Yeah.
You're going to tell me he has the best hands of anybody that could potentially return a punt? I don't think that's true.
You would just put Jaden Greathouse back there if that was
or Matt Salerno. I mean, if you're just trying to field it. So I think they're going to try to be more aggressive this year. We'll see. We'll see. Here's one, Ryan, that I'm going to ask because I want to get your opinion on this. I've kind of talked about this before, but it says if Indy Football Nerd says Braylon James earns the trust of the coaching staff to get 10 snaps versus Clemson in a healthy wide receiver room, what does this offense look like during the bowl season?
I mean, what does it look? I mean, it looks like an offense that we're expecting with Braylon James's deep ability, right?
Yeah.
Like he's just going to mesh, and there's going to be some plays that are going to be designed for stretching vertically, maybe a little bit differently than what you would originally anticipate. Like instead, I mean, Braylon James is one of those guys that could just literally run a go by most guys, right?
Yep.
Like he doesn't
Go
need a
post
double
over.
move.
That's
He
it.
doesn't like he just needs to run. So I just think that implementation is a part of it, but I don't think I wouldn't say necessarily it like changes your offense a ton if we're talking about 10 snaps, right? Like 10 snaps is just 10 snaps out of the 60 plus that you're going to run in a football game. So I think it's just a dynamic that it brings to the offense.
I think what I think what John was saying here, Ryan, is if he gets 10 snaps versus Clemson, then when you get into bowl season, the projection of him being even more in line. I think
okay.
I tend to agree with Ryan's point. I think what it adds another game breaker. Yeah. And we saw that can be an impactful thing. We saw that we were just talking about this, right, with Chris Brown. Chris Brown didn't play a whole lot in 2012. He only caught 2 passes, but one of them he just was, we're going to use his speed. He's going to run a post route like that. There was no read on that play, Ryan. It was a play action, throw the post to Chris Brown. That was it. That was the read. And Braylon could be that kind of guy. And so I think it gives you just another playmaker. It doesn't change your offense, Ryan. It's not like, to your point, it's not going to structurally change your offense, but what it does is it just gives you another weapon. That's really what it does. And I would say this, Ryan, and I'm curious if you agree with this. It's great to have big time go-to players. And I would like to have that. But the counter to that is maybe you don't have that one guy. But if I got 6 or 7 dudes that are capable of breaking out at any moment, it makes me less slump proof because I feel like every week somebody's going to step up and be that guy. Where like if at Georgia, if Brock Bowers goes down this year, what are they going to look like? There's guys there, but like you lost Darnell, you lost A.D. Mitchell. You're going to have some players, but it's like, I'm curious how that's going to look. Now, if some of the young receivers start stepping up for Georgia and, this young talented guy steps up and, Tyler Williams is able to help out as a freshman, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, we're going to be okay, even though Brock went down because if you take Brock out of the game because I've got more weapons. Well, same thing here at Notre Dame. The more weapons you have, the more slump proof you become because you're not going to have 7 guys that suck all at one time. Most likely if they're good, you may have that if they're just not that good. Sure. Like there were times in 2017 when all the receivers sucked in the same game because there's only a couple good ones. And if those guys didn't play well, you were in trouble. Yeah. But I just think it gives you just more weapons and more things to focus on.
Yeah. I just think the ability to create big plays allows you to get out of trouble, right? Like that's my biggest thing is that like you could be having an off day the entire game, but then you have one big play that just completely reverses your fortunes. So you need those guys that are kind of, I guess, negators of slumps to your point. Like, yeah.
So Ryan, here's this last one. This is a 4-parter.
Okay.
So this is what we're going to end with.
Chris Hawk says, I want to give
Chancey
Stuckey a fair chance, but I've been a little underwhelmed by his training methods, and I truly believe it's not creating optimal results. Too cute for me. I live in Columbus, and I've been.
That's Brian Hartline.
I've seen Brian Hartline train, teach, and install mindset to his players on another level. They're technicians, and he reps details over and over and react off muscle memory. I feel like Chancey Stuckey has these players thinking too much and not playing fast. Not enough game speed, game simulated drills that correlate to game situations. Chancey Stuckey reminds me a little bit of the quarterback gurus that get over creative and experimenting, but that's just from every clip I could find from the Notre Dame wide receivers and the players' body movements language. Example, I have no doubt in my mind that Deion Colsey would be an elite wide receiver under Brian Hartline. Am I off?
I think so. I mean, let's not act like every single receiver that Brian Hartline has ever coached was a great dominant player. I mean, Jamison Williams didn't become that guy till he left Ohio State. And you could say, well, he was built that way, and
Julian Fleming also hasn't really turned out into the player that people thought he was going to be.
So you could say, injuries maybe, but like they've had plenty of guys that just ended up not being the players that people thought they were going to be. And it's not related to injuries. He's not this perfect coach that everybody he has is a phenomenal player. That's not practical. And also it's a very system-driven situation as well. And let's not act like he wasn't dealing with, you didn't need to be a rocket scientist to make Garrett Wilson a really good college receiver.
Sure.
So what I would say is I think that Chris, the premise of the question is fair. If coaches can get too cute and do all that kind of stuff, and that's a big criticism I've had of coaches in the past. You can make two mistakes. One is you just do the same stuff every day, and you're not really learning. The other thing is that you get too cute, and that's when Mike Stanford was just doing stuff like he would see at camps or clinics, and it wasn't really practical. And I didn't think it mattered. I'm just telling you, when I watch Notre Dame receivers practice, they do a lot of different isolation type of stuff where we're isolating this part of building on it, and it's going to lead to this. I think what you're reacting to is like the video where they're hopping off of one foot. And what you're understanding is everyone's focusing on the hopping off of one foot. That's not relevant to the drill. The hopping off of the 1 foot is the way that you start the drill in order to better simulate a top end. And so what a lot of people do is they will simulate a top end on a curl. You either can run the full route or you just shorten the route, but you're coming out of your stance. That's not really practical because you're not going to run 3 steps out of your stance. So what he's doing is getting in that running stance and then quickly come out of it, bam, top end, we're working on the top end. That's what he's doing, as opposed to having them run an entire stop route or an entire comeback route. And so people look at this, look at this off one leg thing. And you're like, no, that's not the point of the drill. The point of the drill is what comes after that, which is the coming out of that running stance. So it's basically like freezing them in midair and then getting them out of it and bam, I'm getting my top end, drive your hips and that kind of thing. I think that's actually kind of practical, to be honest with you. But if people are describing it as like this thing and it's like, that's not really the point of the drill, then I look, and look, I'm as high on Deion Colzie as anybody, Ryan. You know that. Yep. But Chancey Stuckey's not the reason Deion Colzie has bad body language at practice. That's a Deion Colzie thing. Deion's got to step up and say, hey, man, like, look, I'm not saying he's blaming anyone. I'm just, in theory, how a guy has to be. Hey, look, I'm a junior now. I know what the offense is. I know what the expectations are. I know what the work level I need to do. I need to go out and do it. Ryan, you see it all the time watching the NFL draft. There's guys that come out of schools where, like, I know that coach isn't that good of a coach because he's never producing, but that kid's just really good because that kid takes pride in it. I mean, Avery Davis talked about how he learned how to run routes by watching freaking YouTube videos. If you want to be great at something and you work at it, if you have the ability, you can get there. I've seen this receiving core improve a lot over the last year from where they were starting at the bottom from a technical standpoint, Ryan. So as of right now, I have no problem with what I see. I see the drills they do in practice. I see the different things they work on. They did things that I did, where you work on catching low balls and getting it up and things like that are practical that a lot of people miss. You've got to do those things, but there's also things they do every day, catching the ball, back shoulder, stuff like that I also like as well. So I don't think his guys are thinking too much because of what he's asking them to do. I think they were thinking too much last year because they were also dang young.
Yeah.
And it was a very complex pass offense. That's always been the issue with Brian Kelly and young players. And Tommy Rees is a very similar guy. It's a very complex system assignment-wise. And so they were thinking too much. I think that some of that's been eliminated. And I think a lot of the emphasis is, the receivers are doing this and this and this. Well, it's because they're going against Benjamin Morrison and Cam Hart every single day.
Sure.
But I like where they're at. We're going to find out, though, Chris, real soon. We're going to find out over the next month if I'm right or wrong. And if they're not playing fast and they're not making plays and they're not winning, then we're going to say, hey, maybe he's not doing enough to focus on these things they keep getting beat on. I think it's more of just they're going against a really good unit that's going to make each other better. And it's a building process. It's building blocks. You're not going to look with a bunch of young freshmen and sophomore receivers. You're not going to look like seasoned grizzled vets in the 8th practice of fall camp. But where do you get to once the season starts? And it's not a coincidence that the last day of fall camp, we saw the receivers make a lot of plays against the DBs in those one-on-ones. It's not a coincidence because that's been what they're building to. And offense always takes longer to get to that point than the defense does, especially when you're dealing with returners versus corners are 2 returners that's played all year last year, right? Against Tobias Merriweather, who caught 1 pass, and Jaden Thomas, who's moving outside after playing in the slot all year last year. If they weren't ahead of the receivers, we've got big problems this year, early in fall camp. So I think what you're saying, Chris, is possible. Coaches will do that. That's just not what I've seen from Coach Stuckey at this point in time in practice. That's my 2 cents. And I've seen a unit, Ryan, that has gotten better and better and better the longer they've played for him. At least that's how, from what you could see, was that not what you saw last year?
Yeah, they were a lot better technically. Yeah, they're a lot better technically. And I think that's the biggest thing is that, like, I care, like, when the live reps happen, are those things translating to it, right? Like, even if they're not winning reps, like, if let's say it's a catch point ball where Benjamin Morrison just outplays a player, like, was the release good? Was the, was he consistent with his pacing? Like, there's a lot of things that you can get out of those live reps. So I don't like to hyper focus on individual reps too much. Is it translating to the actual game process?
Right.
For me.
Because one-on-one reps at a summer camp is geared towards a wide receiver. It is.
Sure.
One-on-one reps for a college football team are geared towards defensive players. Just the way that Notre Dame does it. You know the routes, you know the releases. You're not able to do all the cheating stuff that you do at the summer camps, right? I mean, we'll see this stuff on film. You're like, yeah, it's a really sick route and great athleticism, but he took 9 seconds to get there. And so it's like, it doesn't translate. Yeah. I think the translation thing that Ryan talked about is key. So Chris, I want to say that's an incredibly thoughtful question, which I appreciate. And I think we're all looking forward to finding out what that answer is going to be here over the next couple months. Cause we're going to find out pretty quickly, Ryan, what this team is made of. We are.
I agree.
We are. So that's going to do it here, Ryan, for Friday Mailbag, buddy. Why don't you take us out of here?
I want to thank everybody for a lot of great questions today. I have no idea how many we answered, but it was definitely a ton. So I want to thank all the listeners, all the people and members of the chat, IB Nation. Before you leave the Friday Free For All Mailbag, if you could please do us a favor, hit that like button, subscribe to the podcast on any podcast platform that you're listening to. If you're on YouTube, obviously on there as well. Make sure you hit that notification bell as also. And as we are only 8 days away from college football and Notre Dame officially beginning, if you could please sign up at boards.irishbreakdown.com as we continue to have excellent team and recruiting intel for you all as we inch closer and closer to the 2023 season. So that is Brian Driscoll. I am Ryan Roberts. I want to thank you all so much. Have a wonderful weekend, and we will talk to you again very soon on the Irish Breakdown podcast.